The coffee had gone cold an hour ago, but Daniel Mercer kept his hands wrapped around the mug anyway. October mornings along the Ohio River carried a particular kind of chill. Not the sharp bite of true winter, but something damp that crept into the joints and settled there. Through the window of his apartment, he watched the fog roll off the water in slow, curling waves that swallowed the far bank entirely. His phone buzzed against the kitchen counter. He didn't reach for it. The television murmured in the corner, volume low enough that the words blurred together into background noise. Something about a containment breach near Fort Knox. Something about roadblocks on I-65. He'd half listened to it while making breakfast, the way people half listen to weather reports about distant storms. The phone buzzed again, then again. Daniel set down the mug and crossed the small kitchen, his bare feet cold against the linoleum. Emily's name filled the screen, 3 messages stacked. "You watching the news? Daniel, pick up your phone." He was reaching for it when the call came through, her picture. Taken 2 Christmases ago before their father's funeral, before the silence that followed, lighting up the display. "I'm here," he said. "Have you seen it?" Her voice carried that particular tension he remembered from childhood, the sound of Emily trying to stay calm while their parents fought in the next room. "The news, the thing near Fort Knox, yeah, I caught some of it." Some of it. A pause. "Daniel, they're saying people are attacking each other, like biting. There's footage from Radcliffe that..." She stopped. He heard her exhale slowly. "It looks bad. It's probably..." "Don't say it's probably nothing. I can hear you getting ready to say it's probably nothing." He leaned against the counter, watching the fog through the window. A barge horn sounded somewhere distant, muffled by the mist. "What do you want me to say?" "I want you to take this seriously. I want you to think about what we should do if this gets worse. Because I've been watching for 2 hours and it's not getting better. The governor just activated the National Guard. They're talking about closing schools." Daniel rubbed his eyes with his free hand. The bridge inspection report sat on his desk in the other room, half finished, due Monday. The Kennedy Bridge project, ironically enough. 6 years later, and they were still finding stress fractures from the retrofit, still running calculations he could do in his sleep. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Let me shower, let me check some things. I'll call you back in an hour." "Promise?" The word stuck in his throat the way it always did with her. Promise implied follow-through. Promise implied he could be counted on. "I'll call," he said. The shower ran hot until it didn't, the ancient water heater in the building's basement giving up around the 8-minute mark as it always did. Daniel stood in the cooling spray longer than he should have, watching the water spiral down the drain, thinking about nothing and everything at once. By the time he'd dressed, jeans, thermal shirt, the flannel jacket that smelled faintly of diesel from last week's site visit, the news had shifted from cautious reporting to something that looked almost like controlled panic. A woman with perfect hair and careful makeup was explaining evacuation routes while a map of Kentucky filled the screen behind her. Red zones spreading outward from a point south of Louisville like blood soaking through cloth. Daniel sat on the edge of his bed and watched. The footage from Radcliffe was grainy, clearly shot on someone's phone, uploaded before anyone thought to scrub it. A parking lot outside a grocery store, shopping carts scattered like fallen soldiers. And in the center of the frame, 2 figures locked together in what looked at first like an embrace until the camera caught the way one was tearing at the other's throat with its teeth, the way the victim's legs had stopped kicking, the way the attacker's movements were wrong somehow, too fluid and too stiff at the same time, like a marionette operated by someone who'd only read about how humans moved. The footage cut away. The anchor apologized for the graphic content. The map showed more red. Daniel's phone sat in his hand, Emily's contact pulled up, his thumb hovering over the call button. He should call her. He should make a plan. He should do something other than sit here watching the world crack apart through a 17-inch screen. His eyes drifted to the window. The fog had started to lift, revealing the Louisville skyline across the river. The bridges spanning the water like the fingers of two hands reaching for each other. The Kennedy Bridge, the Clark Memorial, the Big Four pedestrian bridge where joggers would be running their morning routes, checking their fitness apps, complaining about the cold. He wondered if any of them were watching the news. The call with Emily lasted 40 minutes. She wanted him to come to her place in the Highlands, said they should stick together, said she had a bad feeling about this that went beyond the obvious. Daniel listened and made non-committal sounds and watched through his window as a convoy of military vehicles rolled across the Kennedy Bridge, their headlights cutting through the last of the morning fog. "I need to finish a report," he said finally. "Work stuff, the bridge project." "Daniel, I don't think anyone's going to care about your bridge report if I'll come by tonight, okay? Let me finish this, let me pack a bag, and I'll come by tonight. We can figure out next steps together." The silence on her end told him everything about what she thought of that plan. But Emily had always been better at choosing her battles than their father had been. Better at knowing when to push and when to let go. "Tonight," she said, "before dark. I mean it, before dark." After she hung up, Daniel sat with the phone in his hands for a long time. The report waited on his desk. The television continued its litany of horrors. More footage, more red zones, more officials with carefully worried expressions explaining that everything was under control while their eyes said something else entirely. He should pack now. He should leave now. Every rational part of his brain was screaming at him to move, to act, to do something other than sit here watching. But doing something meant making a choice, and choices had consequences. Choices meant being responsible for what came next. Daniel set down the phone and went to his desk. The bridge report wouldn't finish itself. The first siren started around noon. Daniel had been staring at load-bearing calculations for the better part of 2 hours, the numbers swimming on the screen, his mind elsewhere. The sound cut through the fog of his concentration. Distant at first, then joined by another, then another, until the city seemed to be singing a single dissonant note. He crossed to the window. The streets below his apartment building had been quiet all morning, unnaturally so for a Saturday. Now he watched a police cruiser tear down River Road at twice the legal limit, followed seconds later by an ambulance running without its lights, then another cruiser. His phone buzzed. Emily again. "Please come now, please." Daniel looked at the report on his screen, looked at the bag he still hadn't packed, looked at the window where another convoy was crossing the bridge, this one heading out of the city rather than in. He grabbed his jacket. The hallway outside his apartment was empty, but he could hear televisions murmuring behind closed doors, the same broadcast echoing from multiple units like a fractured chorus. Mrs. Patterson from 4C had left her door cracked open, something she never did. And as Daniel passed, he caught a glimpse of her standing in front of her television with both hands pressed over her mouth. The stairs, he never took the elevator, hadn't since the bridge, since the fall, were empty too. His footsteps echoed in the concrete stairwell, and he found himself counting them automatically. 14 steps per floor, 4 floors, 56 steps total. The numbers steadied him the way they always did. The lobby was where things got strange. A man Daniel vaguely recognized, the 3rd floor maybe, or the 2nd, one of the dozens of faces he passed without acknowledgement in the mornings, stood just inside the glass doors, staring out at the street. He was shaking. Not the subtle trembling of cold or mild distress, but full-body shaking, the kind that made his teeth click together audibly. "Hey," Daniel said, slowing his approach. "You okay?" The man turned. His face was pale, his eyes too wide, his lips moving around words that weren't quite making it out. "My wife," he finally managed. "My wife went to the store this morning. She went to the store and she's not—" His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. "She's not answering her phone." Daniel didn't know what to say to that. He thought of Emily's texts, her voice on the phone, the siren still wailing somewhere in the middle distance. "I'm sure she's fine," he said, and the lie tasted like metal on his tongue. "Probably just can't get through. The networks are probably—" "I saw the footage," the man's voice cracked. "The parking lot footage, that was her store, that was the Kroger she goes to. Every Saturday, He stopped talking. Just stopped, like a machine whose power had been cut. Then he turned back to the glass doors and resumed his vigil, watching the empty street with the intensity of a man waiting for a miracle or a tragedy, unable to tell which was coming. Daniel pushed through the doors and stepped out into the October afternoon. The drive to Emily's should have taken 20 minutes. It took nearly 2 hours. Traffic had congealed on every major route, not moving accidents or construction slowdowns, but something worse. Vehicles simply abandoned in the lanes, doors hanging open, engines still running. Daniel navigated around them in his aging Tacoma, mounting curbs, cutting through parking lots, at one point driving the wrong way down a one-way street because there was no other way through. The radio spat fragments of information between long stretches of static. The president had declared a state of emergency. The CDC was advising people to stay indoors. The governor was asking for calm while simultaneously mobilizing every available National Guard unit. None of it cohered into anything useful. Just noise layered on noise while the world outside Daniel's windshield grew steadily stranger. He saw a woman standing in the middle of an intersection directing non-existent traffic with the precise movements of a trained officer. Except she was wearing pajamas and her feet were bare and bleeding on the asphalt. He saw a dog running through an empty parking lot with something in its mouth that he chose not to examine closely. He saw a storefront with its windows smashed in, and a man inside calmly loading a shopping cart with canned goods, methodical as a regular grocery trip. And then, on Bardstown Road, 3 blocks from Emily's street, he saw his first one. It had been a man once. Daniel could tell that much from the general shape of it. The remnants of clothing, khaki pants, a blue polo shirt, the kind of outfit a middle manager might wear to a weekend brunch. But the way it moved was wrong. The way it stood in the middle of the sidewalk, head tilted at an angle that made Daniel's neck hurt just looking at it. Hands opening and closing at its sides in a slow rhythm that matched nothing, responded to nothing. Then its head snapped toward the sound of his engine. Daniel's foot found the accelerator without conscious thought. The truck surged forward, and in his rearview mirror he watched the thing. Couldn't call it a man anymore, couldn't make his brain accept that label. Start walking in the direction he'd gone. Not running. Walking. The same purposeful stride you'd use heading to the office or the corner store. Somehow that was worse than running would have been. Emily's townhouse sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac that had been, up until today, one of those Louisville neighborhoods where people left their doors unlocked and knew their neighbors by name. Now there were 3 cars in the small lot that shouldn't have been there, their occupants visible through the windows, strangers clutching steering wheels, staring straight ahead, clearly too afraid to move. Daniel parked behind Emily's Civic and forced himself out of the truck. The air smelled wrong. Smoke from somewhere distant, and underneath it something organic and rotten that made his stomach clench. He made it to Emily's door in 4 seconds flat, his hand already raised to knock. The door opened before he could. Emily looked like she hadn't slept in days, though the crisis was barely 12 hours old. Her dark hair, usually neat, hung loose around her face. Her eyes, the same gray as their father's, the same gray as his own, were red-rimmed and wild. "Thank God," she breathed and pulled him inside. The townhouse was crowded. That was the first thing Daniel registered. Bodies moving in his peripheral vision, voices overlapping in the small living room, the smell of coffee and sweat and fear. Emily had gathered strays because of course she had. Even as the world was ending, she was collecting people who needed someone to tell them what to do. Everyone, Emily said, her hand still gripping Daniel's arm. This is my brother, Daniel, he's... She paused and he watched her edit whatever she'd been about to say. He's an engineer. Faces turned toward him. A middle-aged black woman with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone used to command. A teenager, maybe 14, with headphones around his neck and terror in his eyes. A younger woman, Asian, clutching a laptop bag like a security blanket. A man with a beard and grease under his fingernails who nodded once and looked away. And in the corner, watching everything with the calculated stillness of a predator. A younger man with 2 bright eyes and a smile that didn't fit the circumstances. Daniel, Emily continued, this is Hal. He lives 2 doors down, retired fire captain. Noah is my neighbor's son, his parents. She stopped. The teenager, Noah, looked at the floor. Tanya works at the UPS hub. She was trying to get home when the roads closed. Maya is one of my grad students. Rick was delivering my groceries when everything went crazy. And Lucas just showed up. The man in the corner, Lucas, spread his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. What can I say? I go where the universe takes me. Great, Daniel said, because someone had to say something. That's great. Really nice to meet everyone. He turned to Emily. Can we talk? Privately? She led him to the kitchen, which was marginally less crowded. Through the window over the sink, he could see the cul-de-sac, see the strangers in their cars, see the October light already beginning to amber toward evening. What the hell, Em? They needed somewhere to go. Her voice was steady, which told him exactly how hard she was working to keep it that way. What was I supposed to do, leave them outside? You were supposed to... He stopped. He didn't actually know what she was supposed to do. He didn't know what anyone was supposed to do. How long have they been here? Hal came over around 10 to check on me. He'd already seen things, said the response protocols downtown were falling apart, said people needed to get off the streets. Noah came after... She swallowed. His parents went out for supplies and didn't come back. He heard screaming and ran here because he knew me, because I used to help his mom with her garden. And the others? Tanya's car died a block away. Maya was heading to my place for a study session we had scheduled. She didn't know, she thought everything was normal until she got here. Rick was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Lucas... She trailed off, glancing toward the living room. I don't know about Lucas, but I couldn't just leave him out there. Daniel leaned against the counter, feeling the cold granite through his shirt. The weight of what she'd done, the weight of all these people, their needs, their expectations pressed against his chest like a physical thing. Okay, he said quietly. Okay. So what's the plan? Emily looked at him with something that might have been hope, might have been disappointment. I was kind of hoping you'd tell me. The meeting, if you could call it that, happened around Emily's dining room table. There weren't enough chairs, so some people stood, and the kid, Noah, sat on the floor with his back against the wall and his knees pulled up to his chest. Hal did most of the talking at first. He had that voice, that presence. 30 years commanding firehouses had given him the ability to fill a room without raising his volume, to make people listen without demanding that they do. Here's what I know, he said, thick fingers wrapped around a coffee mug. This morning, around 4 a.m., something went wrong at a research facility south of Fort Knox. Government job, biological stuff. I don't know specifics, and neither does anyone else. By 6, there were reports of attacks in Radcliffe. By 9, those reports had spread to Elizabethtown, Shepherdsville, points north. By noon, He gestured at the window at the strange silence of the street outside. By noon, the National Guard had already lost the perimeter they were trying to establish. Lost it how? Tanya asked. She sat with her arms crossed, her dark eyes sharp, already running calculations that Daniel recognized from his own work. Threat assessment, resource allocation, survival math. People got bit, turned, got up, bit more people. It's a geometric progression. You start with 1, you get 2, you get 4, you get... I know how geometric progression works. Her voice was flat. I'm asking what these things can do. How fast they move, how they hunt, what stops them. Hal's jaw tightened. Fast enough when they want to be, they hunt by sound mostly. Loud noises draw them like moths. And stopping them. He took a long breath. Head shots, nothing else works for long. This is insane, the young woman, Maya, said. Her voice was thin, brittle. This can't be real. Zombies aren't real. Nobody said zombies, Lucas observed from his corner. He was smiling again, that wrong smile, and Daniel found himself watching the man more carefully now. Just sick people. Very, very sick people. Shut up, Lucas, Emily said, and there was steel in her voice that Daniel hadn't heard in years. The room went quiet. Outside, distantly, a car alarm started wailing and then just as suddenly stopped. Here's the situation, Hal said finally. It's going to be dark in a couple hours. Power's still on, but I don't expect it to stay that way. Water and phones might follow. We've got enough supplies here for maybe 3 days if we're careful. But that's assuming this place stays safe, and... He looked at the windows, at the thin glass separating them from whatever was happening outside. And I don't think it will. So we leave, Tanya said. Leave and go where? Daniel heard himself ask. Everyone turned to look at him, and he felt his throat tighten, felt the old familiar urge to deflect, to step back, to let someone else make the decisions. The roads are blocked. Even if we could drive, where would we go? The whole city is... What? He didn't have an answer for her. He didn't have answers for anyone. I know a place, Hal said slowly. Spalding Industrial down by the river, distribution warehouse. I've been through there on inspections, big building, reinforced concrete, steel shutters on all the loading doors. It's got generators, supplies, good sight lines. If we could get there, hole up for a few days until the military gets their act together. That's a big if, Tanya said. Everything's a big if right now. Hal turned to Daniel, and there was something in his eyes, recognition maybe, or challenge. You're the engineer, you know buildings. What do you think? Every face in the room turned toward him. Noah looking up from the floor with desperate hope. Maya with her laptop bag clutched to her chest. Rick the grocery driver with his calloused hands and his careful silence. Lucas with that smile that never reached his eyes. Tanya already calculating whether Daniel's answer would be worth listening to, and Emily, his sister, looking at him the way she had when they were kids and their parents' fighting had gotten loud, looking at him like he might finally step up. Daniel's chest felt tight. His hands wanted to shake, and he forced them still. I'd need to see it, he said. The building, before I could say whether it's viable. Then we go now, Hal replied. Recon trip. You and me before dark. The others stay here, keep the doors locked, keep quiet. If it looks good, we come back, we move everyone tonight. Tonight? Maya's voice cracked. In the dark? Better than tomorrow when there might be more of them. Better than waiting until we're out of options. Hal was already standing, already moving. A lifetime of emergencies had trained him to act while others were still processing. Daniel, you coming? Daniel looked at Emily. She nodded once, a small motion that carried the weight of every conversation they hadn't had in the past 5 years. Yeah, he said, I'm coming. The drive to the river took them through a version of Louisville that Daniel didn't recognize. Hal drove, his truck, his call, and anyway, Daniel was too busy watching the street slide past to pay attention to navigation. The buildings were the same ones he'd known his whole life, the same storefronts and streetlights and familiar turns, but everything felt shifted slightly off-axis, like a photograph that had been tilted a few degrees. There were bodies, not many, not yet, but enough. A shape in a doorway that might have been a sleeping homeless person except for the angle of the neck. A pair of legs protruding from behind a dumpster. A smear on the sidewalk that caught the fading light and glistened. And there were others, the moving ones, glimpsed in alleys and parking lots, walking their strange, purposeful walks toward destinations that no longer existed. Daniel saw one trying to climb into a car, fumbling at the door handle with movements that were almost right, almost human. The muscle memory of 1,000 morning commutes playing out without the mind to direct it. They remember things, Hal said quietly. The ones I saw this morning. Some of them were trying to use phones, holding them up to their ears, pressing buttons. They don't know what they're doing, but their bodies remember how. Daniel thought about that. Thought about the bridge, the inspections, the structural assessments he could do in his sleep after 12 years of practice. Thought about how much of what he did every day was automatic, hands and feet and eyes following patterns carved so deep he barely noticed them. "That's worse," he said. "What?" "That's worse. If they were just, I don't know, mindless, shambling, whatever, that would be one thing, but this..." He watched another one emerge from a convenience store, still carrying a shopping basket, walking toward a car that didn't belong to it. Because that's what you did when you left a store, you walked to your car. This is something else. Hal didn't answer. He just drove, and the silence between them stretched thin as the light. The Spaulding Industrial Distribution Center squatted on the riverfront like a concrete bunker, 3 stories of reinforced ugly that had never been designed to be looked at, only used. The parking lot was empty except for a few commercial vehicles and a white sedan with its driver's door standing open. Hal pulled around to the loading docks on the north side. The steel shutters were down on most of them, but one had been left partially raised, just high enough for a person to duck under if they crouched. "Stay behind me," Hal said, and produced a handgun from somewhere under his jacket that Daniel hadn't noticed before. "And stay quiet." They moved from the truck to the building in a crouch, Hal leading, Daniel following, both of them fighting the primal urge to run. The October air was colder here by the water, carrying the mineral smell of the Ohio, and something else underneath it. Smoke, maybe, or rot, or both. The warehouse floor stretched out before them like a cathedral of commerce. Rows of industrial shelving reached toward the ceiling, loaded with pallets and shrink-wrapped cargo. Emergency lighting cast everything in a red-amber glow. The main power was out here then, running on backup systems. Forklifts sat abandoned in the aisles. Somewhere deep in the building, a generator hummed its steady mechanical heartbeat. "Freight elevator to the second floor," Hal whispered, gesturing with the gun. "Office space up there, break room, bathroom. 3rd floor is mostly storage, but there's roof access. Good defensive position if we need it." Daniel nodded, already running calculations in his head. The building's bones were good, load-bearing concrete, steel reinforcement built to support the weight of heavy industrial equipment. The shutters on the loading docks were solid, designed to deter break-ins. If they could secure the entry points, fortify the stairwells. A sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the warehouse. A soft, wet clicking, like teeth chattering, like joints popping. Hal raised the gun. Daniel stopped breathing. The sound came again, closer now, accompanied by footsteps. Shuffle, shuffle, step. The halting rhythm of something that remembered how to walk but had forgotten how to do it smoothly. It came around the corner of a shelving unit 30 feet away. The woman had been a warehouse worker, maybe, or a driver. She still wore the company polo shirt, name tag still clipped to her chest, though Daniel couldn't read it from here. Her jaw hung at an angle that meant broken, shattered. Something had hit her face hard enough to disconnect bone from bone. But she was still moving, still walking, still making that wet, clicking sound with every step as her dislocated jaw clattered against itself. Her head turned toward them. Hal fired. The sound was enormous in the enclosed space, echoing off concrete and steel until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The woman's head snapped back, a dark spray painting the shelving behind her, and she dropped like a puppet with cut strings. "Move," Hal said, already heading for the freight elevator. "That shot's gonna draw more." They ran. The second floor was clear. Hal checked every room while Daniel stood in the hallway with his heart trying to exit through his throat. The offices were standard-issue corporate, desks and filing cabinets, dead computer monitors, whiteboards covered with shipping schedules that would never be filled. The break room had vending machines and a refrigerator that still hummed with power. The bathroom had running water. "This could work," Hal said finally, leaning against a desk in what had probably been a manager's office. "This could actually work. We get everyone here, fortify the stairwells, keep watches. We could hold out for weeks if we needed to." Daniel was at the window, looking down at the parking lot, the river beyond it, the bridges spanning the water in the dying light. The Kennedy Bridge was right there, close enough that he could see individual vehicles still frozen in abandoned traffic. "The loading dock shutter was open," he said. "What?" "When we came in, one of the shutters was up." He turned from the window. Someone else had the same idea. Or they were here when things started and they left in a hurry. Hal considered this. Or they're still here. Upper floors? Maybe. Or they got out and we're just walking into an empty building. Or they didn't get out. Yeah. Hal rubbed his face with one hand. Or that. The generator's hum filled the silence between them. Daniel could feel the building around him, the weight of it, the structure, the thousand small ways it was designed to bear loads and resist forces. A good building. A safe building, probably, or as safe as anything could be right now. But buildings were only as secure as the people inside them. And people made mistakes. People got scared, got careless, got stupid. People left doors open when they should have been closed. "We should check the third floor," Daniel said. "Make sure it's clear before we commit to this." "Agreed." Hal was already moving. "And then we get back to the others. It's going to be full dark in an hour." The third floor was storage, pallets stacked high, narrow aisles between them, the red emergency lights casting everything in the color of old blood. They moved slowly, Hal with his gun raised, Daniel counting exits and calculating sight lines because that was easier than thinking about what they might find. They found him in the northeast corner. He was alive. That was the first thing, the important thing. Slumped against a pallet of bottled water with a hunting rifle across his lap and dried blood caking the side of his face. Maybe 60. Weathered and lean with the hands of someone who'd done manual labor his whole life. Hal lowered his gun but didn't put it away. Hey buddy, you with us?" The man's eyes opened, focused. His hand tightened on the rifle but didn't raise it. "How many?" he asked. His voice was raw, scraped. "Just us. We're looking for a safe place. Same as you, I figure." The man coughed, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Was 3 of us. Me, my boy, another driver. Then one of them got through the dock door and it..." He stopped, swallowed. "Just me now." Daniel crouched down to the man's level. "How long ago?" "This morning, early, before most folks even knew anything was wrong." The man's eyes fixed on Daniel, searching for something. "You military?" "No, I'm an engineer. This is Hal. He's retired fire captain. We've got a group of survivors at a house in the Highlands. We're looking for somewhere safer to..." Here's safe. The man's grip tightened on the rifle. I've been watching. Most of them stay downtown, the noise, the crowds, whatever draws them. Out here by the river, it's quiet. They pass through, but they don't stay. We saw one downstairs, Hal said. There's been a few. I've put down 4 since morning. He nodded at the rifle. Still got plenty of rounds. You bring more people here, you bring more noise, you bring more... We can help defend the place. More eyes, more hands. The man laughed, a dry, cracking sound. That what you told yourselves when you were looking for this place? More people means more problems, mister. More mouths, more noise, more ways for things to go wrong. Daniel stood up. He could feel Hal watching him, feel the weight of the decision pressing down. This was the moment, the point where someone had to take charge, had to make the call, had to accept responsibility for what came next. The old familiar urge rose in his chest. Step back. Let Hal handle it. Stay quiet and let someone else bear the weight. But Emily's face flashed in his mind. Noah's terrified eyes. All those people in her living room looking at him like he might have answers. "What's your name?" Daniel asked. The man blinked, caught off guard by the question. Rick Owens." "Rick, I'm Daniel, and I'm going to be honest with you, we need this building. We've got 8 people, including a kid, and nowhere safe to put them. You've got supplies and weapons and knowledge about this area that we don't have. We could try to take this place from you, or you could try to keep us out, and either way, people are going to get hurt or killed." He paused, making himself hold the man's gaze. "Or we could work together. Figure this out together. Because I don't think any of us is going to survive this alone." Rick stared at him for a long moment. The generator hummed. Somewhere outside, far away, something that might have been a siren wailed and then went silent. "Your people," Rick said finally. "They armed?" "Not really. A few kitchen knives, maybe." "They know how to keep quiet, how to follow orders?" Daniel thought about Lucas, about his wrong smile and his 2 bright eyes. Thought about Maya clutching her laptop bag like it would save her. Thought about all the ways this could go wrong. "They'll learn," he said. "We all will." Rick's hand loosened on the rifle, not releasing it, not yet, but no longer white-knuckled either. "All right," he said. "All right, bring your people. But we do this my way, my building, my rules. Anyone can't follow orders, they're out. Anyone draws those things here with noise or stupidity, they're out. We clear?" "Clear," Hal said before Daniel could answer. "We'll be back in 2 hours with everyone. You'll be here?" "Where else am I gonna go?" It wasn't agreement, not really. It was tolerance, conditional and fragile. But it was something. And something right now was more than they had any right to expect. The drive back to Emily's took less time than the drive out. The streets were emptier now. The abandoned vehicles easier to navigate in the growing dark. Hal drove in silence, his hands tight on the wheel, his eyes scanning the shadows with the discipline of someone who'd spent decades looking for the thing that was about to go wrong. Daniel watched the city slide past and tried not to think. The power was out in whole sections now, blocks of darkness punctuated by the occasional lit window where someone's generator still ran or where candles flickered behind curtains. Without streetlights, the shadows pooled deep between buildings, and in those shadows things moved. He counted 6 of them on the drive, walking their strange walks, following their invisible paths, heading toward destinations that no longer meant anything. One of them was pushing a shopping cart, wheels squeaking with each step. Another was carrying a briefcase. A third stood motionless at a bus stop, waiting for a bus that would never come. "They're not random," Daniel said quietly. "The way they move, they're not just wandering." "No," Hal agreed. "They're running patterns, routes they knew before." I saw one this morning climbing the stairs in my building, going to the third floor. Over and over, going up, coming down, going up again. Like it forgot what it was looking for but couldn't stop looking. Daniel thought about the bridge. Thought about the commuters he'd watched every morning, the same cars at the same time following the same routes across the same water. Creatures of habit. All of them. Even now. Especially now. Emily's townhouse was dark when they arrived, and for one terrible moment Daniel was certain something had gone wrong. Certain he'd find the door broken open and the rooms empty and his sister... Then a flashlight flickered in the upstairs window, a signal, and he could breathe again. They gathered in the living room with the curtains drawn and their voices low. Daniel watched faces change as Hal explained the plan. Hope kindling in some, doubt in others. Tanya asked sharp questions about entry points and defensive positions. Maya started crying silently, tears running down her face while she clutched her bag. Noah sat very still, processing something that no 14-year-old should have to process. And Lucas just smiled that smile and said, "Road trip? Cool." They left in 2 vehicles, Hal's truck and Tanya's SUV, which she'd retrieved from where it had died after some quick work from Rick, the grocery driver, not the warehouse survivor, and Daniel realized they were going to have 2 Ricks now, which was going to be confusing. Emily rode with Daniel in the back seat of Hal's truck, and he could feel her tension like a physical thing, her hand finding his in the darkness and squeezing hard. "It's going to be okay," he said because someone had to say it. "Don't," she whispered back. "Don't say things you don't know." He didn't have an answer for that. He just squeezed her hand back and watched the dark streets roll past. The drive to the warehouse was quiet. Too quiet. The city felt like a held breath, like the moment before the thunder after lightning splits the sky. They passed more of the walking ones, silhouetted against the occasional lit window, and each time the vehicle's occupants went still and silent until the shapes were behind them. The loading dock was still open when they arrived. Rick Owens silhouetted in the gap, rifle in his hands, watching them approach with the wariness of a man who'd spent the day killing things that used to be people. "Everyone inside," Hal ordered, keeping his voice low. "Single file, no talking, watch your step. We clear the building again, make sure nothing's gotten in while we were gone, then we start setting up." They moved like ghosts through the red-lit warehouse, footsteps echoing on concrete despite their best efforts at silence. Daniel found himself at the rear of the group, watching the others, Emily helping Maya navigate around a forklift, Tanya moving with military efficiency, Lucas drifting along like he was on a nature walk. Noah walked alone, his headphones around his neck catching the emergency lights. His parents had been gone for hours now. His childhood had ended this morning, replaced by something harder, something that would shape whoever he became. If he became anyone at all. Daniel thought about saying something to him. Thought about all the empty platitudes adults offered children in crisis, the meaningless reassurances that everything would be fine. He didn't say anything. There was nothing to say that wouldn't be a lie. The second floor became their home base. Hal and Rick Owens, Rick Sr. they started calling him, though he hated it, organized watches while Emily and Tanya inventoried supplies. The vending machines yielded chips and candy bars and bottled water. The break room refrigerator still worked, still cold, still holding someone's leftover lunch and someone else's energy drinks. Daniel found himself in the manager's office with a flashlight and a floor plan he'd found in a filing cabinet, mapping the building's vulnerabilities. The loading dock shutters were solid, but they'd need to be checked regularly. The stairwells could be barricaded. The roof access would give them high ground and sight lines, but also created another entry point to defend. He was deep in calculations when Emily found him. "You're doing that thing," she said, settling onto the edge of the desk. "What thing?" "The hiding in work thing. The thing where you disappear into numbers so you don't have to deal with feelings. Daniel set down the pencil he'd been using to mark the floor plan. We need to know this building, Em. We need to know every way in and out, every strength and weakness. I know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're also hiding. She waited until he looked at her. How are you doing? Really? The question sat between them, heavy with years of distance. After their father's funeral, they'd said they would do better. Stay in touch. Be honest with each other. Break the family pattern of silence and avoidance. Then the weeks had become months, and the months had become years, and here they were at the end of the world, still not knowing how to talk to each other. Terrified, Daniel said finally. I am absolutely terrified. Okay, Emily nodded. Me too. This morning I was worried about a bridge report. Tonight I'm trying to figure out how to keep 8 people alive in a warehouse while the dead walk around outside, and everyone keeps looking at me like I'm supposed to know what to do. You're an engineer. You solve problems. I solve structural problems. Load-bearing calculations, stress fractures in concrete. I don't... He stopped, feeling the tightness in his chest that always came when the conversation got too close to the thing he didn't talk about. I'm not equipped for this. Emily was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took the flashlight from his hand, set it on the desk beside them, let the darkness gather close. Remember when Mom and Dad would fight? She asked. When we were kids and it would get really bad and we'd hide in your room with the door closed? Yeah. You used to tell me that as long as we stayed quiet, stayed small, it would be okay. That the yelling would stop and everything would go back to normal. It worked, didn't it? They'd burn out eventually. It worked until it didn't. It worked until Dad's heart attack and Mom's stroke, and suddenly there were no more fights because there was no one left to have them. Her voice was careful, measured, saying something she'd been holding on to for a long time. You can't always wait for the storm to pass, Daniel. Sometimes you have to walk out into it. He thought about the bridge 6 years ago. The collapse he'd seen coming, the warnings he hadn't pushed hard enough, the lives lost because he'd followed protocol instead of trusting his own judgment. He'd waited for someone else to make the call. He'd stayed quiet, stayed small, and people had died. I don't know if I can do this, he said. I know. Emily picked up the flashlight, clicked it back on, handed it to him. But I'm going to need you to try. We're all going to need you to try. She left him there with the floor plan and the calculations and the weight of everything he didn't want to carry. The night passed in fragments of uneasy sleep and long stretches of watchful silence. Daniel took the early morning shift, sitting in the dark near a second-floor window with Rick Sr.'s spare rifle across his lap, a weapon he barely knew how to use, covering approaches he could barely see. The fog had rolled in again, that thick river fog that turned the world into shapes and suggestions. Streetlights flickered in the distance where power still flowed, and in the spaces between them the darkness moved. He counted 3 of them between midnight and dawn, walking their routes, following their patterns. One of them passed directly under his window, so close he could hear the wet clicking of its teeth, and he held his breath until it was gone, until the fog swallowed it, until he could convince himself it hadn't been real. Tanya relieved him at 6. She moved silently despite her bulk, settling into his vacated position with the ease of someone who'd done guard duty before. Get some sleep, she said. You look like shit. Thanks. I'm serious. Whatever happens today, we're going to need people functional. And right now you're running on fumes and anxiety. Daniel stood, stretched, felt his spine crack in 3 places. You military? Navy. Logistics Corps. Did 8 years before I got out and went private sector. She didn't look at him as she spoke, her eyes fixed on the fog outside. This isn't my first crisis, it's just my first one with walking corpses. How are you so calm? Now she did look at him, and there was something in her eyes that wasn't calm at all. Something carefully contained, carefully managed, but very much present. "I'm not," she said. "I'm just good at pretending. Now go sleep." He went, but sleep didn't come, not really. Just a thin gray doze punctuated by the sounds of the building settling, of footsteps on the floor above, of distant things he couldn't identify and didn't want to. Dawn brought a cold mist that hung between the warehouses like gauze, softening the hard edges of the industrial district into something almost dreamlike. The group gathered in the break room for what Emily insisted on calling breakfast. Vending machine snacks and water, rationed carefully despite the abundance of supplies in the building. Rick Sr. had softened slightly overnight, enough to share what he knew about the local area. Which roads were clear, which buildings had been breached where the largest concentrations of infected tended to gather. "Downtown's a death trap," he said, spreading a water-stained road map on the break room table. "Too many people there when it started, too much noise. They'll be thick as flies for weeks." "What about emergency services?" Hal asked. "Any word on organized response?" "Radio's mostly static. Caught some traffic last night, someone at the airport talking about an evac, someone else saying the guard was pulling back to Frankfurt, but nothing you could count on." Rick shrugged. "Might be help coming, might not. I figure we assume not and be pleasantly surprised if it does." "We need better supplies," Tanya said. "Food's not a problem." She gestured at the warehouse below them. "But we're short on medical, short on weapons, short on information about what's happening outside these walls. I can help with some of that." This from Lucas, who'd been quiet all morning, lurking at the edge of conversations with that unsettling smile. "I've got contacts, people who know where things are, how to get them." "What kind of contacts?" Daniel asked. "The useful kind." Lucas spread his hands. "Look, before all this, I was, let's call it freelance logistics. Moving things from places that had too much to places that needed more. I know where the gun stores are, where the pharmacies are, where people stashed supplies because they saw something like this coming." "Preppers," Rick Sr. said with the contempt of someone who'd spent his life working for a living. "Preppers, survivalists, people with too much money and too much paranoia. They're probably dead by now, most of them. Turns out bunkers don't help much when the threat is already inside when you seal the door. But their stuff is still there. Waiting." Daniel watched Lucas carefully, trying to read what was behind those two bright eyes. There was something off about the man, something that didn't fit, but there was also something undeniably useful about what he was offering. "We'll discuss it," Hal said, in the tone of someone who had no intention of discussing it with Lucas present. The discussion happened later, out of Lucas's earshot in the manager's office that had become their informal command center. 5 of them, Daniel, Emily, Hal, Tanya, and Rick Sr., crowded into the small space while the others were assigned busy work elsewhere. "I don't trust him," Emily said immediately. "Neither do I," Tanya agreed. "But that doesn't mean he's wrong. We do need supplies, and he seems to know where to find them. Or he's making it up." Hal leaned against the window frame, arms crossed. "Playing an angle we can't see." "What angle? What's he got to gain by lying?" Tanya shook her head. "I'm not saying we give him the keys to the kingdom. I'm saying we use what he knows, keep him close, and watch him like a hawk. And if he's leading us into a trap, then we deal with it. But right now, he's the only person offering solutions instead of problems." Daniel listened to them argue, watched the familiar dynamics of group decision-making play out, the suspicion, the pragmatism, the fear wearing different faces. This was the moment. This was where someone needed to step up, synthesize the arguments, make a call. He opened his mouth to defer to Hal, the most experienced, the most natural leader, and then closed it again. Emily's words from last night echoed in his mind. You can't always wait for the storm to pass. Here's what we do, he said, and everyone stopped talking. We send a small team, 2 people, maybe 3, to check out one of Lucas's locations. Not the guns, not yet. Something less valuable, less likely to be a trap. We confirm his information is good, then we expand from there. If he's lying or leading us wrong, we'll know fast and we'll deal with it then. Hal raised an eyebrow. And if he's telling the truth, then we've got a resource we didn't have before. Either way, we learned something. The room was quiet for a moment. Daniel could feel them assessing him, recalibrating their assumptions about who he was and what he was capable of. That's not bad, Tanya said finally. Who goes? Me, Daniel said, and Lucas, obviously. He knows where we're going, and one more. Hal, you're too valuable here. Rick, same. Tanya? She nodded once, sharp. I'll go. Then we do it today, this morning, before the fog burns off. Less visibility means less chance of being seen. The decision hung in the air, solid and irreversible. Daniel had stepped into something he couldn't step back from. Responsibility, leadership. The weight of other people's lives resting on choices he made. It felt like standing on the edge of a bridge. They left an hour later, Lucas leading the way with that strange smile still in place, Tanya covering the rear with Rick Sr.'s rifle, Daniel in the middle trying to look like he knew what he was doing. The target was a storage unit facility a half-mile east, according to Lucas, a prepper cache belonging to someone who'd been convinced the banks were about to collapse and had converted his savings into shelf-stable food and water purification supplies. Guy talked about it constantly on the forums, Lucas said as they moved through the fog-shrouded streets, posted pictures of his setup, even gave landmarks. Not the smartest OPSEC, but good for us. Daniel kept his eyes moving, scanning the spaces between buildings for movement. The fog-muffled sound made distances uncertain, turned every shadow into a potential threat. Twice they froze at sounds that might have been footsteps, might have been wind, might have been nothing at all. You believe any of this? Tanya murmured when Lucas had gotten a few steps ahead. The storage unit? Maybe. Him? Not even a little. Then why are we here? Because sitting in that warehouse waiting to starve is guaranteed death. At least this gives us a chance. Tanya grunted, which might have been agreement or skepticism. With her, it was hard to tell. The storage facility loomed out of the fog, a long row of orange-doored units behind a chain-link fence that had been cut at some point, probably long before today. Lucas led them through the gap and down the row of units until he stopped at one in the middle. This is it, he said, gesturing at the padlocked door. Number 127. Unless someone got here first. Daniel examined the lock. Heavy duty, no obvious signs of tampering. You said you know how to get in? I said I know where things are. Getting in is your department. Tanya pushed forward with a pair of bolt cutters she'd found in the warehouse. 3 seconds later, the lock dropped to the ground. The unit was cramped and crowded. Plastic bins stacked high, labeled in neat handwriting that had probably made sense to the person who'd written it. Daniel pulled the nearest one off the stack and pried open the lid. Canned soup. Canned vegetables. Rice in sealed Mylar bags. The next bin held water filters, purification tablets, fire-starting supplies. Well, Tanya said, pulling out a hand-crank radio still in its original packaging. I guess he wasn't lying. First time for everything, Lucas said. His smile had changed somehow, shifted into something that looked almost genuine. There's supposed to be more units like this. Different preppers, different locations. We could... The sound came from outside, a shuffle, a wet clicking, the rhythm of something walking. They froze. Daniel's hand found the pistol at his waist, a weapon he'd barely practiced with. His palm suddenly slick with sweat. More footsteps, more clicking, Not one, but several, drawn by what? They'd been quiet. They'd been careful. Tanya moved to the edge of the unit and peered out. Her face went pale. 4 of them, she breathed. Maybe 5, coming down the row toward us. Back exit? Daniel asked. These units don't have back exits. We're boxed in. The footsteps grew closer. The clicking grew louder. Daniel could feel his heart pounding in his chest, his throat, his temples, could feel every survival instinct screaming at him to run, to hide, to do anything but stand here and wait. Options, he said, keeping his voice as quiet as he could manage. We fight, Lucas said. He'd produced a knife from somewhere, blade catching the dim light. 5 of them, 3 of us. 5 of them with 1 rifle, 1 pistol, and 1 knife. Tanya's voice was cold, controlled, the voice of someone running tactical calculations. We might get 3 before they reach us. The other 2 will tear us apart. The first shape appeared in the fog at the end of the row, then another, then 3 more. They were wearing work uniforms, the storage facility's maintenance crew probably, caught here when everything went wrong. Their movements had that same wrong rhythm, that same muscle memory without mind quality that Daniel had seen before. They weren't running, they were just walking, following the route they'd walked 1,000 times, and then one of them turned its head toward the open unit. Down, Tanya hissed, and they dropped behind the stacked bins, pressing themselves against the concrete floor, trying to be silent, trying to be invisible. The footsteps continued, shuffle, click, step, shuffle, click, step. Daniel could see them through a gap between bins. The shapes moving past, passing the open unit without pausing, following their eternal route to some forgotten destination. 1 minute, 2. The sound receded into the fog. Daniel let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. We need to move, Tanya said, and grab what we can carry and get back. Now. They loaded up in silence, Daniel and Lucas with bins, Tanya covering them with the rifle, and slipped back into the fog like ghosts. The walk back took twice as long as the walk out. Every sound made them freeze. Every shadow made them change direction. The fog that had hidden them from the storage unit infected now felt like a shroud, like a trap, like anything could be waiting just out of sight. But nothing was. They made it back to the warehouse without incident, ducked under the loading dock shutter that Rick Sr. raised just enough to let them through, and stood in the red-lit space catching their breath while their heartbeats slowly returned to normal. Well? Hal asked, appearing from the shadows. He was telling the truth, Daniel said. The cash was real. We got supplies. And we almost got killed getting them. Daniel set down his bin, felt his arms trembling with delayed adrenaline. 5 of them came through while we were loading up. We hid, they passed, but it was close. Too close. Hal looked at Lucas, then at Tanya, then back at Daniel. So what's the call? We keep using his intel or not? The question hung in the air. Daniel could feel the weight of it, the same weight he'd felt in the office that morning. The burden of being the one who decided. We keep using it, he said, but we change our approach. Smaller teams, faster extraction, better escape routes. We learn from what went wrong today and we do better tomorrow. It wasn't confidence he felt saying it. It was something else, commitment maybe. The acceptance of a role he'd spent his whole life avoiding. Okay, Hal said with the slightest nod. Okay, let's see what you brought back. The supplies from the cache made a difference, not dramatic but measurable. Water filters meant they could rely less on the bottled stock in the warehouse. The hand-crank radio gave them access to scattered broadcasts, fragments of information about the wider collapse. And the food, however limited, extended their runway by days they hadn't had before. Daniel spent the afternoon inventorying what they had, what they needed, what gaps remained in their survival plan. It was the kind of work he understood, systematic, quantifiable, controlled. Numbers didn't argue with him. Spreadsheets didn't look at him with fear or hope or judgment. He was deep in calculation when Noah found him. The boy stood in the doorway of the manager's office, headphones still around his neck like a talisman from a world that no longer existed. He was pale and too thin. Everyone was too thin now, even just 2 days in. And there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there yesterday. Something that looked dangerously close to breaking. "Mr. Mercer." His voice was barely above a whisper. "Just Daniel, what do you need?" Noah hesitated, his hands twisting together in front of him. "I was wondering my parents always said if we got separated, I should find someone in charge, someone who could help find them, and I thought—" He stopped. His jaw worked silently for a moment. Then the tears came. Daniel watched the boy cry and felt completely, utterly inadequate. He wasn't a father. He wasn't a counselor. He was an engineer who did bridge reports and avoided difficult conversations, and had spent 5 years failing to be a present brother because that was easier than dealing with the weight of family. But Noah was crying in front of him, and there was no one else to pass this off to. No one else to take the burden. Daniel stood up from the desk, crossed the small space, sat down on the floor next to Noah, his back against the wall, and waited. The boy cried harder for a while, then softer, then subsided into hiccuping breath and red-rimmed silence. They sat together in the emergency lighting while the warehouse hummed, and the world outside continued its slow collapse. "They're probably gone," Noah said finally. "My mom and dad. That's what everyone's thinking, but no one wants to say." Daniel considered lying. It would be easier. The gentle fiction, the reassuring maybe. But Noah deserved better than easy lies. "I don't know what happened to them," he said. "I really don't. But you're right that it doesn't look good." Noah nodded, a small motion. "I figured. What I can tell you is that we're going to do everything we can to keep you safe. Whatever happens, whoever we lose, we're going to protect each other. That's what survivors do. That's all we can do. Is that enough? Honestly, I don't know. But it's what we've got." They sat in silence for a while longer. The generator hummed. Somewhere on the floor below, voices murmured. Tanya and Rick Sr. discussing watch schedules. Emily trying to convince Maya to eat something. "My dad was an engineer too," Noah said quietly. "Electrical. He worked for the utility company." "Yeah? Yeah. He used to say that his job was to make sure everything worked so well that no one noticed it was working at all. Like if he did it right, people would just flip switches and never think about where the power came from." Daniel thought about bridges, about the thousands of people who crossed the Kennedy every day without ever considering the calculations that kept them from plunging into the river. Invisible work. Taken for granted work. "That's the job," he said. "Keep things running so other people can focus on their lives." He was really good at it, Noah's voice caught. He was really, really good at it. There was nothing to say to that. Nothing that would help. Nothing that would make it better. So Daniel just sat there, shoulder to shoulder with a boy who'd lost everything, being present in the only way he knew how. After a while, Noah got up and went back to wherever he'd been before. Daniel stayed on the floor for another few minutes, feeling the cold concrete through his clothes, thinking about invisible work and taken for granted miracles and all the ways the world could fall apart when the foundations gave way. Night fell faster than Daniel expected. October darkness rushing in while they were still adjusting to their new reality. The warehouse transformed around them, shadows pooling in corners, the red emergency lights creating pockets of visibility surrounded by black nothing. They gathered in the break room for what had become their evening ritual. Shared meal, shared information, shared pretense that any of this was sustainable. Emily had found a portable stove somewhere in the warehouse supplies and was heating soup, the smell incongruously domestic in the industrial space. Radio traffic's picked up, Tanya reported. She'd taken over monitoring duties, her military background making her the natural choice. There's a broadcast out of Nashville saying the government's established safe zones in Lexington and Indianapolis. Organized evacuation, military protection, the whole nine. And we believe that? Rick Sr. asked. I believe it's being broadcast. Whether it's true? She shrugged. No way to know without getting there. How far's Lexington? Lucas had claimed a corner of the break room, sitting apart from the others with his back against the wall. 80 miles? 90? 81 by I-64. Daniel had the map memorized by now. But the interstate's probably gridlocked. Back roads would be longer, maybe 120, but more passable. That's a long way through hostile territory, Hal said. It's also a lot of probably and maybe based on broadcasts we can't verify, Emily pointed out. What if we get there and there's nothing? What if the safe zones are already overrun? Then we're no worse off than we are here. Tanya's voice was flat. We can survive in this building for weeks if we're careful, but survival isn't a plan. It's a slow death with better lighting. The room went quiet. Daniel could feel the tension, the pull between the safety of the known and the terror of the unknown, the desire to believe in rescue and the fear that rescue was a fantasy. We don't have to decide tonight, he said. We're secure here. We've got supplies. The threats outside aren't going anywhere. But we should start planning for the possibility. Figure out what we'd need, what route we'd take, what we'd do if the safe zone isn't real. And if it is real, Noah asked. It was the first time he'd spoken since finding Daniel in the office. Then we'll have a plan for that too. It wasn't an answer. It wasn't even a promise. But it was something, and sometimes something was enough. The third day in the warehouse began with screaming. Daniel came awake in the darkness of the manager's office, disoriented and grasping for context. The sound was distant but unmistakable, a woman's voice, high and raw with terror coming from somewhere below. He was on his feet before he fully understood what was happening, grabbing the pistol from where it lay next to his makeshift bedding. Moving toward the sound on instinct while his brain scrambled to catch up. The stairs, the warehouse floor, the loading dock, the shutter was up. Rick Sr. was there, rifle raised, shouting something Daniel couldn't process. Hal was there too, and Tanya, and then he saw what they were looking at. Maya was on the floor near one of the forklifts, scrambling backward on her hands and heels, her laptop bag abandoned behind her. One of them was advancing on her, slow, methodical, its jaw working in that wet, clicking rhythm. And there were more behind it. 2, 3, coming through the gap in the shutter with the steady purpose of things that knew exactly where they were going. They'd followed a route, followed the path through the loading dock that the workers had walked 1,000 times, and someone had left the shutter open, and now Rick Sr. fired. The first one dropped. Tanya was screaming at Maya to move, to get up, to run. The second one kept coming. Daniel raised his pistol. His hands were shaking. His vision was narrowing at the edges. The shot went wide, sparking off a forklift, and then Hal was pushing past him, putting himself between Maya and the threat, his own weapon finding its target. The second one went down, then the third. Silence rang in the aftermath, broken only by Maya's sobbing and the echo of gunshots bouncing off concrete. Who opened the fucking shutter? Rick Sr.'s voice was a roar. Who the fuck opened the goddamn shutter? I did. Everyone turned. Lucas stood at the edge of the loading dock, a cigarette in his hand, that strange smile finally gone from his face. I went out for a smoke. I was going to close it. I didn't think... You didn't think. Tanya's voice was ice. You went outside in the middle of the night without telling anyone. Left the door open behind you and you didn't think? I was being quiet. I was careful. Those things followed you back. Daniel was moving before he realized it, closing the distance between himself and Lucas, anger burning through the terror still rattling in his chest. You led them right to us. I didn't see them, the fog. Bullshit. Daniel, Emily's voice cut through the chaos. Daniel, stop. He realized his hand was raised, realized he'd been about to hit Lucas, realized he was shaking with something that wasn't fear anymore. He lowered his hand, stepped back, felt the fury drain out of him and leave exhaustion in its wake. Shutters closed now, Hal said from behind them. We need to secure the floor, make sure there aren't more. Then we need to talk about protocols, about consequences. Consequences, Lucas repeated, and there was something in his tone that Daniel didn't like, something defensive and calculating. It was a mistake. People make mistakes. Mistakes get people killed. Daniel's voice was steadier than he felt. Your mistake could have gotten Maya killed, could have gotten all of us killed. But it didn't. This time, they stared at each other in the red emergency light, the warehouse humming around them, the bodies of 3 infected lying between them like punctuation marks. The group had gathered now, Noah hanging back with Emily, Rick Sr. still gripping his rifle, Maya being helped to her feet by Tanya, and Daniel could feel all their eyes on him, waiting to see what he would do. This was the test. This was the moment where leadership meant something, where decisions had weight, where stepping up required stepping into conflict he couldn't avoid. Here's what happens, Daniel said. When Lucas, you're on probation. You don't leave this building without permission. You don't touch weapons. You don't take watches alone. If you violate any of that, you're out. Not dead, not hurt, just out. You take whatever you can carry and you go find your own place to survive. That's the deal. Take it or leave it now. The silence stretched. Daniel could see Lucas calculating, could see the moment he decided that staying was better than going, that submission was smarter than defiance. Fine, Lucas said, fine. I'll play by your rules. It wasn't agreement. It wasn't trust. It was tolerance, conditional and fragile, but it was something. And something right now was all they had. They buried the 3 bodies in a shallow grave behind the warehouse, digging in the cold October dirt with tools scavenged from the maintenance closet. No ceremony, no words, just the work of removing threats and the silence that followed. Maya hadn't stopped shaking since the attack. Emily sat with her in the break room while the others dug, murmuring words that probably didn't help but were better than silence. Daniel watched through the window when he wasn't shoveling, watched his sister do what she did best. Care for people, hold things together, fill the gaps that others left empty. He should be better at that. Should be the kind of person who knew what to say when someone was falling apart. But he wasn't, and pretending otherwise wouldn't change anything. She'll be okay, Tanya said, materializing beside him with dirt on her hands and sweat on her forehead despite the cold. Maya, she's tougher than she looks. How do you know? Because the soft ones are already dead. Anyone still standing at this point has something inside them that won't quit. Tanya wiped her hands on her pants. Including you. I don't feel tough. Nobody does. That's not how it works. She turned to face him fully. What you did back there with Lucas, that was good. Hard but fair. The kind of leadership that builds trust. It didn't feel like leadership. It felt like barely holding things together. Same thing, most of the time. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. You're doing better than you think. Just don't tell yourself that too often or you'll start believing it. The day passed in a blur of cleanup and reconstruction. They checked every shutter twice, every door 3 times. Hal walked the group through emergency protocols. What to do if the building was breached, where to rally, how to retreat to defensible positions. Rick Sr. set up tripwires near the entry points, primitive alarms that would at least give them warning if something was coming. Daniel found himself making lists. Supplies needed. Vulnerabilities identified. Next steps to consider. The numbers and categories steadied him, gave his churning mind something to focus on besides the memory of Maya's scream and the clicking of those jaws. By evening, a new normal had begun to settle over the warehouse. Not comfort. Nothing could be comfortable now, but routine. Watches assigned, meals scheduled, rules established and acknowledged, even by Lucas, who kept to his corner with the careful stillness of someone waiting for an opportunity. Emily found Daniel on the second floor as the light was fading, staring out at the bridge visible through the window. The Kennedy spanning the river like an accusation. "You keep looking at that bridge," she said. "I know." "Want to talk about it?" He didn't, but he also did in the way you sometimes need to lance a wound even knowing it will hurt. 6 years ago, I was part of the inspection team that certified a retrofit on that bridge, he said. I found some stress patterns that worried me, but the senior engineer said they were within tolerance. I didn't push back, didn't escalate. 2 months later, there was a partial collapse. 4 people died, including someone I worked with, Sarah Chen. Emily was quiet for a moment. I remember that. You came to Dad's funeral, but you wouldn't talk to anyone. I thought you were just being difficult. I was, but I was also... He trailed off, searching for words. I've spent 6 years avoiding decisions, avoiding responsibility. Every time someone asks me to make a call, I hear Sarah's voice, and I think about all the ways it could go wrong. And now I don't have a choice. He turned from the window. People are looking to me because I'm an engineer, because I talk like I know what I'm doing, because I happen to step up a couple of times, but I don't. Emily, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making it up as I go and hoping I don't get anyone killed. That's all any of us are doing. I know. But it's different when people are following you. When your mistakes can... He stopped, breathed. Lucas almost got Maya killed because I let him into the group. I made that call. I vouched for using his information. If she'd died, she didn't. She could have. Emily reached out and put her hand on his arm. Daniel, listen to me. You can't control everything. You can't prevent every mistake. All you can do is make the best decision you can with what you know, and then deal with what comes. That's all any leader has ever done. What if that's not enough? Then it's not enough, but at least you tried. She squeezed his arm. That's more than a lot of people do. That's more than you used to do. The bridge hung in the window behind her, half visible in the gathering dark. Daniel looked at it for a long moment, then looked away. Okay, he said. Okay. It wasn't agreement, not really. It wasn't absolution or transformation or any of the things that happened in stories when people faced their fears. It was just acknowledgement. The recognition that he was here, that people were counting on him, that running away wasn't an option anymore. It would have to be enough. Night fell again, their third in the warehouse. Daniel took the late watch, sitting in the darkness near a window with Rick Sr.'s rifle across his lap, watching the fog roll in from the river. The city was quieter now, less gunfire in the distance, fewer sirens. Either the survivors were learning to be silent, or there were fewer survivors to make noise. He thought about the safe zones Tanya had heard about on the radio. Lexington, Indianapolis, places that might be real, might be lies, might be anything at all. Tomorrow they'd discuss it properly, weigh the risks, make some kind of decision. Tomorrow. For now, there was only the dark and the fog and the weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders like a coat he hadn't asked for but couldn't take off. Sometime around midnight he heard the sound. Not the clicking, he knew that sound now, knew it would haunt his dreams for whatever remained of his life. This was something else. A rhythmic thumping, irregular but persistent, coming from somewhere below. Daniel picked up the rifle and moved. The stairs were dark, the emergency lights having flickered out in this section for reasons no one had found time to investigate. He descended by memory and instinct, counting steps, feeling his way along the wall. The sound was louder on the warehouse floor. Thump, 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 coming from one of the loading dock shutters. Daniel approached slowly, rifle raised, heart hammering in his chest. The emergency light still worked here, casting everything in that red-amber glow. He could see the shutter, closed, secure, exactly as it should be. The sound came again, not the frantic pounding of an infected trying to break in. Something else, something almost deliberate. He reached the shutter and pressed his ear against the cold metal. Tap, 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 tap. Morse code. Someone was signaling. Daniel stood there for a long moment, the rifle growing heavy in his hands, the decision crystallizing before him. Whoever was out there had made it through the fog, through the infected, had found their building and was asking, clearly, deliberately, to be let in. It could be a trap. It could be someone dangerous. It could be anything at all. Or it could be another survivor, another person who needed help. Another body in their small army of the living. He went to wake Hal. They opened the shutter together, rifles ready, flashlights cutting through the fog. A figure stood just outside. A woman, maybe 30s, with short dark hair and the particular paleness of someone who hadn't slept in days. She was holding a radio in one hand and a bloody machete in the other. "Jesus Christ," she said when she saw them. "Took you long enough." "Who the hell are you?" Hal demanded. "Jordan Pike, communications specialist, UFL Campus Radio." She held up the radio. "I've been picking up your shortwave chatter for 2 days. Figured you might be interested in actually coordinating with other survivors instead of just broadcasting into the void." Daniel and Hal exchanged a look. Behind them, the others were gathering, drawn by voices, by the cold air rushing in through the open shutter, by the eternal human need to know what was happening. "How many others?" Daniel asked. "Groups like yours? Scattered all over the city. Some military remnants? Some civilian clusters, a couple of absolute nut jobs I'd recommend avoiding." Jordan stepped into the warehouse and they let her. "There's a network forming, people trying to figure out routes to the safe zones, sharing intel on horde movements, coordinating supply runs. It's loose, but it's something. And you came here because you've got the best position on the river, because your signals have been the most organized, and because..." She smiled thinly. "I ran out of better options. I've been moving for 2 days and I need somewhere to sleep that isn't a tree." Tanya had appeared, rifle in hand, eyes sharp. "She clean?" "She looks clean. No visible bites." "I'm standing right here," Jordan said. "And yes, I'm clean. Had some close calls, but nothing broke skin. You want to check?" "Check. I've got nothing to hide." They checked. She was telling the truth. No bites, no scratches, nothing but exhaustion and the particular smell of someone who'd been surviving on adrenaline and luck. "All right," Daniel said finally. "You can stay. Same rules as everyone else. No going out alone, no noise after dark. And if you're bringing us into a network of other survivors, we need to know everything about them before we commit to anything." "Fair enough." Jordan slumped against a forklift, the machete dangling loosely from her hand. "Wake me up in 6 hours and I'll tell you whatever you want. Right now I need to sleep or I'm going to fall over." Emily led her upstairs to find a spot. The others dispersed, returning to their posts, their watches, their fractured attempts at rest. The shutter came down with a clang that echoed through the empty space. Daniel stood alone in the red light, thinking about networks and safe zones and the way the world kept expanding even as it fell apart. They'd started with 8 people in Emily's living room. Now they were 10, connected to others, part of something larger than one warehouse by one river. It was progress, maybe. Or maybe it was just more complexity, more variables, more ways for things to go wrong. Tomorrow would tell. Tomorrow would bring decisions and consequences and all the weight of a future they were building, one crisis at a time. For now, there was just the dark and the quiet and the knowledge that they'd survived another day. The morning after Jordan's arrival brought rain, a cold October downpour that drummed against the warehouse roof and obscured the world beyond the windows. Daniel woke to the sound of it and lay in his makeshift bedding for a long moment, staring at the ceiling, cataloging the aches in his body and the fog in his mind. 3 days. It had only been 3 days. He found Jordan in the break room, surrounded by the others, the radio on the table in front of her crackling with distant voices. She looked better than she had last night, still pale, still exhausted, but alert now, her hands moving quickly as she adjusted frequencies. "This is Papa Hotel 6 reading you at about 4-4. Can you boost your signal?" "Papa Hotel?" Daniel asked, sliding into a chair across from her. "Ham radio protocols, old habits." She didn't look up from the radio. "I've been a licensed operator since I was 16. When everything went down, the FM stations died, but shortwave kept running. People who knew how to use it started talking to each other. And there are actually survivors out there? Organized ones?" "Define organized." Jordan glanced at him. "There's a guard unit holed up at the airport, maybe 30 soldiers, a few working vehicles, but their command structure's a mess. There's a civilian group at the university with medical supplies, but no real defense. There's a bunch of armed idiots who've declared themselves the new government of Louisville, best avoided. And there are dozens of smaller clusters like yours, scattered around the city, trying to figure out how to survive." Tanya had appeared, coffee mug in hand. "What about the safe zones? Lexington, Indianapolis?" "Real, as far as I can tell, military presence, organized evacuation, the whole package. But getting there," Jordan shook her head. "The direct routes are death traps. Backed up traffic, overrun vehicles, hordes that would overwhelm anything short of an armored convoy. The guard unit has been trying to clear I-64 for days. Every time they push forward, they take casualties, and the infected just fill back in behind them." "So we're stuck," Emily said. "Stuck is relative. There are people working on alternatives, back roads, river routes, coordinated pushes. It's just going to take time, and coordination, and probably some luck." Daniel processed this, fitting it into the mental model he'd been building since everything started. Resources, routes, risks. The calculus of survival that got more complicated with every new variable. "We need to make contact with these other groups," he said. "Find out what they know, what they can offer, what they need." "Already working on it," Jordan tapped the radio. "I've been passing your position and status to the network. A couple groups want to talk, coordinate maybe. But they want to know who's in charge before they commit to anything." All eyes turned to Daniel. He could feel the weight of it. The expectation, the assumption, the gradual crystallization of leadership that he'd never asked for and couldn't seem to escape. "Tell them I am," he said. "For now, until we figure out something better." Jordan nodded and turned back to the radio. The others dispersed to their duties, and Daniel sat in the break room listening to the rain and the static and the distant voices of people he'd never met, wondering what he'd just agreed to become. The rain lasted all day, keeping them inside, keeping the infected sluggish, giving them breathing room they desperately needed. Daniel used the time to learn what Jordan knew. About the network, about the city, about the situations of other survivor groups. The picture that emerged was grimmer than he'd hoped. The infection had hit Louisville hard, spreading faster than anyone could contain. overwhelming emergency services within hours. The National Guard had tried to establish a perimeter, but their lines had broken in multiple places, and now they were fighting a retreating action toward the airport while trying to evacuate whoever they could. Most of the population was dead or turned. Maybe 10% had made it to the safe zones in the first few days before the roads became impassable. Maybe another 5% were scattered around the city in groups like theirs. Some well-organized, some barely functional, all trying to figure out how to stay alive long enough for rescue that might never come. The procedural memory thing is the real problem, Jordan explained. In other outbreaks, theoretical ones, before this became real, you could count on infected being stupid, bumping into walls, getting stuck in corners, easy to evade if you knew what you were doing. These things, they remember. They remember how to get to work, how to climb stairs, how to open doors. They remember the routes they used every day of their lives. We noticed, Tanya said darkly. It means predictability in some ways. You can figure out where they're going to be based on population patterns, but unpredictability in others. A horde that knows how to navigate downtown Louisville is a lot more dangerous than one that doesn't. Daniel thought about the Kennedy Bridge, about the commuters who'd crossed it every morning, about what it would look like now. A river of the dead walking their eternal routes, going to jobs that no longer existed, returning to homes that were nothing but tombs. The safe zones, he said. How do they deal with it? Perimeters. Noise discipline. They've cleared enough territory that the routes don't lead there anymore. Anything that wanders in gets put down before it can establish new patterns. Jordan shrugged. It works as long as they don't get overwhelmed. But it means the zones are smaller than they want people to know, and they're not taking everyone who shows up. What does that mean? Means they're screening survivors. Medical checks, but also usefulness checks. Doctors, engineers, soldiers get in. Random civilians without skills get put in holding areas that are basically less safe than this warehouse. If you're planning to head for Lexington, you need to go in with something to offer. The room absorbed this in silence. Daniel looked around at the faces of his group. Emily, Hal, Tanya, Rick Sr., Maya, Noah, Lucas, Jordan. Some of them would pass the usefulness test. Some of them wouldn't. We stay together, he said. Whatever happens, whoever decides to go for the safe zones, we don't leave anyone behind. That's noble, Lucas said from his corner. Also stupid. If some of us can get to safety, then all of us can get to safety. We figure out a way. Daniel kept his voice steady. That's not negotiable. Lucas fell silent, but the calculation in his eyes didn't change. Daniel filed it away as another variable to track, another risk to manage. Night fell early, the rain turning the sky dark by late afternoon. They'd established routines now, watch schedules, meal times, communication checks, the scaffolding of civilization rebuilt in miniature inside their concrete shell. Daniel found himself at the window again, watching the rain streak the glass, the bridge visible in flashes whenever lightning flickered in the distance. He'd been thinking about what Jordan said, about routes and patterns, about the way the infected moved. You're doing it again, Emily said, appearing beside him. Doing what? Staring at the bridge, thinking too hard. I'm thinking about patterns. He didn't look away from the window. The infected follow routes. They go where they went before, do what they did before. That's dangerous, but it's also predictable, exploitable. The word felt wrong in his mouth, too calculating, too cold. But it was also true. If we know where they're going to be, we know where they're not going to be. We can map safe corridors based on traffic patterns, population density, the routines that used to define this city. Emily was quiet for a moment. You're thinking about how to get to Lexington. I'm thinking about how to get everyone to Lexington. Jordan says the direct routes are death traps, but maybe the indirect routes aren't. Maybe there's a way through that no one's tried because they're not thinking about this the right way. Daniel Mercer, master of structural analysis, applying engineering principles to zombie navigation. There was warmth in Emily's voice, something that hadn't been there in years. Dad would be proud. Dad would tell me I'm overthinking it. Dad overthought everything. That's where you got it from. She leaned against the window frame close enough that her shoulder touched his. Whatever you're planning, I want to help. I'm not planning anything. I'm just considering possibilities. Okay, then I want to help with the considering. They stood together in the dark, watching the rain, the bridge, the world ending outside their window. For the first time since this started, Daniel felt something that wasn't fear or exhaustion or guilt. It might have been hope, or it might have been something simpler, the knowledge that he wasn't alone. Either way, it was enough to keep going. The attack came just before dawn. Daniel was on watch, drowsing at his post despite his best intentions when the sound woke him. Not clicking this time, not the shuffle of feet, but something else. Something more deliberate, metal on metal. Someone was trying to open the loading dock shutter. He moved quietly, rifle in hand, pulse pounding. The others were supposed to be sleeping, but as he descended the stairs, he saw Hal already awake, already moving toward the sound. "How many?" Hal whispered. "Don't know. Just heard the shutter." They approached together, flashlights off, relying on the red emergency glow. The sound continued, scraping, rattling, the particular rhythm of someone who knew what they were doing. Not infected. The dead didn't pick locks or manipulate mechanisms. This was something else. "Open up, asshole, we know you're in there." The voice came through the shutter, muffled but clear. "We've got numbers and we've got guns. Make this easy on everyone." Daniel and Hal exchanged a look. Behind them, Tanya had appeared, rifle ready. Rick Sr., Jordan with her machete. "Who are you?" Daniel called back. "New Louisville Authority. This building's been requisitioned for the common good." A pause. "That means it's ours now. You can walk out with what you can carry, or you can get carried out in pieces. Your choice." The armed idiots Jordan had warned about. Daniel felt his jaw clench. "There are 10 of us," he called. "Armed. We have defensible positions and supplies for weeks. You want this building, you're going to pay for it." Silence. Then laughter. Multiple voices, ugly and confident. 10. That's cute. We've got 30 outside plus hardware. You want to make this a fight? We can make it a fight, but it ends the same way." Daniel looked at the others. Saw fear in some faces, resolve in others. Saw Noah pressed against a forklift trying to make himself invisible. Saw Lucas watching everything with those calculating eyes. "Give me a minute to talk to my people," Daniel said. "You've got 5. Then we come in one way or another." He gathered them in a tight circle, voices low. "Options?" "We fight," Tanya said immediately. "This building is defensible. They'll take casualties coming through those doors." "They'll also take the building eventually," Hal countered. 30 against 10, they just have to wait us out." "We could negotiate," Emily offered. "Find out what they actually want. Maybe there's something we can trade." "They want the building," Rick Sr. said. "They want our supplies. Negotiating just means surrendering with extra steps." There might be another way out. Jordan was already pulling up mental maps. Maintenance access in the basement. Leads to utility tunnels that connect to the next building over. If we could get everyone through before they breach, and go where? We'd be back where we started. No shelter, no supplies. The voices overlapped, everyone talking at once, the fear and urgency building toward something Daniel couldn't control. "Enough!" His voice cut through the noise. "Here's what we're going to do. Jordan, you take Noah, Maya, and Emily to the basement access point. Get it open, but don't go through yet. Hal, Tanya, Rick. Defensive positions at the main entry points. If they breach, fall back to the stairs. Delay as long as possible. What about you? I'm going to buy us time. Before anyone could argue, he moved toward the loading dock shutter. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady when he raised it loud enough to carry through the metal. New Louisville Authority, or whatever you call yourselves. I want to talk terms. A pause. Then, we're listening. We have something you want. A strong position, supplies, defensible space. But we also have something else. An engineer who knows this city's infrastructure better than anyone alive. A communications specialist with contacts across the survivor network. Skills you need if you want to do more than just survive week to week. We're listening. Here's my offer. We share the building. You get the ground floor, we keep the upper floors. We share the supplies equally. And our specialists work with your people to build something sustainable. Routes to the safe zones, coordination with other groups, actual organization instead of just taking what you can grab. Silence. Daniel could feel the others watching him, could feel the weight of what he was risking. That's not what we expected, the voice finally said. You'd work with us after we showed up threatening you. I'd rather work with you than die fighting you. And I'd rather have 30 more people on our side than 30 more enemies. This city is hard enough without survivors killing each other. More silence. Then, we need to talk to our people. Stand down for now. We'll be in touch. The sounds outside faded. Footsteps receding, voices murmuring. Then nothing but the rain and the pounding of Daniel's heart. Did that actually work? Emily asked, emerging from wherever she'd been waiting. I don't know. Daniel's hands were still shaking. I think so. For now. That was either very brave or very stupid, Tanya observed. Probably both. He managed a thin smile. But it's what we've got. The new Louisville Authority didn't come back that day, or the next. Jordan picked up radio chatter suggesting they'd moved on to easier targets, or maybe, just maybe, they were actually considering the offer. Life in the warehouse continued. Routines solidified. Relationships shifted. Tanya and Rick Sr. developing a grudging respect. Emily and Maya growing closer. Noah slowly emerging from his shell under Jordan's patient attention. Even Lucas seemed to settle. His calculations becoming less predatory, more pragmatic. Daniel spent his hours mapping routes, analyzing patterns, building plans for the eventual push to Lexington. It was familiar work, numbers and logistics, but it felt different now. It felt like it mattered. On the 5th morning, Jordan came to find him with news. The guard unit at the airport. They're planning a push. A coordinated effort to clear a corridor to the interstate. They want us to participate, all the networked groups working together. When? 3 days. They're still working out details, but they want someone from each group at a planning meeting tomorrow, in person. The weight of it settled onto Daniel's shoulders. This was it, the moment where planning became action, where calculations became consequences. I'll go. He said, You sure? It's dangerous, could be a trap. Could be our best chance. He looked out the window at the bridge, at the city, at the world that had ended and was waiting to be rebuilt. I didn't want this, any of it. But here I am. And I'm not going to wait for someone else to make the hard choices anymore. Jordan nodded slowly. Then I'll set up the meeting. She left him alone with his thoughts. With the rain drumming on the roof, with the bridge visible through the fog. 3 days. Then everything would change again. The night before the meeting, Daniel couldn't sleep. He found himself on the roof. Something they'd established as safe as long as you stayed low and didn't make noise. The rain had stopped and the stars were visible. More stars than he'd ever seen over Louisville. The light pollution finally silenced along with everything else. Emily found him there, as she always seemed to when he needed her. Big day tomorrow, she said, settling beside him. Big day. Scared? Terrified. He looked at the stars, at the darkness, at all the unknown variables he couldn't control. What if I make the wrong call? What if people die because of choices I make? People might die no matter what choices you make. That's the world now. Emily's voice was gentle but honest. The question isn't whether you might fail. The question is whether you're willing to try anyway. I've spent 6 years avoiding that question. I know. She reached over and took his hand. But you're not avoiding it anymore. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens next, you're not running away. That matters, Daniel. That matters more than whether you get everything right. They sat together in the darkness, brother and sister, survivors of a family that hadn't known how to talk to each other, and a world that had run out of second chances. I'm glad you're here, Daniel said finally. Me too. She squeezed his hand. Now get some sleep. You've got a war to plan. He did sleep, eventually. A few hours of dreamless nothing that was better than nothing at all. Dawn found him at the loading dock, checking his gear, going over the route to the airport one more time. The group gathered to see him off. Tanya, who would hold things together while he was gone. Hal, who'd been teaching Noah how to maintain the weapons. Rick Sr. with his rifle and his hard-earned trust. Maya, no longer clutching her laptop bag, learning to survive. Lucas, watchful but controlled. Jordan already working the radio, coordinating their piece of the coming operation, and Emily standing at the front, her eyes saying everything her words couldn't. Come back, she said simply. I will. He wasn't sure it was true, but he said it anyway because that's what people did. They made promises they might not keep, not as lies, but as hopes, as goals, as something to aim for even when the odds were terrible. The shutter rose, the morning light poured in, and Daniel Mercer stepped out into the world that had ended, ready to help build whatever came next. He didn't look at the bridge. He didn't need to. Some weights you carry with you no matter where you go. The trick was learning to move forward anyway. The warehouse fell silent behind him as he walked toward the vehicle Jordan had arranged. A pickup truck hidden in a shipping container 3 blocks away, protected from the weather and the wandering dead. The streets were different in daylight, less threatening maybe, or maybe just threatened in different ways. He could see the damage now. The broken windows, the abandoned cars, the dark stains on the sidewalk that he chose not to examine closely. And the infected, walking their routes, following their patterns. An elderly woman shuffling toward a church that probably still had her name on a pew. A man in a suit heading for an office building that no longer processed whatever it once processed. A child. Daniel looked away from the child. Some things you couldn't process. Some things you just had to keep moving past. The truck was where Jordan said it would be. He climbed in, found the keys under the seat, started the engine. The sound was loud in the morning quiet, and he saw heads turn in the distance, saw figures begin to drift in his direction. He pulled out before they could get close, navigating the debris-strewn streets toward the airport, toward the meeting, toward whatever came next. The rearview mirror showed the warehouse growing smaller behind him. His people, his responsibility, his strange accidental family of survivors. He would come back to them. He had to believe that. But first there was work to do, plans to make, a world to navigate. Daniel Mercer drove toward the future, leaving the bridge behind but carrying its weight with him, ready, finally, imperfectly, necessarily, to bear the burden of leadership. The city spread out before him, broken and waiting, and somewhere in the distance the dead kept walking their endless routes, remembering everything and nothing, while the living tried to find their way through. The airport looked like the end of the world's waiting room. Daniel pulled the truck through a gap in the perimeter fence that someone had cut, and someone else had tried to repair with zip ties and optimism. The runway stretched out to his left, littered with abandoned luggage carts and a single commercial jet that had never made it off the ground. Its emergency slides deployed like yellow tongues lolling from a corpse's mouth. The guard unit had established their position in the main terminal. Sandbags at the entrances, military vehicles parked in what had been the passenger pickup zone, figures moving behind the shattered windows with the purposeful efficiency of people who'd been trained for exactly this kind of chaos. A soldier met him at the entrance, a young woman with sergeant's stripes and the particular exhaustion of someone who hadn't slept properly in days. "You the warehouse guy? Mercer?" "That's me. Follow me. Try not to touch anything. Try not to wander off, and for God's sake, don't make any sudden movements. People are jumpy." She led him through the terminal past checkpoints manned by hollow-eyed soldiers, past clusters of civilians huddled in the gate areas with the blank stares of refugees everywhere. The smell hit him halfway through. Unwashed bodies, chemical toilets, the sour undertone of fear. Hundreds of people crammed into a space designed for transient crowds, not permanent habitation. The meeting was in what had been a VIP lounge, the leather chairs now occupied by a dozen people who looked like they'd crawled out of different nightmares. Daniel recognized the type, if not the faces. Leaders, or at least people who'd ended up in charge by accident or necessity, carrying the weight of their groups on shoulders that weren't quite broad enough. A man in a National Guard uniform stood at the front, a map of Louisville spread across a table that had probably held champagne and canapes a week ago. Colonel something. Daniel caught the name, but it slid away, replaced by the flood of information that followed. "Here's the situation," the colonel said. "We've got approximately 3,000 survivors in this facility and another estimated 2,000 scattered across the city in groups like yours. The safe zone in Lexington has capacity and is accepting evacuees, but the direct routes are compromised. We've lost 4 convoys trying to push through on I-64. He traced a line on the map. The infected are concentrated along major transportation corridors. They follow traffic patterns, commute routes, the paths they walked when they were alive. That makes the highways death traps, but it also means the secondary roads might be viable if we can coordinate a large enough force to clear them." "How large?" someone asked. "Minimum 200 armed personnel, plus vehicles, plus logistics support. We move fast. We move together. We punch through before they can mass against us." The colonel looked around the room. "That's why you're here. We need your people, your resources, your knowledge of local terrain. This isn't the Guard saving civilians anymore. This is all of us saving each other." The discussion that followed was long and contentious. Representatives from different groups argued about routes, about timing, about who would take point and who would guard the flanks. Daniel listened more than he spoke, building a mental map of the players. Who was competent, who was desperate, who was likely to cut and run when things got bad. The university group had medical supplies but almost no weapons. A church congregation from the east side had numbers but no vehicles. A cluster of preppers from Okolona had both but refused to share unless given command authority. And threading through it all, the colonel trying to hold together an alliance that wanted to fracture along every possible line. "What about the new Louisville Authority?" Daniel asked during a lull. "They've got 30 armed people, maybe more. Have they been contacted?" The room went quiet. Glances exchanged. "They've been contacted," the colonel said carefully. "They're not interested in cooperation, they're interested in control. They came to our building a few days ago, made threats, then backed off when I offered to negotiate." "You negotiated with them?" "I bought time. There's a difference." Daniel leaned forward. "But if they've got 30 guns and we need 200, shouldn't we at least try to bring them in?" "We tried. They shot at our envoy." The colonel's jaw tightened. "Whatever you said to them, it didn't extend to the rest of us. As far as they're concerned, this city belongs to them now, and anyone who disagrees is an enemy. Daniel filed that away. Another variable, another risk. The meeting continued for 3 more hours. By the end, they had something resembling a plan, a route through the southern suburbs, a timeline of 5 days for preparation and staging, a command structure that put the Guard in charge but gave civilian leaders authority over their own people. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't even good. But it was something. "Your group," the colonel said as the meeting broke up. "How many can you contribute?" Daniel thought about his people. Tanya with her military background, Hal with his decades of emergency response, Rick Sr. with his rifle and his hard-earned knowledge. Even Lucas, for all his unreliability, was another body, another set of hands. 8, he said. Maybe 9 if we can spare someone for logistics. We'll need at least 4 for the convoy itself, armed, mobile, able to follow orders under pressure. We can do that. Good. The colonel extended his hand. 5 days, Mercer. Get your people ready. The drive back to the warehouse took longer than the drive out. Daniel found himself taking detours, avoiding routes where he'd seen infected on the way in, mapping the city's new geography of danger in his mind. The afternoon light was fading by the time he pulled through the loading dock, and the faces that greeted him were tight with hours of worry. "Well?" Tanya asked before he'd even killed the engine. "There's a plan, a real one." He climbed out of the truck, feeling the exhaustion settle into his bones. 5 days, then we move for Lexington as part of a coordinated convoy. The group gathered in the break room while he explained the route, the timeline, the resources required. He watched their faces as he talked, reading the mix of hope and fear that the news provoked. 4 of us for the convoy itself, he concluded, armed and mobile. The rest stay with the non-combatants protected in the middle of the formation. "I'll go," Tanya said immediately. "Me too," Hal added, and wouldn't miss it. "That's 2. We need 2 more. Rick Sr. raised his hand. "I've got the rifle skills, and someone needs to keep you all from doing something stupid." Daniel nodded. 3, 1 more. Lucas cleared his throat. "I could..." "No." The word came from multiple voices at once. Lucas's expression flickered, but he didn't argue. "I'll go," Jordan said. "I can handle a weapon, and having comms on the convoy itself could be useful." Daniel considered. Jordan was valuable, maybe too valuable to risk on the front lines, but she was also right. Communications could make the difference between a coordinated retreat and a scattered massacre. "Okay," he said. "Tanya, Hal, Rick, Jordan, the 4 of us prep for convoy duty. Everyone else focuses on getting ready to move, pack what we can carry, prioritize essentials, be ready to go on short notice." "What about the new Louisville Authority?" Emily asked. "If they're hostile to the Guard..." "They're a problem, I know, but they're a problem we can't solve right now." Daniel rubbed his eyes. One crisis at a time. The next 5 days passed in a blur of preparation and tension. They trained. Hal ran the convoy team through formations and signals, drawing on decades of emergency response experience to teach them how to move as a unit, how to communicate without words, how to fall back without falling apart. Tanya drilled them on weapons handling until Daniel could field strip and reassemble his pistol blindfolded. Rick Sr. set up a makeshift range on the warehouse's top floor and made them practice until their hands stopped shaking. They planned. Daniel spent hours with Jordan's maps, memorizing the convoy route, identifying choke points and fallback positions, calculating distances and timing until the numbers lived in his head like a second heartbeat. Emily organized the supplies they'd take: water, food, medical supplies, ammunition, with the efficiency of someone who'd spent her career managing crises of a different kind. They waited. And in the waiting, the cracks began to show. Maya had nightmares, screaming ones that woke half the warehouse and left her shaking for hours afterward. Noah withdrew further into himself, spending whole days with his headphones on, listening to music from a world that no longer existed. Lucas prowled the edges of every gathering, watching and calculating, his probation serving as a constant reminder that not everyone could be trusted. And the city outside continued to die. Jordan's radio picked up broadcasts from other groups, some hopeful, some desperate, some that cut off mid-sentence and never resumed. The guard reported increasing infected activity around the airport, hordes massing in patterns that suggested the noise and movement had drawn attention from across the city. The timeline held, but barely, and Daniel could feel the window closing with each passing hour. On the third day, the new Louisville Authority made their move. The warning came from Jordan's network, a frantic transmission from a survivor group 3 miles north of their position. "They're hitting everyone," the voice crackled. "Building to building, taking what they want, killing anyone who resists. They're not negotiating anymore, they're..." Static. Then silence. Daniel gathered the group in the break room, faces grim in the emergency lighting. "They're consolidating," Tanya said. "Classic warlord behavior. Take out the small groups, absorb their resources, build up strength before challenging the bigger targets." "The convoy," Hal said. "If they hit us before we can link up with the guard, then they cripple the whole operation." Daniel stared at the map spread across the table, the red pins marking the authorities' known positions. "They're not stupid. They know what's being planned. They know that if the convoy succeeds, they lose their power base. So what do? We move up the timeline, contact the colonel, tell him we need to go sooner, tomorrow if possible. The guard won't be ready. Then we go without the guard, or we convince them to be ready." Daniel looked around the room. "We can't wait here for them to come for us. We need to move before they decide we're worth the trouble." Jordan was already at the radio trying to raise the airport. The others dispersed to their preparations, urgency replacing the careful planning of the past days with something closer to controlled panic. Emily caught Daniel's arm as he headed for the stairs. "What if it doesn't work? What if the guard can't move up? What if the authority gets here first?" "Then we improvise." He tried to smile, managed something closer to a grimace. "It's what we've been doing since this started." "Daniel," her grip tightened, "I need you to promise me something." Promise me that if it comes down to it, you won't sacrifice yourself for some heroic bullshit. Promise me you'll run if running is the smart play." He thought about the bridge, about Sarah Chen, about all the times he'd avoided making choices because the weight of them was too heavy to bear. "I can't promise that," he said quietly. "I'm sorry. I can't promise I'll always do the smart thing. Sometimes the right thing isn't smart. That's not, but I can promise I'll try. I'll try to come back. I'll try to keep everyone alive, including myself. That's the best I can do." Emily's eyes were wet, but she nodded. Let go of his arm, turned away before he could see anything more. Daniel climbed the stairs, feeling the weight of every promise he couldn't keep. The colonel agreed to move up the timeline. Not to tomorrow, that was impossible, but to the day after. 48 hours instead of the planned 96. It would mean cutting corners, leaving some preparation undone, but the alternative was worse. "The authorities been hitting our outlying groups too," the colonel said over the radio. "We've lost contact with 3 positions in the last 12 hours. If they're coordinating with the infected somehow." "They're not," Daniel said. "They're just taking advantage of the chaos, hitting people while they're focused on survival, while they're not expecting threats from other humans. Same result either way. We move in 48 hours. Get your people to the staging area on Madison Street by 0600. Anyone not there gets left behind." Understood. 48 hours. 48 hours to finish preparing, to move their supplies to the staging area, to keep the authority from finding them before they could escape. Daniel gathered the convoy team on the roof as the sun set, the city spreading out before them in shades of gray and orange, the smoke from a dozen fires painting the sky. "Here's the situation," he said. "We're on a clock now. The authority is moving through the city, hitting survivor groups, and we're probably on their list. We need to be gone before they get here." "How do we know they're not already watching?" Rick Sr. asked. "We don't. But we can't stay here waiting to find out." Daniel pointed toward the river, toward the bridges barely visible in the fading light. "Tomorrow we move our supplies to the staging area. Day after we link up with the convoy and head for Lexington. Between now and then we stay alert, we stay quiet, and we don't give anyone a reason to notice us. And if they notice us anyway," Hal's voice was calm, the voice of someone who'd faced worse odds and survived, "then we fight, or we run, whichever gives us the best chance." Daniel looked at each of them in turn. "I'm not going to pretend this is going to be easy. I'm not going to pretend we're all going to make it, but we've got a chance, a real chance, and that's more than most people have right now." The sky darkened around them. Somewhere in the city, gunfire crackled briefly and then fell silent. "Get some rest," Daniel said. "Tomorrow's going to be long." He couldn't sleep. Daniel lay in his makeshift bed in the manager's office, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the warehouse settling around him. The building had become familiar over the past week. The hum of the generator, the creak of metal contracting in the cold, the distant murmur of voices as people moved through their evening routines. He would miss it, he realized. This ugly concrete box had become something like home. Around midnight, he gave up on sleep and made his way to the roof. The air was cold and clear, the October sky brilliant with stars, and he stood at the edge watching the city breathe its slow, dying breaths. Footsteps behind him. He turned to find Hal climbing through the roof access, moving with the careful economy of someone whose joints ached in the cold. "Couldn't sleep either?" Daniel asked. "Haven't slept properly since this started." Hal settled against an air-handling unit, his rifle across his knees. "Figured I'd keep watch. No sense wasting the insomnia." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the darkness, listening to the sounds that carried on the night air. A dog barking somewhere distant, the crash of something falling in an empty building. The low moan that might have been wind or might have been something else entirely. "You're doing good, you know," Hal said finally. "What?" "Leading these people, holding things together. You're doing good." Daniel shook his head. "I'm making it up as I go. That's what leadership is, making decisions when you don't have enough information, hoping they're the right ones, living with the consequences when they're not." Hal shifted, his knees popping audibly. "I spent 30 years commanding firehouses, never once felt like I knew what I was doing, but I showed up, I made calls, I took responsibility. That's all anyone can do. And when the calls go wrong, then you learn, you grieve, you do better next time." Hal was quiet for a moment. "I lost a man early in my career, fire in a warehouse. Not unlike this one, actually. I sent him left when I should have sent him right, and the floor collapsed under him. He was 23 years old." Daniel didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. "I almost quit after that. Came damn close. But my captain, old guy, been doing the job for 40 years, he sat me down and he said something I've never forgotten. He said, 'Hal, the weight of command isn't about being right, it's about being willing to be wrong and keep going anyway.' That's terrifying." "Yeah," Hal almost smiled, but it's also freeing in a way. You accept that you're going to make mistakes, that people might get hurt because of your decisions, and you do the job anyway. Because someone has to. Because if good people don't step up, only the bad ones will. Daniel thought about the authority, about whoever was leading them, about the choices they were making. Taking what they wanted, killing anyone who resisted. A different kind of leadership built on different values. "The convoy," he said. "You really think we can make it?" "I think we've got a chance. Better than staying here, waiting for something to go wrong." Hal looked at him directly. "But I've been doing this long enough to know that chances aren't guarantees. Some of us might not make it, Daniel. You need to be ready for that." "How do you get ready for that?" "You don't. Not really. You just keep going when it happens because stopping isn't an option." Hal stood, his joints protesting again. "Get some sleep. You're going to need it." He disappeared through the roof access, leaving Daniel alone with the stars and the silence and the weight of everything that was coming. Morning brought fog and a cold that seeped into everything. The group assembled in the break room at first light, faces pale with exhaustion and anticipation, ready for the day's work. "We moved supplies in 3 trips, Daniel explained, the route marked on Jordan's map. "Staging area is about a mile from here, abandoned strip mall parking lot. We load the trucks, we drive slow and quiet, we unload and come back. No stops, no detours, no heroics." "What about security?" Tanya asked. "Each trip has 2 armed escorts, one in the cab, one in the bed. We rotate so no one's exposed for too long." He looked around the room. "The rest of you stay here and keep the building secure. If something goes wrong, if we don't come back, the evacuation plan Jordan put together is in the office. Follow it." "You expecting something to go wrong?" Lucas asked, that calculating edge in his voice. "I'm expecting everything to go wrong. That way I'll be pleasantly surprised when it doesn't." The first trip went smoothly. Too smoothly, Daniel thought as they returned to the warehouse. The staging area successfully loaded with 1/4 of their supplies. The streets were quiet, the infected sparse and easily avoided, the fog providing cover that felt almost protective. The second trip was when things started to change. They were halfway to the staging area when Jordan, riding shotgun with her rifle across her knees, held up her hand. "Stop!" Daniel braked the truck, squinting through the fog at whatever she'd seen. For a moment there was nothing, just gray mist and empty streets and the looming shapes of abandoned buildings. Then he saw them. 3 figures in the road ahead, standing in a loose formation that was clearly deliberate. Human figures, armed, watching the truck with the stillness of people who knew exactly what they were doing. "Authority?" Daniel asked quietly. "Can't tell, but they're not infected and they're not friendly. We could go around. They've probably got more watching the side streets. This is a checkpoint." Daniel's hands tightened on the steering wheel. In the truck bed behind them, Hal and Rick Sr. had their weapons ready, waiting for a signal. "What do you want?" Daniel called through the window, pitching his voice to carry without being aggressive. One of the figures stepped forward, a man in civilian clothes with a shotgun cradled across his chest. "Toll road. You want to pass, you leave something behind." "What kind of something?" "Supplies, weapons, vehicle if we like it enough." The man smiled, the expression unpleasant even at a distance. "Or you turn around and find another way. Your choice." Daniel looked at Jordan. She shook her head slightly. "No good options here." "We're with the evacuation convoy," he said. "Guard operation. These supplies are for the whole group, not just us." "Guard operation," the man laughed. "That's real nice. The guards been sitting on their asses at the airport while the rest of us figure out how to survive. Whatever they're planning, it doesn't include us. It could, if you joined up. We're not interested in joining up with anyone. We're interested in surviving." The shotgun came up slightly. "Now, toll or turn around, last chance." Daniel made a calculation. 3 visible, probably more hidden. His people were armed but outnumbered, and a firefight would draw infected from blocks around. They couldn't afford the supplies they'd lose, but they couldn't afford a battle either. "Take a case of water," he said. "From the back. 1 case. That's our toll." The man considered, glanced at his companions, nodded slowly. "1 case. For now. Next time it's more." "There won't be a next time. We're leaving tomorrow." "Then you better hope we don't see you again." Hal lowered a case of water to the ground. The man gestured, and one of the others retrieved it, disappearing back into the fog. Then the checkpoint cleared, the figures fading into the mist like they'd never been there at all. Daniel drove forward, his heart pounding, his hands only slightly steadier than before. "Freelancers," Jordan said quietly. "Not authority, too small time, too opportunistic. But there's going to be more of them between here and Lexington. I know. The convoy better be as strong as the colonel thinks it is. I know that too." They finished the 2nd trip in silence. The 3rd trip, they took a different route. Night fell with a heaviness that matched the mood in the warehouse. The supplies were staged, the trucks ready, everything in place for the morning departure. But the encounter with the freelancers had shaken something loose in the group, a reminder that the infected weren't the only threat they'd face. Daniel found Emily in the office, packing the last of their personal belongings into bags they might never carry again. "You heard about the checkpoint?" he asked. "Jordan told me." She didn't look up from her packing. "She also told me you negotiated, gave them water instead of fighting. It was the smart play." "I know, I'm not criticizing." She finally met his eyes. "I'm just realizing how different this is. How different you are." "Different how?" "The Daniel I knew a week ago would have found a way to avoid making that choice. Would have let someone else decide, would have frozen up, would have..." She trailed off. "You made a call, a hard one, and it was the right one. We don't know that yet. We know we all came back alive. That's enough for now." She crossed the small space and put her arms around him. The first real hug they'd shared in years. "I'm proud of you. Whatever happens tomorrow, I wanted you to know that." Daniel held his sister and felt something loosen in his chest, some knot he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there. "We're going to make it," he said. "All of us. Don't promise things you can't guarantee." "I'm not promising. I'm hoping." He pulled back to look at her. "There's a difference." The alarm came at 3 in the morning. Daniel was actually asleep for once, dragged under by sheer exhaustion when the sound of gunfire jolted him awake. He was on his feet with his weapon in hand before he'd fully processed what was happening, moving toward the stairs while his mind raced to catch up. Shouts from below, more gunfire, the sound of something heavy hitting the loading dock doors. He emerged onto the warehouse floor to find chaos. The shutters were holding but barely. Something was hitting them from outside with enough force to dent the metal, a rhythmic pounding that sent echoes bouncing off the concrete walls. Rick Sr. was at one of the windows, rifle up, firing at targets Daniel couldn't see. "What's happening?" Daniel shouted over the noise. "Authority," Rick called back. "Dozen of them at least, maybe more. They're trying to breach." "Where's everyone else?" "Upstairs, secured. Hal's covering the back entrance. Tanya's..." A new sound cut him off, the screech of metal tearing, and suddenly one of the shutters buckled inward, creating a gap wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Flashlights stabbed through the opening, followed by the barrel of a gun. Daniel fired without thinking. The flashlight fell. Someone screamed. "Fall back!" he ordered. "Stairs, defensive positions, move!" They retreated in something approaching good order. Rick laying down covering fire while Daniel moved to the stairwell. The warehouse floor was lost. Attackers were pouring through the breached shutter now, their flashlights crisscrossing in the darkness. But the upper floors were defensible, choke points where numbers meant less than position. He found Hal at the second-floor landing, rifle ready, calm despite the chaos below. Everyone accounted for? Everyone's up. Jordan's trying to raise the guard on the radio, let them know we're being hit. Hal's eyes never left the stairs. This is bad, Daniel. They came prepared. I know. We might not be able to hold until morning. I know that too. The first attacker appeared at the bottom of the stairs, a silhouette in the emergency lighting, weapon raised. Hal fired. The figure dropped. More came. More fell. But there were always more, and the ammunition wasn't infinite, and the night stretched ahead of them like an ocean they'd never cross. The siege lasted 2 hours. 2 hours of gunfire and shouting and the constant pressure of people trying to kill them. 2 hours of holding positions and falling back and watching the perimeter shrink around them like a noose. 2 hours that felt like years. Each minute stretched to breaking, each second filled with the certainty that the next would be the last. The authority had numbers. They had weapons. They had the advantage of aggression, of choosing when and where to strike, but they didn't have Hal. The old man moved through the chaos like he'd been doing this his whole life, which in a way he had. Directing fire, calling positions, turning a desperate defense into something approaching organized resistance. Every time the attackers pushed, Hal was there to push back, his voice cutting through the noise, his presence steadying everyone around him. Daniel watched and learned. Filed away every tactic, every decision, every moment when leadership meant the difference between holding and breaking. This was what it looked like. Command under fire, the weight of lives balanced against the weight of action. And then, around 5 in the morning, the assault stopped. Not a withdrawal. Daniel could still see flashlights moving on the warehouse floor below. But the attacks ceased, the gunfire faded, and an eerie silence settled over the building like a shroud. "What are they doing?" Emily whispered. She'd taken a position at one of the windows watching the street outside. "Waiting," Tanya said. "Probably for daylight. Easier to coordinate, easier to see what they're shooting at." "Or they're waiting for reinforcements," Hal added. "Either way, we can't stay here. The moment they regroup, they'll push again, and we don't have enough ammunition to hold them forever." "The convoy," Daniel said. "Staging area's a mile away. If we can get there, link up with the other groups, we'd have to fight our way out right through them. Or around them." "Jordan, what's our exit situation?" Jordan was at the radio, her face pale in the emergency lighting. "The guard knows we're pinned down. They're trying to mobilize a response, but they're dealing with their own problems. The authority hit 3 other groups tonight. It's coordinated. Someone planned this. So no rescue. Not for hours, maybe longer." Daniel looked at the group. His group. The people who'd somehow become his responsibility over the past week. Emily with her quiet determination. Tanya with her tactical mind. Hal with his decades of experience. Noah and Maya huddled together, too scared to speak. Rick Sr. checking his ammunition with the calm of a man who'd accepted that some fights you didn't walk away from. Lucas in his corner watching everything with those calculating eyes. And Jordan, still working the radio, still trying to find a way out. "The maintenance tunnels," Daniel said. Jordan mentioned them when the authority first came. "Where do they lead?" "Next building over. Old printing plant. Been abandoned for years. If the tunnels are still passable, then we've got a way out that doesn't go through them." Daniel turned to Hal. "Can you buy us time?" Hal met his eyes and Daniel saw understanding there. Understanding and something else. Something that looked almost like relief. "How much time do you need?" 15 minutes. 20 if you can manage it." "I can manage it." Hal stood, checked his rifle, looked around at the faces watching him. "The rest of you go. Now. Get to the tunnels, get to the staging area, get the hell out of this city." "Hal," Emily started. "That's an order." His voice was calm. Absolute. Someone needs to hold this position while you move, and I'm the best suited for it. Old bones, bad knees wouldn't make it far on foot anyway. We can carry you, Noah said, his voice cracking. Son. Hal crossed to the boy, put a hand on his shoulder. I've had a good run. Longer than I deserved, probably, but this... He gestured at the warehouse, at the city, at the whole broken world around them. This needs people like you. Young people. People who can build something when the fighting's done. I've done my building. Now it's my turn to give the rest of you a chance. Daniel wanted to argue, wanted to find another way, another option, another choice that didn't end with a man he'd come to respect giving his life so the rest of them could run. But there wasn't another way. He could see it in Hal's eyes, in the set of his shoulders, in the calm certainty of someone who'd made peace with what was coming. 15 minutes, Daniel said. Don't waste yourself too early. Wasn't planning to. Hal almost smiled. Now get moving, time's wasting. The maintenance access was exactly where Jordan had said it would be. A rusted door in the basement that groaned when they forced it open, revealing a tunnel that smelled of mold and stagnant water. They went in single file, flashlights cutting through the darkness, the sounds of fighting fading behind them with each step. Daniel went last, counting heads as they passed, making sure no one was left behind. Emily, Jordan, Tanya, Rick Sr., Noah moving in a daze, still processing what had just happened. Maya, pale but steady. Lucas watching everything, calculating as always. The tunnel was narrow and low. They had to crouch in places, move sideways in others, navigating by flashlight through passages that hadn't seen human traffic in years. Water dripped from somewhere overhead. Things skittered in the darkness ahead of them, rats or roaches or worse. Behind them, muffled by distance and concrete, the gunfire continued. Hal buying them time with every shot. Keep moving, Daniel said when someone slowed. Don't stop, don't look back. They emerged in the printing plant basement 15 minutes later. 15 minutes exactly, Daniel noted, with something between grief and gratitude. The building was empty, abandoned long before the outbreak, its machinery rusting in the darkness like the skeletons of prehistoric beasts. Jordan found stairs. They climbed, emerged into a ground floor choked with old newspapers and fallen ceiling tiles, daylight filtering through grimy windows. 2 blocks to the staging area, Jordan said, consulting her mental map. Straight shot if the streets are clear. And if they're not, then we improvise. They moved through the empty building, weapons ready, every sense straining for threats. The streets outside were quiet. No movement, no sounds. Nothing but the gray morning light and the distant smoke rising from fires that had burned through the night. The staging area was just ahead. The trucks, the other groups, safety or something close to it. And then the warehouse exploded. Daniel didn't see it. They were too far away, the angle wrong. But he heard it. A deep rumble followed by a crack that echoed off every building in the district. Then silence, thick and final. Emily grabbed his arm. Daniel! Keep moving. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, distant and flat. Keep moving, we honor him by surviving. He didn't look back. Couldn't look back. Just put one foot in front of the other and led his people toward the staging area, toward the convoy, toward whatever came next. Hal's sacrifice deserved more than a backwards glance. It deserved them living long enough to remember him properly. The staging area was controlled chaos when they arrived. Dozens of people milling around vehicles, loading supplies, arguing about positions and routes. The colonel met them at the entrance, his face grim. Heard the explosion. Your building? Yes. Survivors? Daniel looked at his group, counted. 8 faces where there should have been 9. We lost one, Hal Briggs. He bought us time to escape. The colonel nodded, the gesture carrying the weight of a man who'd seen too many names added to too many casualty lists. We've lost 11 others across the city tonight. The authority hit hard, but they've also exposed themselves. Burned resources. They won't be able to sustain this kind of offensive. Small comfort. Right now, small comfort is all we've got. The colonel gestured toward the convoy forming behind him. We move in 2 hours. Your people ready? Daniel looked at his people, exhausted, traumatized, grieving. Ready was a complicated word. We'll be ready, he said. 2 hours wasn't enough time to process anything properly. 2 hours was barely enough time to breathe, to distribute supplies, to find positions in the convoy that made tactical sense. Daniel moved through it all in a fog, his body doing what needed to be done while his mind kept circling back to the warehouse, to Hal, to the explosion that had ended whatever chance there'd been of going back. Tanya found him loading ammunition into one of the trucks. You should rest. Someone else can do this. I need to do something. Can't just sit and think. She nodded, understanding in her eyes. He knew what he was doing. Hal. He chose it. That doesn't make it easier. No, but it might eventually. She took some of the ammunition from his hands, started loading alongside him. He talked about you, you know, when we were doing watch together. About what? About how you were different. Not like other civilians he'd seen freeze up when things got bad. He said you had something, some quality he couldn't quite name, that made him think you could actually lead people through this. Daniel felt his throat tighten. He was wrong. I got him killed. You got him out of that warehouse in a situation where he could make a choice. That's more than most leaders would have managed. Tanya set down the ammunition box and turned to face him directly. Listen to me. This is going to happen again. People are going to die because of decisions you make. Some of them will choose it like Hal did. Some of them won't. And you're going to have to keep going anyway, keep leading anyway, because that's what leadership means. Everyone keeps telling me that, because it's true and because you keep needing to hear it. She put a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of physical contact from someone who usually maintained careful distance. Mourn him, honor him, but don't let guilt turn into paralysis. We need you functional, Daniel, now more than ever. She walked away, leaving him with the ammunition and his thoughts, and the growing noise of the convoy preparing to move. The convoy departed at 8 in the morning. 53 vehicles. Military trucks, civilian SUVs, commercial vans, anything with wheels and an engine that would run. Nearly 300 people, armed to varying degrees, carrying whatever supplies they'd managed to accumulate in the week since the world ended. Daniel rode in the third vehicle from the front, an old Humvee that had seen better decades but still ran like it meant business. Jordan was at the wheel, her radio headset crackling with constant traffic from other vehicles. Tanya sat in the back with Rick Sr., weapons ready, watching the streets slide past. Emily was further back in the convoy with Noah and Maya and the non-combatants. Safer, theoretically. But safe was a relative term now. The route took them south out of the city, threading through suburban streets that had been scouted in the days before. The infected were present but sparse. The noise of the convoy drew their attention, heads turning to track the passing vehicles. But they didn't mass, didn't swarm, just watched with their dead eyes and continued their endless walking. They're following their patterns, Jordan observed, steering around a cluster of them standing motionless at a bus stop. Morning commute time. Half of them are probably on their way to jobs that don't exist anymore. Creepy, Tanya said from the back. Useful, predictable. Daniel kept his eyes moving, scanning for threats that weren't shambling and dead. It's the living I'm worried about. The first checkpoint appeared 2 miles outside the city center. A barricade of overturned cars and construction equipment blocking an intersection. Figures moved behind it, weapons visible. The convoy slowed, radio traffic intensified. Identification challenge, Jordan reported, listening to her headset. They want to know who we are, where we're going, what we're carrying. Who are they? Unknown. Not authority, wrong positioning. Might be another freelancer group, might be survivors trying to screen for threats. The colonel's vehicle pulled forward, flags visible. White for parley, American for identification. Conversation happened at the barricade, too distant to hear. Then the barriers parted and the convoy moved through. Nervous locals, Jordan said as they passed. They've been holding that intersection for 3 days, waiting for evacuation that hasn't come. Colonel offered to take them with us. And? They declined. Said they've got people who can't travel, supplies they can't leave. They're betting on holding out until help comes. Daniel watched the barricade recede in the mirror, watched the hopeful faces of people who'd made a different choice. I hope they make it. Me too. The convoy covered 30 miles in the first 4 hours, slow by any normal standard but faster than expected given the obstacles. Abandoned vehicles had to be pushed aside or driven around. Bridges had to be checked for structural integrity. Groups of infected had to be dispersed or eliminated. Daniel found himself falling into a rhythm, the tedium of travel punctuated by moments of sharp alertness when something moved wrong in the distance. He ate a ration bar without tasting it, drank water without registering thirst, watched the landscape change from urban to suburban to the first hints of rural. The spaces between buildings growing, the density of the infected thinning. Halfway point coming up, Jordan announced. Colonel wants a 30-minute stop. Fuel up, bathroom breaks, quick status check. They pulled into a rest area that had probably been unremarkable before and was now simply abandoned. Vending machines broken open, picnic tables overturned, a family of deer wandering across the parking lot with the casual confidence of animals who knew the predator hierarchy had shifted. Daniel found Emily at one of the picnic tables, sitting with Noah and Maya, all of them staring at nothing in particular. "How you holding up?" he asked, sliding onto the bench beside her. "Numb, mostly. I keep expecting to hear his voice, you know, Hal, telling us what to do, how to handle things." She shook her head. "The convoy's different without him. You knew him a week. A week's a long time now." It was true. A week ago, Daniel had been worrying about bridge reports and estranged family relationships. Now he was leading survivors through zombie-infested territory, making life and death decisions, carrying the weight of responsibility he'd spent 6 years avoiding. A lot could change in a week. "Lexington's about 60 miles away," he said. "Another 4-5 hours if nothing goes wrong. We'll be there by evening. And then what? Then we're someone else's problem for a while. Safe zones, military protection, something resembling order. We can rest, grieve properly, figure out what comes next." Emily looked at him with something in her eyes he couldn't quite read. "You don't believe that." "What?" "That we'll get to rest. That it'll be that simple." She turned back to the parking lot, to the deer grazing unconcerned near the broken vending machines. "I've known you my whole life, Daniel. I can tell when you're lying, even to yourself." He didn't have an answer for that. Didn't have reassurance that would sound genuine. So he just sat with her, watching the deer, waiting for the convoy to move again. They were 40 miles from Lexington when the ambush hit. The road had narrowed, passing through a stretch of forest where the trees pressed close on both sides. Good cover for wildlife. Better cover for people who wanted to remain unseen until the last moment. The first shot took out the lead vehicle's tire, sending it swerving into the ditch. The second shot took out the second vehicle's windshield, spraying the occupants with glass. And then the forest erupted with gunfire, muzzle flashes visible among the trees, rounds pinging off metal and shattering windows and finding flesh. "Ambush left side," Jordan screamed, accelerating even as she tried to steer around the disabled vehicles ahead. "Return fire! Return fire!" Tanya and Rick Sr. were already shooting, their weapons creating a deafening roar in the enclosed space of the Humvee. Daniel grabbed his own rifle, looked for targets, saw only flashes and shadows and chaos. The convoy had fragmented. Some vehicles were pushing forward, trying to break through the kill zone. Others had stopped, their occupants spilling out to take cover and return fire. And in the middle of it all, the infected were appearing, drawn by the noise, emerging from the forest with their clicking teeth and their dead eyes, attacking everyone without discrimination. "We need to move!" Daniel shouted. "Jordan, punch through!" "I'm trying!" The Humvee lurched forward, slamming into the disabled vehicle ahead, pushing it aside with a grinding screech of metal on metal. "Where's—" The windshield exploded inward. Jordan screamed, her hands flying to her face, the wheel jerking as she lost control. Daniel grabbed for it, hauled it hard right, felt the Humvee's wheels leave the road and catch on the soft shoulder. They were spinning, tilting, the world outside becoming a blur of sky and trees and impact, darkness, silence. Daniel came back to consciousness in pieces, first pain, then sound, then the slow return of vision. He was hanging from his seatbelt at an angle that meant the Humvee was on its side. Blood was in his eyes and his left arm wouldn't move properly. "Jordan?" His voice came out as a croak. No answer. He found the seatbelt release, dropped awkwardly into the space that had been the driver's side window, felt glass cut into his palms. The Humvee's interior was dim, lit only by daylight filtering through cracks in the buckled frame. Jordan was still in her seat, unconscious, blood visible on her face and neck. Alive, he could see her breathing but not responsive. In the back, Tanya was groaning, trying to extract herself from a tangle of equipment that had come loose in the crash. Rick Sr. wasn't moving at all. "Tanya, status." "Banged up but functional." She pulled herself free, checked Rick, shook her head once. "He's gone. Neck, I think, impact." Daniel absorbed this. Another loss, another weight. No time to process it now. "Can you move? We need to get out of here." "I can move." They extracted themselves from the wrecked Humvee through the rear hatch, which had buckled open on impact. The scene outside was worse than Daniel had imagined. Vehicles scattered across the road, bodies visible, the sound of gunfire still crackling though more distant now. The ambush was moving, or the convoy was, or both. And between them and whatever safety might exist, there were infected. Dozens of them converging from all directions, drawn by the noise and the blood. "We need to find Emily," Daniel said. "The rest of the group. They were in the back of the convoy. They might already be past the ambush, might have gotten through." Tanya grabbed Jordan's arm, hauled the unconscious woman over her shoulder in a fireman's carry. "We need to move. Now, before we're surrounded." They ran, or moved quickly, which was all that was possible with an unconscious body to transport. The forest pressed close around them, offering cover from both human attackers and infected, but also disorientation. The trees looking the same in every direction. "Which way?" Daniel asked. "East. The road runs east toward Lexington. If we can parallel it, catch up with whatever's left of the convoy." A figure emerged from the trees ahead of them, human, armed, wearing civilian clothes with the frayed look of someone who'd been living rough. One of the ambushers. Daniel raised his rifle. "Don't," the man said. "Not how this goes. Let us pass. Can't do that. You've got supplies, weapons, maybe information about the convoy's destination. My people need all of that. Your people just killed innocent civilians, women, children. Survival isn't innocent." The man's eyes were flat, empty of anything resembling empathy. "None of us are innocent anymore. We're just alive for now and doing what we have to do to stay that way." Daniel heard movement behind them. More figures emerging from the forest, cutting off retreat. They were surrounded. Tanya shifted Jordan's weight, her hand moving toward her sidearm. Daniel, wait. He kept his eyes on the leader, running calculations he'd never been trained for but had somehow learned over the past week. You need supplies and information. We need to reach the safe zone. Maybe there's a deal here. You're in no position to deal. Everyone's in a position to deal. You want to drag prisoners through infected territory? Want to have firefights with a combat-trained woman who's already killed more people than you have? He nodded at Tanya. Let us go. We tell you what we know about the convoy's destination, about the safe zone, about the defenses they're setting up. Information you can use to plan better ambushes, if that's what you want to do. Or to join the evacuation yourself if you're smarter than you look. The man laughed, a harsh sound. Join the evacuation. Right. They don't want people like us in their safe zones. Check that box early. Then use the information to survive here, but let us go. Silence stretched. The infected were getting closer. Daniel could hear them, that rhythmic shuffle and click, converging on the noise of their confrontation. Information first, the man finally said. Then we decide, Daniel told him. The route, the destination, the defenses, everything he'd learned in the planning meeting at the airport. Information that might help or might hurt, but was the only currency he had. When he finished, the man considered, looked at his people, nodded once. Go. East. Don't stop, don't look back. The dead are coming and we don't want to be here when they arrive. Daniel didn't wait for the offer to be rescinded. They moved, Jordan's unconscious weight shared between them now. Stumbling through the forest toward the road, toward whatever remained of the convoy, toward uncertain survival. Behind them, the clicking grew louder. They found the road 2 miles east. Or what was left of the convoy found them, a small group of vehicles separated from the main body during the ambush, making their way slowly toward Lexington with their wounded and their fear. Emily was with them. She ran to Daniel when she saw him, wrapped her arms around him despite the blood and the dirt and the exhaustion, and for a moment everything else fell away. The losses, the fear, the weight of leadership, and there was only this. Holding his sister, being held. I thought you were dead, she whispered against his shoulder. I thought you were too. Maya didn't make it. She was in the vehicle behind us when the shooting started. I saw... Her voice broke. Daniel held her tighter. Maya, the grad student with her laptop bag and her nightmares. Another name to add to the list that grew longer every day. Noah? He's here. Scared but alive. Lucas too, though. Emily pulled back, looked at him. Where's Jordan? Where's Rick? Jordan's alive, barely. Rick didn't make it. Daniel gestured toward where Tanya was helping Jordan into one of the surviving vehicles. The convoy. Scattered. The colonel's trying to regroup, but the ambush hit the lead vehicles hardest. We lost at least 30 people, maybe more. Plus supplies, vehicles. But we're still moving? We're still moving. Lexington's less than 40 miles now. If we can stay together, stay ahead of the infected, then we might actually make it. It wasn't confidence. It was hope, desperate and fragile, the only thing that kept anyone moving in a world that seemed determined to kill them all. Let's go, Daniel said. Every minute we stay still is another minute for something else to go wrong. The remaining convoy, 19 vehicles now, maybe 100 survivors, made the final push for Lexington in something approaching formation. They'd lost their structure, their planning, their confidence, but they still had motion, still had momentum, still had the stubborn human refusal to die that had kept the species alive for millennia. Daniel rode in a civilian SUV now, Emily beside him, Noah in the back with his headphones on and his eyes closed, the music from a dead world providing whatever comfort it could. Tanya drove, her jaw set, her hands steady. Her grief for Rick Sr. channeled into the focus that survival required. The landscape changed around them. Suburban giving way to rural, the density of infected thinning as they moved further from the city. Fields stretched out on either side, unharvested crops rotting in rows. The infrastructure of agriculture abandoned like everything else. "Checkpoint ahead," Tanya announced, squinting at the road. "Looks like military." It was. The barricades were professional, the positions manned by soldiers in proper uniforms, the vehicles behind them marked with National Guard insignia. A sign announced Lexington Safe Zone, 5 miles, screening required. The convoy slowed, stopped. Soldiers approached, weapons ready but not raised. "Convoy from Louisville?" The soldier at their window was young, barely 20, but carried himself with the discipline of training that hadn't eroded yet. "What's left of it?" Daniel said. "Approximately how many survivors?" 100, maybe, probably less. "We lost a lot in an ambush about 40 miles back." The soldier's expression shifted. Professional sympathy, the mask worn by everyone who dealt with trauma daily. "We'll need to process you before entry. Medical screening, identity verification, skills assessment. It'll take a few hours. And then you're in. Housing, food, medical care, not the Ritz, but it's safe." The soldier gestured toward the checkpoint ahead. "Pull forward when directed. Welcome to Lexington." The processing was exactly as tedious and exhausting as Daniel expected. Medical checks to confirm no one was bitten or infected. Identity verification that meant little when half the databases were offline, but provided the illusion of order. Skills assessment that would determine where each of them would fit in the safe zone's social structure. "Engineer," Daniel wrote on his form. "Structural. Bridge specialist. Leadership experience," someone had added in a different hand. Probably based on the convoy's radio traffic. Interesting. By the time they were cleared for entry, the sun was setting and Daniel felt like he could sleep for a week. The safe zone itself was a converted industrial complex, warehouses and office buildings surrounded by fencing and guard towers, thousands of people crammed into spaces designed for hundreds, the chaos of sudden population density managed with varying degrees of success. They were assigned quarters in a building that had been a distribution center before. Cots arranged in rows, the smell of too many bodies in too small a space already permeating everything. Emily claimed a cot near the wall, Noah and Lucas taking spots nearby. Tanya helped Jordan to the medical station, her wounds from the crash requiring attention beyond what they could provide. Daniel stood in the doorway of their new home, looking out at the safe zone, at the walls, at the armed guards walking their patrols. They'd made it. Against every odd, through every disaster, they'd actually made it. So why did it feel less like victory and more like intermission? "You should sleep." Emily appeared beside him, her voice soft with exhaustion. "Whatever comes next, it starts tomorrow. Tonight you can rest." "I'm not sure I remember how." "Then lie down and pretend until your body takes over." She put a hand on his arm. "We're alive, Daniel. All of us who are still here, we're alive. That's what matters. That's what Hal and Rick and Maya and everyone else would want us to focus on." He looked at his sister, at the determination in her eyes, at the strength she'd somehow found amid everything that had gone wrong. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, okay." He found a cot, lay down, closed his eyes. And somewhere in the space between waking and sleep, he thought he heard Hal's voice, saying something about the weight of command and the importance of keeping going. It might have been memory. It might have been imagination. It might have been the first threads of a dream weaving themselves together from exhaustion and grief. Whatever it was, Daniel let himself slip into it. Let the darkness take him, let his body finally surrender to the rest it had been denying itself for days. Tomorrow there would be new challenges, new decisions, new weights to carry, but tonight, just tonight, he could sleep. He woke to shouting. The sound cut through whatever dream he'd been having, dragging him back to consciousness with the sharp efficiency of alarm. Daniel was on his feet before he fully understood what was happening, reaching for a weapon that wasn't there, his heart hammering in his chest. What? Emily was awake too, scrambling off her cot, her eyes wide in the dim light. What's happening? The shouts were coming from outside, from the perimeter, accompanied by other sounds that were becoming horribly familiar. The crack of gunfire, the rumble of engines, the particular quality of human screaming that meant something had gone very wrong. "Stay here," Daniel said, already moving toward the door. "Like hell. Emily, stay with Noah. Keep everyone together. I'll find out what's happening and come back." She wanted to argue, he could see it in her face, but something in his voice or his expression stopped her. She nodded once and turned to wake the others. Daniel pushed out into the chaos of the safe zone. The perimeter lights had come on, flooding the complex with harsh white illumination. People were running in every direction, some toward the commotion, some away from it, some just running because everyone else was running. Guards shouted orders that no one seemed to hear. Somewhere in the distance, an explosion shook the ground. He found a position on a loading dock that offered a view of the eastern perimeter, where the commotion seemed centered. What he saw made his stomach drop. The fence was down in 3 places. Vehicles had crashed through, not military vehicles, but civilian ones moving fast, their headlights cutting wild arcs through the night. And behind them, pouring through the gaps like water through a broken dam, were infected, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. The safe zone was being breached. A soldier ran past, his uniform disheveled, his face pale with shock. Daniel grabbed his arm. "What's happening?" "Authority!" the soldier's voice cracked. "They drove trucks into the fence, drew the hordes to us. They're attacking while we deal with the infected." He pulled free and kept running. Daniel let him go. The authority, the warlords from Louisville. They'd followed the convoy, or they'd been ahead of it, or they'd had allies here all along. The specifics didn't matter. What mattered was that the safe zone, the place they'd fought and died and sacrificed to reach, was falling apart around them. He ran back to the distribution center. Emily had the group together, all of them awake now, fear visible on every face. Jordan was there too, her wounds bandaged, her color still pale, but her eyes alert. "The perimeter's breached," Daniel said. "Infected are inside the zone. We need to move." "Move where?" Lucas demanded. "This was supposed to be safe. Nowhere is safe. We move or we die." Daniel looked around, found what he was looking for, an emergency exit at the back of the building, leading to a service area away from the main commotion. There, now. They moved. The service area was quieter, darker, the chaos of the breach concentrated on the opposite side of the complex. Daniel led them through loading bays and past dumpsters, navigating by instinct and luck, searching for an exit that might lead them away from the disaster unfolding behind them. "We can't just leave," Emily said, keeping pace beside him. "There are thousands of people in there. We can't save them. We can barely save ourselves." The words tasted like ash in his mouth, but they were true. "The safe zone is gone, Em. Whatever happens here tonight, it's not going to be a place we can stay. Then where do we go?" He didn't have an answer, just kept moving, kept leading, kept putting one foot in front of the other because stopping meant dying, and he refused to die in a parking lot behind a warehouse. They found a gap in the fence, not a breach, just a place where the chain link hadn't been secured properly, a corner that could be pulled back enough for people to squeeze through. Beyond it, darkness and fields and the unknown. "Go," Daniel ordered. "One at a time. Emily first, then Noah, then—" "Wait!" Jordan grabbed his arm, her radio crackling in her other hand. I'm picking up traffic. There's a secondary evacuation point, buses heading south toward Nashville. If we can get there. Where? Mile south, old school building. They're loading now, but they won't wait long. A mile. In the dark, through infected territory with 6 people who were already exhausted and traumatized. But it was something. A chance. Better than running blind into the darkness with no destination. Change of plan, Daniel said. We head south. Stay together, stay quiet, stay moving. Jordan, you guide us. Everyone else, weapons ready. They slipped through the fence and into the night. The mile south was the longest of Daniel's life. The darkness was near total, clouds blocking the moon, the safe zone's lights fading behind them, the only illumination their flashlights and the distant flicker of fires. The fields they crossed had been farmland once, the stubble of harvested crops crunching under their feet, the smell of rotting corn sweet and cloying in the cold air. They moved in a tight group, Daniel at the front, Tanya at the rear, everyone else clustered between them. The infected were out here, they could hear them. That rhythmic shuffle click in the darkness, the sound of things following patterns that no longer made sense. There, Jordan pointed to a shape ahead, darker against the dark sky. That's the school. Lights were visible in the windows, vehicles in the parking lot, the sound of engines running. The secondary evacuation was still active. They crossed the last stretch of field at a run, abandoning stealth for speed as they realized how close they were. The infected noticed, heads turning, bodies pivoting, the first of them starting to move in pursuit. But the group reached the school's perimeter before anything could catch them. A guard at the entrance, military, professional, the kind of calm that came from training and experience, raised his weapon as they approached. Identification? Louisville Convoy survivors, Daniel gasped, still catching his breath. The safe zone is breached. We were directed here by radio. The guard nodded, lowering his weapon. You made it just in time. Buses leave in 10 minutes. Find a seat. The buses were old school buses, yellow paint faded to the color of old teeth, their engines rumbling with the particular note of machinery being pushed beyond its design limits. Daniel found seats for his group near the back, Emily and Noah together, Jordan and Tanya across the aisle, Lucas alone in the last row, watching everything with those calculating eyes. The bus lurched into motion as Daniel collapsed into a seat. The school fell away behind them, the safe zone beyond it visible as a glow on the horizon, punctuated by flashes of light that might have been gunfire or explosions or something else entirely. Nashville, Emily said quietly. That's, 200 miles? About that. Do you think it'll be different? Better? Daniel looked out the window at the darkness sliding past, at the shapes moving in the fields, at the broken world that had become their home. I don't know, he said. I really don't know. But he hoped. Somewhere beneath the exhaustion and the grief and the weight of everything they'd lost, he still hoped. It was the only thing they had left. The convoy of buses drove through the night. Daniel drifted in and out of sleep, real sleep this time, his body finally surrendering despite the uncomfortable seat and the rumble of the engine and the constant fear of what might be outside the windows. When he was awake, he watched the darkness pass, watched the other survivors on the bus, strangers mostly. People who'd found their way to the secondary evacuation from a dozen different paths. When he slept, he dreamed of bridges. The sun was coming up when they crossed into Tennessee, the landscape shifting from Kentucky's rolling hills to something flatter, more exposed. The infected were visible in the distance, clusters of them on roads and in fields, following their patterns, oblivious to the buses passing a few hundred yards away. How much further? Noah asked, the first words he'd spoken since leaving the safe zone. A few hours, maybe less if the roads stay clear. Daniel looked at the boy, at the circles under his eyes, at the way his hands still shook. How are you doing? I don't know. Noah's voice was flat, exhausted. I don't know how to answer that anymore. That's fair. Everyone keeps dying, my parents, Maya, Hal, Rick. Everyone I start to feel safe around. He stopped, swallowed, looked out the window. Maybe it's better not to feel safe around anyone. Maybe. Daniel thought about Hal's words on the roof, about the weight of command, about keeping going even when everything was falling apart. But I don't think that's true. I think the connections are what keep us human, even when they hurt. That sounds like something an adult would say. I am an adult. You know what I mean. Daniel almost smiled. Yeah, I know what you mean. They sat in silence for a while, watching Tennessee scroll past, waiting for whatever came next. Nashville was intact. That was the first thing Daniel noticed as the buses approached. The skyline was standing, the buildings undamaged, the perimeter set up around the safe zone showing no signs of recent attack. Military vehicles patrolled the approaches, helicopters visible in the sky, the whole apparatus of organized defense humming with efficiency that the Lexington zone had never achieved. The processing here was faster, smoother, clearly refined through days of practice. Medical screening, identity verification, assignment to housing, the whole sequence completed in under an hour, leaving Daniel and his group standing in a converted convention center that smelled of industrial cleaner and too many bodies but was at least dry and warm and protected. This is different, Emily observed, looking around at the organized chaos of thousands of refugees finding their footing. Bigger, more established. They've had time to work out the problems. Daniel found a spot near the wall where they could claim some floor space. The question is whether they can hold it. You think they can't? I think the authority proved something in Lexington. These places are only as strong as their defenses, and there are always going to be people willing to test those defenses. He sat down, feeling every bruise and cut from the past 2 days. But that's a problem for tomorrow. Today we rest. You keep saying that. Rest today, problems tomorrow. It's the only way I can keep going. He looked up at her. One day at a time, one crisis at a time. If I think about everything at once, I'll collapse. Emily settled down beside him, close enough that her shoulder touched his. Then we'll take it one day at a time together. Night fell over Nashville, the second night since leaving Louisville, the 7th night since the world ended. Daniel lay on his thin mattress in the convention center, listening to the sounds of thousands of people trying to sleep, and thought about everything that had happened. Hal, Rick, Maya, the warehouse, the convoy, the breached safe zone, all of it leading here, to this moment, to another temporary refuge that might last a day or a month or forever. He thought about the authority, about the people who decided that survival meant taking from others, about the freelancers on the road, the ambushers in the forest, the countless ways that human nature asserted itself even at the end of the world. He thought about his people, Emily sleeping beside him, Noah curled into a ball a few feet away, Tanya and Jordan and even Lucas, all of them depending on him to make decisions that would keep them alive. And he thought about the bridge, the Kennedy Bridge, back in Louisville, probably swarming with infected now, carrying their eternal commutes to jobs that no longer existed. The symbol of his failure and his fear still standing while the world fell apart around it. Someday, he thought, I'll go back there. Someday I'll cross it properly, carry that weight, lay those ghosts to rest. But not today. Today he would rest. Tomorrow the problems would still be there. Tomorrow he would deal with them. That was all anyone could do. The next morning brought a summons. A soldier appeared at their section of the convention center calling Daniel's name, asking him to follow. Emily started to rise, but Daniel waved her back. Probably administrative, he said. Skills assessment follow-up or something. I'll be back." He followed the soldier through the maze of the convention center, past sections that had been converted to medical facilities and supply depots and administrative offices. The organization here was impressive. Not the chaos of Lexington, but something approaching actual governance, decisions being made by people who seemed to know what they were doing. The soldier led him to an office on the upper level, a room that had probably hosted corporate meetings in another life. A woman sat behind the desk, middle-aged, civilian clothes, but carrying herself with the confidence of authority. "Mr. Mercer, please sit." He sat. "I'm Dr. Patricia Walsh. I'm coordinating civilian integration for the Nashville zone." She opened a folder that probably contained whatever they'd collected on him during processing. "You were part of the Louisville Convoy, one of the leaders, according to our reports. I ended up in that role. It wasn't something I planned. Leadership rarely is." She studied him with eyes that seemed to see more than he wanted to reveal. "You're an engineer, structural specialty. That's valuable here. We have infrastructure problems that need experienced assessors. But what interests me more is your other experience." "What experience is that?" "You kept a group of civilians alive for a week in hostile territory. You coordinated with military operations, negotiated with hostile elements, made tactical decisions under fire. According to the convoy survivors, you're the reason any of them made it here at all." Daniel shifted uncomfortably. "I did what I had to do. Anyone would have done the same. Anyone might have tried, not everyone would have succeeded." Dr. Walsh leaned forward. "Mr. Mercer, I'm going to be direct with you. We're building something here. Not just a refugee camp, but the foundation of whatever comes after this. We need engineers, yes, but we also need leaders. People who can organize civilians, make hard decisions, bear the weight of responsibility. I'm not sure I'm..." "You're exactly what you're not sure you are. I've read the reports from your convoy, the decisions you made, the people you saved, the way you handled crisis after crisis when everything was falling apart." She closed the folder. "I'm offering you a position in our civilian leadership structure. It's not glamorous, mostly logistics and coordination, making sure the right people are in the right places doing the right things. But it's important, and you're qualified." Daniel thought about the bridge, about Hal, about all the weights he'd learned to carry over the past week. "Can I think about it?" "Of course, but don't take too long. The world isn't going to wait for any of us to feel ready." He found Emily in the makeshift cafeteria that had been set up in one wing of the convention center, eating something that might have been oatmeal with the mechanical efficiency of someone who'd learned to eat when food was available regardless of appetite. "What did they want?" she asked as he sat down across from her. "They offered me a job." "A job?" "Leadership position, civilian coordination. Basically what I've been doing for the past week, but official." He picked up a spoon, moved it around his own bowl without actually eating. "I told them I'd think about it." "And what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that a week ago I would have said no. Would have found some excuse, some way to pass the responsibility to someone else." He looked at her. "I'm thinking that I can't do that anymore." "So you're going to say yes?" "I'm going to try." He set down the spoon. "I don't know if I'm good at this. I don't know if I won't make mistakes that get people killed. But I know that someone has to do it, and I know that running away from it doesn't make anyone safer." Emily reached across the table and took his hand. "Hal would be proud." "Yeah." His throat tightened. "Yeah, I think he would be." They sat together in the cafeteria, brother and sister, survivors of a world that had ended and was slowly being rebuilt. Around them, thousands of other survivors moved through their own morning routines, eating, talking, existing in the fragile space between disaster and recovery. It wasn't peace, it wasn't safety, it wasn't anything like the world they'd known before. but it was something, and something was enough to build on. Later that day, Daniel accepted the position. The work was exactly what Dr. Walsh had described: logistics and coordination, the unglamorous machinery of keeping thousands of people fed and sheltered and organized. He spent hours in meetings, reviewing reports, making decisions about resource allocation and housing assignments and security protocols. It was exhausting and tedious and absolutely necessary. His people settled into the rhythm of the safe zone. Emily found work in the medical section, her social work background making her valuable for trauma counseling. Noah started attending the improvised school that had been set up for surviving children. Tanya joined the security forces, her military experience finally finding appropriate application. Jordan took over communications coordination, building on the network she'd developed in Louisville. Even Lucas found a place: supply chain logistics, where his freelance background and knowledge of how things moved proved surprisingly useful when pointed at legal objectives. They were building something. Not the world they'd lost, that was gone forever, but something new, something that might survive, something that might even thrive if they were lucky and smart and worked hard enough. 3 days after arriving in Nashville, Daniel stood on the roof of the convention center, watching the sun set over a city that was still standing. The perimeter lights were coming on, guards taking their positions, the whole apparatus of defense humming into its nighttime configuration. Emily found him there, as she often did. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she said, leaning against the railing beside him. "In a terrible sort of way." "The sunset or the situation?" "Both." They watched the colors fade from the sky, the darkness settling over the city like a blanket. "I've been thinking about Louisville," Daniel said. "About the bridge." "The Kennedy Bridge?" "Yeah. Someday when things are stable enough, I want to go back, see what's left. Maybe." He trailed off, not quite sure how to articulate what he meant. Maybe make peace with it? Something like that. Emily was quiet for a moment, then, "I'll go with you when you're ready." "You don't have to." "I know, but I want to. We're in this together, Daniel. We have been since you showed up at my door a week ago. Whatever comes next, whatever bridges need to be crossed, we'll do it together." Daniel felt something loosen in his chest. That old knot, the one he'd been carrying since the collapse 6 years ago. The one that had been slowly unwinding ever since the world ended and he'd been forced to stop running from responsibility. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. That's what sisters are for." They stood together on the roof, watching the night settle over Nashville, watching the lights come on in a city that refused to die. The world had ended. The dead walked. The living fought for survival against each other and against the things that used to be human. But they were still here. Still building. Still trying. And as long as they kept trying, there was hope. The attack came 2 weeks later. Daniel was in his office, a converted meeting room on the 3rd floor of the convention center, when the alarms started. By now, he knew what they meant, knew the different tones for different threats, knew that the particular sequence currently screaming through the building meant a perimeter breach. He was moving before the sound finished, grabbing the weapon he kept under his desk, heading for the stairwell that would take him to the command center. The scene there was controlled chaos, screens showing camera feeds from around the perimeter, radio traffic crackling from multiple positions, the colonel who'd survived the Louisville disaster coordinating the response with the grim efficiency of someone who'd done this too many times. "What's the situation?" Daniel asked, slotting into his position at the civilian liaison desk. "Eastern perimeter. Vehicle breach similar to Louisville, but we caught it faster this time. Infected are trying to follow through the gap, but we've got containment teams en route." The colonel didn't look up from his screens. "What worries me is what else they might be planning." "They? Authority. Has to be. Same tactics, same timing. The colonel finally met his eyes. They're not going to stop, Mercer. They've decided that if they can't have these safe zones, no one can. Daniel thought about the man in the forest, about the flat eyes and the empty voice and the conviction that survival meant taking from others. What do we do? Right now? Contain the breach. But eventually, the colonel turned back to his screens. Eventually, we're going to have to go after them. Take the fight to them before they can bring it to us again. It was escalation. It was war, or something close to it. It was exactly the kind of decision that Daniel had spent 6 years avoiding. But he didn't avoid it now. Couldn't afford to. Whatever you need, he said. Civilian coordination, logistics support, whatever it takes, we're with you. The colonel nodded once. Good, because we're going to need everyone. The breach was contained within 2 hours. The casualties were minimal. 3 dead, a dozen wounded, nothing like the disaster at Lexington. The defenses had held, but the lesson was clear. Safety was an illusion. The walls they built, the perimeters they defended, the zones they declared safe. All of it could be torn down by people who decided that destruction was easier than construction. Daniel found his people in the aftermath, gathering them in their section of the convention center for a conversation that couldn't wait. The authority is going to keep coming, he said. As long as they're out there, as long as they have resources and people and the will to attack, nowhere is going to be truly safe. So what do we do? Tanya asked. Her security uniform was still dusty from the response, her face showing the strain of combat. We fight back. The military is planning an operation, tracking down the authorities' base, eliminating their capacity to launch these attacks. They want civilian volunteers to support the logistics. You're asking us to go to war, Emily said quietly. I'm asking you to consider it. All of you, individually. This isn't an order. I'm not in a position to give orders about something like this. But I need to know where each of you stands, because whatever we decide, we need to decide together. The room was silent. Daniel looked at each of them in turn. Emily with her careful concern, Noah with his haunted eyes, Tanya with her warrior's certainty, Jordan with her analytical calm, Lucas with his calculating gaze. I'm in, Tanya said first. This is what I trained for. Me too, Jordan added. Communications and coordination, that's how I can help. Lucas surprised him. I've got contacts, people on the outside who know things. If we're going after the authority, I can help make sure we're going after the right places. Emily took longer. I don't want to fight, but I understand why we have to. She looked at Daniel. I'll support from here. Medical, counseling, whatever the people who do fight need when they come back. That left Noah. The boy was silent, his hands twisting together, his eyes on the floor. Noah, Daniel said gently. No one's asking you to fight. You're 14 years old. You stay here. You stay safe. You let the adults handle this. That's what my parents said. Noah's voice was barely above a whisper. The morning it started. They said they'd handle it. They said I should stay safe. He looked up, and there were tears in his eyes. They never came back. I know, but I can't stay safe while everyone else takes risks. I can't just wait and wonder and pray that you come back. Noah's voice cracked. I need to do something, even if it's small, even if it's just running supplies or carrying equipment. I need to feel like I'm part of this. Daniel thought about himself at 14. Thought about all the times he'd hidden from responsibility, let others make decisions, waited for someone else to act. Thought about where that had led him, and what it had taken to change. Okay, he said. Support role only. You stay back from any actual fighting, but you're part of the team. Noah's face transformed, still scared, still grieving, but also somehow lighter. like a weight he'd been carrying had finally shifted. "Thank you," he said. The operation took 3 weeks to plan and 2 days to execute. Daniel didn't go himself. His value was in coordination, not combat. But he watched the reports come in, tracked the progress, felt every setback and success as though he were there himself. Tanya was in the field leading one of the civilian support teams. Jordan coordinated communications from a forward position. Lucas's intelligence proved accurate, leading the assault teams to the authorities' main base in a compound outside Bowling Green. The fighting was brutal. The casualties were significant. But when it was over, the authority was broken. Their leadership dead or captured, their resources seized, their capacity for large-scale attacks eliminated. It wasn't the end of all threats. There would always be people who chose destruction over construction, who saw survival as zero-sum, who refused to participate in the slow, difficult work of rebuilding. But it was a step, a significant one. When Tanya came back, Daniel met her at the gate. "It's done?" he asked. "It's done." She looked exhausted, older somehow, bearing the weight of whatever she'd seen and done in ways that couldn't be put into words. "The authority is gone. And you?" "I'm alive." She almost smiled. "That's enough for today." The weeks after the operation were the closest thing to peace Daniel had known since the outbreak began. The safe zone expanded, reclaiming territory that had been abandoned in the early chaos. Convoys began running regular routes to other survivor communities, trading resources and information, building the networks that would become the foundation of whatever society emerged from the ruins. Daniel's role grew with the zone's ambitions. He found himself in planning meetings with military commanders and civilian administrators, helping shape policies that would affect thousands of lives. It was exactly the kind of responsibility he'd spent 6 years avoiding, and exactly the kind of work he'd discovered he was actually good at. Emily thrived in the medical section, her counseling skills desperately needed in a population processing trauma on a scale no one had been prepared for. Noah returned to school, started making friends, began to heal in the slow, uneven way that young people heal when given half a chance. Jordan built a communications network that connected survivor communities across 4 states. Tanya took a leadership role in the expanded security forces. Even Lucas found legitimate outlets for his particular talents, running the supply chain coordination that kept the zone functional. They were building something. Day by day, decision by decision, they were turning survival into something closer to living. On the 40th day after the outbreak, a number that felt biblical, though Daniel wasn't particularly religious, he stood on the roof of the convention center and watched the sun rise over Nashville. Emily found him there, as she always did. "Thinking about Louisville again?" she asked. "Always." He turned to face her. "I've been talking to the colonel. They're planning to send assessment teams back to the major cities, check for survivors, evaluate what can be salvaged. Louisville is on the list. And you want to be on that team. I need to be on that team." He looked east, toward Kentucky, toward the city they'd fled and the bridge that still haunted his dreams. "There's something unfinished there. Something I need to face." Emily nodded slowly. "I know. I've been waiting for you to realize it. You're not going to try to stop me? Would it work if I did? Probably not. Then no, I'm not going to try." She moved to stand beside him, shoulders touching. "But I am going to remind you of what I said before. Whatever bridges need to be crossed, we cross them together." Daniel thought about the Kennedy Bridge, about Sarah Chen, about 6 years of running and a week of learning to stop, about all the choices that had led him here, to this moment, to this rooftop, to this strange new world that was somehow still worth living in. Together, he agreed. The sun continued to rise. The city came alive below them. The work of rebuilding waited, but for this moment, standing on the roof with his sister, Daniel allowed himself to feel something he'd almost forgotten existed. Hope. Not the desperate hope of survival, not the fragile hope of refugees praying for rescue. Something steadier. Something that could be built on. The world had ended. The dead walked. Everything had changed. But they were still here, still trying, still finding ways to be human in the face of the inhuman. And that, Daniel realized, was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The convoy rolled north through Tennessee in the gray light of early morning, 16 vehicles carrying supplies, equipment, and the 47 people who'd volunteered for the Louisville assessment mission. Daniel rode in the third truck, watching the landscape scroll past. Abandoned farms, empty gas stations, the occasional cluster of infected standing motionless in fields like scarecrows that had forgotten their purpose. Emily sat beside him, her medical kit strapped across her chest, her face showing the same mixture of determination and apprehension that Daniel felt in his own chest. She'd insisted on coming despite his protests, and eventually he'd stopped protesting because she was right. Whatever they found in Louisville, whatever ghosts needed facing, they'd face them together. The rest of their core group was scattered through the convoy. Tanya commanded one of the security teams, her military bearing more pronounced now after weeks of formal training and real combat experience. Jordan ran communications from a mobile unit 2 vehicles back, her radio skills having grown from useful to essential over the past month. Noah had stayed behind in Nashville. Daniel had drawn that line firmly and refused to cross it. But Lucas was here, his supply chain expertise supposedly valuable for assessing salvageable resources. Daniel still didn't fully trust Lucas. The man had proven useful, had contributed to the zone's success, had by all appearances integrated into legitimate work. But there was something in his eyes that never quite settled. Some calculation always running behind his cooperation. Daniel watched him the way you watch a dog that's never bitten anyone but bares its teeth when it thinks no one's looking. "You're brooding," Emily said quietly. "I'm assessing. You're brooding about Lucas while pretending to assess the mission parameters." She shifted to face him more directly. "What's bothering you?" "I don't know, nothing specific, just..." He struggled to articulate the feeling. He volunteered for this mission, pushed for it actually, made a case to the colonel about his local knowledge and supply chain contacts. That's suspicious because it's helpful. It's suspicious because it's eager. Lucas has never been eager about anything that didn't benefit Lucas. Daniel watched the countryside pass. "I keep wondering what he's really after. Maybe he's just changed. People do that, you know, especially after everything we've been through." Maybe. But Daniel didn't believe it, and from the look on Emily's face, neither did she. They crossed into Kentucky around noon, the welcome sign riddled with bullet holes, the road beyond showing the first signs of serious deterioration. The convoy slowed as they navigated around abandoned vehicles and debris, the tension in every truck rising as they entered territory that hadn't been secured since the outbreak began. The infected were more common here, clusters of them on the roadways, in parking lots, standing in the doorways of buildings like they were waiting for customers who would never come. The convoy's noise drew their attention, heads turning in that synchronized way that still made Daniel's skin crawl. But the vehicles moved fast enough to stay ahead of any pursuit. "Radio traffic," Jordan's voice crackled through the convoy's communication system. "Picking up transmissions from the Louisville area. Multiple sources, some organized, some less so." "Survivors?" the colonel asked from the lead vehicle. "Sounds like it. At least 3 distinct groups broadcasting on different frequencies. One of them mentions the warehouse district by the river." Daniel's heart stuttered. The warehouse district, Spalding Industrial. The building they'd defended and lost, where Hal had made his last stand. "Can you make contact?" the colonel asked. "Attempting now." A pause filled with static. "Getting a response. They want to know who we are, where we're from, what we want." "Tell them we're an assessment team from the Nashville safe zone. We're looking for survivors, evaluating salvageable resources and establishing communication networks." More static. Then Jordan's voice again, carrying a note of surprise. "They're inviting us in, sending coordinates for a secure meeting point. They say they've been hoping someone would come." The meeting point was a church on the southern outskirts of Louisville, its steeple visible from half a mile away. Its parking lot fortified with the same improvised barriers that had become universal in the post-outbreak world. Armed figures watched from the roof as the convoy approached, their weapons visible but not raised. A man emerged from the church's main entrance as the convoy stopped. Middle-aged, bearded, wearing civilian clothes with a military bearing that suggested prior service. He walked toward the lead vehicle with the careful confidence of someone who'd survived by being smart, rather than lucky. "Colonel Warren?" The man extended his hand as the colonel stepped out. "I'm Marcus Hale. I've been coordinating survivor operations in the Louisville metro area since the collapse." Daniel, emerging from his own vehicle, felt a chill run down his spine. Marcus Hale, the name from the story Bible, though he didn't know it by that label. Just a name attached to a reputation that had filtered back to Nashville through various channels. Security contractor. Control freak. The kind of leader who saw people as resources to be managed rather than individuals to be protected. "Mr. Hale," the colonel shook hands with professional neutrality. "We've heard your broadcasts. Impressive that you've maintained organization out here. Survival requires organization. Chaos is what kills people." Hale's eyes swept the convoy, cataloging vehicles, weapons, personnel with the efficiency of someone who'd done threat assessment his entire career. "You've brought quite a force." "Assessment mission. We're evaluating what's left of the city, establishing contact with survivor groups, determining what can be salvaged for the broader recovery effort." "The broader recovery effort?" Hale's smile didn't reach his eyes. "That's an optimistic phrase. Most people out here have given up on broader anything. They're focused on getting through the next day. That's why we're here, to show them there's something bigger to be part of." "And what do you want from us in return?" The question hung in the air. Daniel watched the exchange, reading the subtext. Two leaders sizing each other up, determining whether the other was threat or opportunity. "Information," the colonel said finally. "Resources if you have them to spare. Cooperation if you're willing to provide it. We're not here to take over your operation, Mr. Hale. We're here to connect it to something larger." Hale considered this for a long moment. Then he nodded, the gesture carrying the weight of a decision made. "Come inside. We have a lot to discuss." The church had been converted into a functioning headquarters. Maps on the walls, communication equipment on the altar, sleeping areas in the basement, and a surprisingly sophisticated security operation monitoring the surrounding streets through cameras that had been salvaged from nearby businesses. Hale's people numbered around 60, Daniel learned as they toured the facility. A mix of former military, law enforcement, and civilians who'd proven useful enough to earn their place. They were organized, disciplined, and clearly accustomed to following orders without question. "We've secured 3 city blocks around this position," Hale explained, leading them through the operations center. "Regular patrols, defensive positions, clear fire zones. The infected can't mass against us, and any human threats learn quickly that we're not an easy target." "Human threats?" Emily asked. "Raiders mostly, opportunists who think they can take what we've built. We've had to make examples of a few." Hale's tone was casual, matter of fact. Word spreads. People learn. Daniel exchanged a glance with Emily. Make examples of. The phrase carried implications that neither of them wanted to examine too closely. What about other survivor groups? The colonel asked. Our communications picked up multiple broadcasts from this area. There are others. Some we work with, some we don't. Hale pulled up a map on one of the screens, dots marking various locations around the city. The university campus has a group of academics and students. Good for medical knowledge, not much use for anything practical. There's a community center on the east side with maybe 40 people, mostly families. And there are scattered individuals and small groups throughout the city, too disorganized to count. The warehouse district, Daniel said, speaking for the first time since entering the church. We picked up transmissions from there. Hale's expression flickered, so briefly that Daniel almost missed it, but definitely there. Recognition, wariness, something else that might have been irritation. That's a recent development. A group moved into one of the industrial buildings about a week ago. We've made contact, but they're independent, not interested in coordination. We had people in that area, Daniel said, before Spalding Industrial Distribution Center. Did you? Hale's eyes fixed on Daniel with new interest. That building was breached during the early chaos. We assumed everyone there was lost. Some of us got out, made it to Lexington, then Nashville. Daniel held Hale's gaze. I'd like to check the site, see what's left. That area is dangerous. High infected concentration, unstable structures from the fires. I wouldn't recommend. I didn't ask for a recommendation. The room went quiet. The colonel looked between Daniel and Hale, reading the tension, calculating how to diffuse it. Mr. Mercer is one of our civilian coordinators, the colonel said carefully. He has personal history with this city. Part of our mission is to assess locations that survivors have identified as significant. Hale's smile returned, colder now. Of course. I'm sure we can arrange an escort. Safety in numbers, after all. Thank you, but I'll take my own people. Daniel kept his voice neutral. We know the area. We'll be fine. As you wish. Hale spread his hands in a gesture of accommodation that didn't match his eyes. Just remember, this city has changed since you left. The maps you remember don't apply anymore. They left the church 2 hours later. Daniel's team separated from the main convoy for their reconnaissance of the warehouse district. Emily drove the lead vehicle. Tanya rode shotgun with her rifle across her lap, and Jordan monitored communications from the back seat. A second vehicle followed with additional security personnel and Lucas, who'd insisted on coming despite Daniel's preference otherwise. He's lying about something, Emily said as they navigated the debris-strewn streets. About what specifically? I don't know. Everything? The way he talked about the other survivor groups, dismissive, proprietary, like they're competitors rather than allies. He's building a power base, Tanya observed from the passenger seat. Classic warlord behavior. Consolidate control, eliminate rivals, present yourself as the only option for survival. We saw it with the Authority, and we're seeing it again here. The Authority was overt. Hale is more subtle. Daniel watched the city pass. Familiar streets rendered alien by destruction and abandonment. Landmarks he'd known his whole life now serving as navigation points in a post-apocalyptic landscape. But you're right. He's not interested in coordination. He's interested in absorption. So what do we do about it? For now, nothing. We're guests here, and we don't have the force to challenge him even if we wanted to. We gather information, we make contact with the other groups, we figure out what's really happening. Then we report back to Nashville and let the colonel decide how to handle it. And if Hale decides he doesn't want us gathering information? Daniel didn't have an answer for that. The warehouse district looked like a war zone. Daniel had known it would be bad. The explosion that killed Hal, The fires that followed, the weeks of neglect and weather, and the slow violence of entropy. But knowing something intellectually and seeing it with your own eyes were different experiences entirely. The Spalding Industrial Distribution Center was a shell. The eastern wall had collapsed, probably from the explosion, and subsequent fires had gutted most of the interior. The loading docks where they'd made their stand, where the infected had breached, where everything had fallen apart. All of it was scorched black, twisted metal and shattered concrete, marking the grave of the place that had been their home for a week. Daniel stood in the parking lot, staring at the ruins, feeling something hollow open up in his chest. Daniel. Emily's voice was gentle, her hand on his arm. We don't have to. Yes, we do. He started walking toward the building, picking his way through debris. I need to see it, all of it. The interior was worse than the exterior suggested. The first floor was mostly collapsed, steel shelving bent and broken, the remains of their supplies scattered among the wreckage. The stairs to the second floor were gone entirely, and the emergency lights that had guided them through so many dark hours had been reduced to melted plastic and shattered glass. There. Daniel pointed to a section of wall that was still standing, marked with something he recognized. That's where we set up the command post. The manager's office was behind that wall. It's gone now, Tanya said quietly. I know it's gone. He took a breath, steadying himself. This is where Hal stayed when we evacuated through the tunnels. He held this position while we got out. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. Daniel walked through the ruins for another 20 minutes, mapping the destruction against his memories, trying to reconcile what had been with what remained. The maintenance access to the tunnels was blocked by debris. They couldn't get through that way even if they wanted to. The roof access had collapsed entirely. Everything they'd built, everything they'd fought for, reduced to rubble and ash. Daniel. Jordan's voice from outside, carrying urgency. We've got movement. Northwest, maybe 200 meters, multiple contacts. They moved quickly, taking cover behind what remained of the loading dock walls. Daniel raised his binoculars, scanning the direction Jordan had indicated. Figures, moving through the ruins of adjacent buildings with purposeful coordination that marked them as living rather than dead. At least a dozen, maybe more, armed and advancing toward the warehouse with the tactical spacing of people who knew what they were doing. Hale's people, Emily whispered. No. Daniel focused on the lead figure, catching details through the magnification. Wrong equipment, wrong formation. These are survivors, Tanya finished. That's civilian gear. Hunting rifles, improvised weapons, not military, not organized. The figures had stopped, taking their own cover positions, clearly having spotted Daniel's team as well. A standoff, both groups watching each other across the ruins. I'm going to make contact, Daniel said. That's a terrible idea, Tanya responded immediately. Probably. But we're here to find survivors, and I just found some. He stood slowly, hands visible, stepping out from cover with the deliberate movement of someone who wanted to be seen as non-threatening. Hello. We're from the Nashville safe zone. We're not hostile. A long pause. Then a figure emerged from the opposite position. A woman, maybe 30s, with the weathered look of someone who'd spent the past 6 weeks surviving on determination and luck. Nashville. Her voice carried across the distance. The broadcasts are real? They're real. We've got a functioning safe zone, military protection, supplies. We're here to assess the city and make contact with survivors. Another pause. Then the woman lowered her weapon and started walking toward him, her people following in a loose formation that spoke of trust hard-won and easily lost. I'm Carla Vance, she said when they met in the middle ground between positions. We've been surviving in the industrial buildings west of here. 23 of us. Mostly civilians. Daniel Mercer, I was here before, when the outbreak started. This warehouse was our base until it was breached. Carla's expression shifted. You're the ones who were here? The ones who evacuated through the tunnels? You know about that? We found signs of it. When we were looking for shelter, we explored the tunnel system. Found evidence of passage, footprints, abandoned equipment. We wondered if anyone had made it out. Some of us did, not all. Daniel felt the familiar weight settle onto his shoulders. What do you know about the tunnels? Are they passable? Parts of them. The main passages are intact, but there's flooding in some sections, collapses in others. We've been using them for movement when the surface is too dangerous. Carla glanced back at her people, at the ruins around them. It's not safe here, too exposed. If you want to talk, we should do it somewhere more secure. Lead the way. Carla's group had established their base in a printing plant 2 blocks west, a building Daniel remembered from the evacuation, though they'd passed through too quickly to really examine it. The interior had been converted into living space with impressive efficiency. Sleeping areas, storage, a functional kitchen, even a small medical station stocked with salvage supplies. We've been here about 10 days, Carla explained as she led them through the facility. Before that, we were in a community center on the east side, but it got overrun. Lost 8 people in the evacuation. Hale mentioned a community center, Daniel said. He has them marked on his map. Hale! The name came out like a curse. Yeah, he's got a lot of things marked on his maps. Doesn't mean he's actually helping any of them. You've had contact with him? Contact? He tried to absorb us. Carla's jaw tightened. Came to our community center 3 weeks ago with his coordination pitch. Join his organization, follow his rules, contribute to his resource pool. Some people went along with it. The rest of us didn't. And the ones who went along, they're at his church now, living under his protection, following his orders. She turned to face Daniel directly. I'm not saying he's evil exactly. He keeps his people alive. But there's a price for that protection, and not everyone wants to pay it. What kind of price? Obedience. Absolute, unquestioning obedience. You do what Hale says when he says it, or you're out. And being out, in this city... She gestured at the boarded windows, the fortified doors. Being out means being dead. Daniel thought about the authority, about the new Louisville warlords who'd burned and taken and destroyed. Hale was different. More sophisticated, more strategic, but the underlying dynamic was the same. Power consolidated, opposition eliminated. A vision of survival that left no room for alternatives. What about the university group? The other survivors Hale mentioned? The university people keep to themselves mostly. They've got doctors, scientists, people who are trying to understand the infection rather than just survive it. Hale doesn't like them because he can't control them. Carla shrugged. We've traded with them a few times. Medical supplies for food, information for equipment. They're decent people. How do we reach them? I can show you, but not today. It's too far, and moving through the city at night is suicide. Carla looked at the fading light through the grimy windows. You're welcome to stay here tonight. It's not much, but it's safer than the streets. Daniel looked at his team. Emily nodded slightly. Tanya's expression was neutral but not opposed. Jordan was already adjusting her radio equipment for the new location. We appreciate the offer, Daniel said. Thank you. Night fell over Louisville like a shroud, the city's darkness deeper and more complete than anything Daniel remembered from before. Without streetlights, without the ambient glow of a functioning civilization, the blackness was absolute. Broken only by the occasional fire in the distance or the sweep of Hale's patrol lights moving through the streets. Daniel stood at a window on the printing plant's upper floor, watching those lights move with the precision of a choreographed routine. Regular intervals, consistent patterns, the systematic behavior of an organization that left nothing to chance. Counting his patrols? Tanya appeared beside him, her own gaze tracking the distant movements. Mapping them. He's got a lot of coverage for 60 people. Either he's spreading himself thin, or he's got more resources than he admitted. Or both. Tanya leaned against the window frame. I've been talking to Carla's people, getting their read on the situation. And Hale's been consolidating since the beginning. Anyone who joins his organization gets protection, supplies, a place in the hierarchy. Anyone who refuses gets pressure. What kind of pressure? Subtle at first. Resources that used to be available become suddenly scarce. Safe routes become dangerous. Problems that Hale could help with don't get helped. Tanya's voice was flat, analytical, then less subtle. His patrols show up at inconvenient times. His people start asking questions about your supplies, your defenses, your plans. The message is clear. Join us or struggle alone. Has anyone resisted? A few. Most of them are dead now. Hale would say from infected attacks or accidents, but Carla's people have their doubts. Tanya turned to face him. This isn't random, Daniel. He's building something, a structure that he controls absolutely, and anyone who threatens that structure becomes an example. Exactly. Daniel watched the patrol lights continue their circuit, the same pattern repeating with mechanical precision. Hale had created a system, one that worked, that kept people alive, but at a cost that went beyond the obvious. Control wasn't just about survival for him. It was about power, about being the one who decided who lived and who died. We need to reach the university group, Daniel said. Get their perspective. Find out what they know that Hale doesn't want us to know. Agreed. But we need to be careful. If Hale realizes we're going around him, building connections he doesn't control, then we become a threat. I know. Daniel pulled away from the window. We'll move at first light, small team, fast movement. Get there, make contact. Get back before anyone notices we're gone. And Lucas? The question hung in the air. Daniel had been trying not to think about Lucas, about the man's insistence on joining this mission, about the calculations that were surely running behind his cooperative facade. He stays here. Tell him it's security. Someone needs to hold the position while we're gone. He won't believe it, but he won't have grounds to object. You think he's reporting to someone? I think Lucas always serves Lucas's interests, and right now I can't figure out what those interests are. Daniel headed for the stairs. Wake me at 5. We'll move before the sun's up. The route to the university took them through 3 miles of urban devastation. Collapsed buildings, burned-out vehicles, streets that had become rivers of debris channeling movement in ways the original city planners never intended. Daniel led a team of 4. Himself, Emily, Tanya, and 2 of Carla's people who knew the terrain. They moved in the gray pre-dawn light, staying off main roads, using alleys and parking structures and the skeletal remains of buildings as cover. The infected were present but sparse at this hour. Their activity patterns seemed to follow some echo of the circadian rhythms they'd maintained in life, making early morning relatively safe for movement. There, one of Carla's people, a young man named Derek who'd been a delivery driver before the outbreak and now served as their primary scout, pointed to a building complex visible through the morning haze. University Medical Center. That's where they're set up. The complex had been fortified with the same improvised barriers Daniel had seen everywhere, but there was something different about the approach here. Signs. Actual printed signs posted at regular intervals along the perimeter. Quarantine area. Approach with caution, medical screening required for entry, research in progress. Do not disturb. They're not exactly welcoming, Emily observed. They're careful, different thing. Daniel studied the defenses, looking for the approach that would be least threatening. Let me go first. Alone. Show them I'm not a threat. And if they shoot first and ask questions later, then you'll know not to follow me. He walked toward the main entrance with his hands raised, moving slowly, making himself as visible and non-threatening as possible. The guards on the perimeter tracked him with their weapons but didn't fire, watching as he approached the checkpoint with the patience of people who'd learned not to make quick decisions about strangers. "I'm Daniel Mercer," he called when he was close enough to speak without shouting. "From the Nashville safe zone. We're here to make contact, share information, establish communication networks. I'm not armed and I'm not here to cause problems." A long pause, then a voice from behind the barricades. "Nashville? The broadcasts we've been picking up? That's us. We've got a convoy in the city coordinating with local survivor groups. We'd like to talk to whoever's in charge here." Another pause. Consultation behind the walls, too quiet to hear. Then the barricade shifted, a gap opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. "Come in. Slowly. Keep your hands visible." Daniel complied, stepping through the gap into a courtyard that had been transformed into a triage area. Medical tents, supply stations, the organized chaos of a functioning field hospital. People moved through the space with purpose, some in scrubs, others in civilian clothes marked with improvised medical insignia. A woman approached him, 50s, gray-streaked hair pulled back severely, eyes that evaluated him with clinical precision. "Dr. Sarah Chen," she said, "I'm coordinating our operations here." Daniel's heart stopped. Chen, the name. The same name as the woman who died on the bridge 6 years ago. The colleague whose death had haunted him ever since. "I'm sorry," he managed. "Did you say Chen? Sarah Chen?" She frowned at his expression. "Is something wrong?" "No, I just..." He forced himself to focus, to push aside the coincidence that probably wasn't a coincidence at all, just one of those patterns the universe sometimes threw at you to see how you'd react. "It's nothing. I'm Daniel Mercer. I appreciate you seeing me. We don't get many visitors. Most people who come to our door want something we can't give." She gestured for him to follow. "Come. I'll show you what we've been doing and you can tell me what Nashville wants with us." The University Medical Center had become something unprecedented, a research facility studying the infection in real time, using the resources of a major medical school to understand what was happening to the world. Dr. Chen led Daniel through laboratories where scientists in protective gear examined samples, analyzed data, built theories about the mechanism that turned the dead into something that walked and hunted. The equipment was sophisticated, the methodology rigorous, the dedication absolute. "We had advantages that most survivors didn't," Chen explained as they walked. "Access to medical supplies, scientific expertise, defensive infrastructure. When the outbreak started, a group of us decided to stay rather than evacuate. If we were going to survive this, we needed to understand it." "And what have you learned?" "More than you might expect, less than we need." She stopped in front of a display showing brain scans, normal human tissue compared to something darker, more chaotic. The infection targets specific regions of the brain: motor control, procedural memory, basic sensory processing. It leaves those functions intact, even enhanced in some cases, but everything else, consciousness, personality, higher reasoning, that's destroyed, completely and irreversibly. So there's no cure, no way to bring them back. The person they were is gone. The body remains, animated by something that uses the neural pathways they built over a lifetime without any of the awareness that created those pathways. Chen's voice was clinical but not cold, the careful neutrality of someone who'd looked at horror so long they'd learned to see past it. What's interesting is the mechanism, the procedural memory preservation. That's not random, it's deliberate. Whatever this infection is, it was designed. Daniel felt a chill run down his spine. Designed? The specificity is too precise to be natural. This isn't a virus that evolved to do what it does. Someone built it. The question is why. She turned from the display. But that's our obsession, not yours. You're here from Nashville. What does the safe zone want with us? Connection, communication, coordination. Daniel pulled his thoughts away from the implications of designed infections and focused on his mission. We're trying to build something larger than individual survivor groups. A network that can share resources, information, support. If the recovery is going to work, it has to be collaborative. Collaborative? Chen's expression was unreadable. You've met Marcus Hale, I assume. Yesterday, he's intense. That's one word for it. She led him to a window overlooking the courtyard. Hale has been trying to absorb us since week 2. We have something he wants. Medical expertise, research capabilities, the ability to treat his people when they're injured. He's made offers. We've declined. And he's accepted that? For now. We have resources that are difficult to replace, so he can't simply eliminate us. But that calculus could change. She glanced at him. If Nashville is here to support Hale's consolidation, you should know that we won't participate. We're independent and will remain independent. Nashville isn't here to support anyone's consolidation. We're here to assess and connect, not to choose sides in local power struggles. Everyone chooses sides eventually. The question is just when and how. Chen turned from the window. But I'll take you at your word for now. What do you need from us? Information primarily. What you know about the city, about the infection, about the survivor situation. And a communication channel. A way to stay in contact after we leave. That we can provide. Chen nodded slowly. Stay for a few hours, I'll introduce you to our team, show you our data. Then you can decide what Nashville wants to do with what you learn. The hours at the university were among the most productive of Daniel's post-outbreak experience. The research team's data on infection patterns, zombie behavior, and survivor demographics painted a picture of Louisville that was more detailed and more troubling than anything Hale had shared. The infection spread through predictable channels, hospital emergency rooms, transit hubs, anywhere large numbers of people gathered in enclosed spaces. The zombie behavior patterns followed population density and routine traffic flows, creating rivers of infected movement that were deadly to cross but relatively predictable once mapped. And the survivor distribution showed clear clusters. Hale's organization in the south, the university in the center, scattered independent groups everywhere else, and a growing dead zone in the downtown core where the infected concentration was too high for anyone to survive for long. Your warehouse was in a transitional zone, Chen explained, pointing to the relevant section of their maps. Moderate infected density, good defensive terrain but vulnerable to the flow patterns from downtown. When hordes started moving through that area, we got overrun. Daniel traced the paths on the map, seeing the pattern that had led to their evacuation, to Hal's death, to everything that followed. We didn't understand what we were dealing with. No one did at first. That's why we started this research, so people could make informed decisions about where to go, how to move, what risks they were actually taking. Has Hale seen this data? He's seen some of it. We trade information for supplies occasionally. But he's not interested in understanding the infection. He's interested in controlling territory. Chen's voice carried a note of frustration. His approach works in the short term. Strong defenses, aggressive patrols, absolute discipline. But it doesn't scale. Eventually, the infected will overwhelm any fixed position. Survival requires mobility, flexibility, the ability to adapt. Hale doesn't adapt, he consolidates. And when his consolidation fails, then a lot of people who trusted him will die. She shrugged, the gesture carrying the weight of someone who'd made their peace with outcomes they couldn't control. We've tried to share this perspective with his followers. Some of them listen, most of them don't. Daniel studied the maps, the data, the carefully documented patterns of a dying city. The information was invaluable, not just for Louisville but for the broader recovery effort, for understanding how the infection spread and how survivors could navigate around it. "I need copies of everything," he said. "Data, maps, research findings. Nashville has resources that could help validate and expand this work, but only if we know what you've already discovered. We can arrange that. In exchange," Chen hesitated, choosing her words carefully, "we need supplies, medical equipment primarily. Our stocks are running low and the hospital supply chains are completely collapsed. If Nashville could provide support, I'll make sure it happens. This research is too important to let it fail for lack of supplies." Daniel extended his hand. "Thank you, Dr. Chen, for everything." She shook it, her grip firm. "Don't thank me yet. You still have to get this information back to Nashville, and Hale doesn't like people who gather information he doesn't control. I've dealt with people who don't like me before. I hope you're as good at it as you think you are." The return trip to the printing plant was uneventful but tense, every shadow potentially hiding threats that hadn't materialized the first time. They arrived in late afternoon to find Carla's people agitated, clustered in small groups that dispersed too quickly when Daniel's team came through the door. "What happened?" he asked, immediately reading the atmosphere. Carla met him at the entrance, her expression tight. "Your man Lucas. He left." "Left? Left where?" "Said he had to check something at the warehouse. One of the supply caches he knew about from before. He took one of your vehicles and went alone." Daniel felt the pieces click together with sickening clarity. Lucas volunteering for the mission. Lucas insisting on coming to Louisville. Lucas waiting for Daniel's team to leave before making his move. "When did he go?" "About 4 hours ago. We tried to raise him on radio but got no response." Carla's eyes met his. "I don't think he's checking supply caches, Daniel." "No." Daniel was already moving, grabbing his weapon, heading for the remaining vehicle. "He's not." "Where are you going?" "To find him, before he does whatever he's actually here to do." The warehouse district was unchanged from that morning. The same ruins, the same silence, the same weight of memory and loss. But now there was a vehicle parked near the collapsed eastern wall of Spaulding Industrial, and footprints in the dust leading into the rubble. Daniel approached carefully, weapon ready, every sense straining for signs of danger. The footprints led through the debris field and into what remained of the ground floor, disappearing into shadows that the afternoon sun couldn't reach. "Lucas," he called, "I know you're in there. Come out and talk to me." Silence. Then a voice from the darkness, familiar and carrying a note of amusement that set Daniel's teeth on edge. "I was wondering when you'd figure it out. Honestly, I expected you sooner." Lucas emerged from behind a collapsed beam, hands visible but carrying nothing. No weapon, no supplies, nothing that explained what he'd been doing here alone for hours. "What are you doing?" Daniel kept his weapon raised. "What's really going on?" "Right now, waiting for you." Lucas spread his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. "Relax, Daniel. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to offer you an opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" "The kind where everyone wins." Lucas moved forward, stepping into a patch of light that revealed his face, calm, calculating, not at all surprised to be discovered. "Hale wants to know what you're doing, who you're talking to, what connections you're making that don't go through him. He's been suspicious since you showed up and your little side trips haven't helped." "You're working for Hale." "Working with Hale. There's a difference." Lucas shrugged. "He approached me before the convoy left Nashville, made an offer I found compelling. All I had to do was observe and report. Help him understand what the safe zone's real agenda was. And what did you tell him? The truth, mostly. That you're here to assess and connect, not to take over. That you're suspicious of him, but not openly hostile. That you're building relationships with survivor groups outside his control. Lucas's smile widened. That last part was the most interesting to him. The university people, Carla's group. He doesn't like competition. Daniel felt his grip tighten on the weapon. Why are you telling me this? Because Hale's offer isn't the only one on the table. Lucas stepped closer, close enough that Daniel could see the calculation in his eyes, the constant assessment of angles and advantages. I've been watching you for weeks, Daniel. You're building something in Nashville, something that matters. And you're not stupid. You know that Hale is a problem, that someone's going to have to deal with him eventually. I can help with that. Help how? I know things. I've been inside his organization, seen how it works, learned where the weaknesses are. That information has value. To Nashville, to the university people, to anyone who wants to challenge Hale's control. Lucas's voice dropped, conspiratorial. I'm offering to switch sides, give you everything I know about Hale in exchange for a position in your organization. A real position, not the supply chain busy work you've had me doing. Daniel stared at him, trying to parse the angles, the implications, the web of competing interests that Lucas had woven around himself. The man was a survivor, not in the noble sense, but in the purely pragmatic one. He'd serve whoever offered the best deal, betray whoever became inconvenient, shift loyalties with the wind if it improved his odds. Why should I trust anything you say? You shouldn't. That's the smart play. Lucas nodded, acknowledging the logic. But you should consider the alternative. Hale knows you're meeting with his rivals. He knows you're gathering information outside his control. How long do you think he'll tolerate that? A day? A week? At some point, he's going to decide you're a threat, and then things get messy. And you think you can prevent that? I think I can give you advantages. Time, information, leverage. What you do with them is up to you. Lucas stepped back, hands still spread. Take a day to think about it. I'll be with Carla's group. They don't trust me, but they won't kick me out while you're there. When you decide, let me know. He walked past Daniel and out of the warehouse, leaving nothing but footprints and questions in his wake. The return to the printing plant was silent, Daniel's mind churning through possibilities and implications. Lucas was a snake that hadn't changed. But snakes sometimes told the truth when it served their interests. And the information about Hale, about his suspicions, about his growing hostility toward Daniel's mission, that had the ring of truth. He found Emily in the medical station they'd set up, helping one of Carla's people with a wound that had become infected despite their best efforts. We need to talk, he said quietly. She looked at his face, read something there, and handed off her patient to another helper before following him to a private corner. What happened? Daniel told her. All of it, Lucas's revelation, the offer, the warning about Hale. Emily listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from surprise to calculation to something that looked like resignation. It makes sense, she said when he finished. Lucas has never been loyal to anything except Lucas. The question is whether his information is worth the price of his unreliability. I don't know. Part of me wants to throw him to Hale and let them both deal with each other. But if what he's saying is true, if Hale is actually planning to move against us, then we need to know what he knows. Emily sighed. I hate this. I hate that we have to think this way, calculate these angles, treat people like game pieces. Welcome to the apocalypse. I was already here. I just keep hoping it'll get better. Daniel put his arm around her shoulders, a gesture of comfort that he needed as much as she did. What do you think I should do? I think you should take his information but not trust him. Use what he offers but verify it independently. Keep him close enough to be useful, but never close enough to do real damage. She looked up at him. And I think you should speed up the timeline. Whatever we're doing here, we need to finish it before Hale decides we're a threat worth eliminating. Agreed. I'll contact the colonel tonight, tell him what we've learned. We need to make decisions about Louisville, about Hale, about the survivor groups, about what Nashville's role here is going to be. And Lucas? Daniel thought about the man's smile, about the calculation in his eyes, about the offer that was half lifeline and half trap. For now, he stays. We watch him, we use him, and we never forget what he is. The next 3 days were a controlled acceleration of everything Daniel had been building. He made contact with the colonel, shared the university's research data, outlined the political situation in Louisville with all its complications. The colonel listened, asked sharp questions, and ultimately gave Daniel authority to negotiate on Nashville's behalf, to build relationships with survivor groups, to assess Hale's operation, and to make recommendations about how the safe zone should engage with this fractured city. The university became a regular destination. Dr. Chen's research continued to yield insights, and the relationship between her group and Daniel's team deepened into something approaching genuine alliance. Medical supplies flowed from Nashville's stocks in exchange for information and expertise, a trade that benefited everyone except Hale, who watched the connection grow with increasing displeasure. Carla's group and several other independent survivor clusters began coordinating, sharing information about infected patterns, safe routes, resource locations. A network was forming, not the kind Hale was building based on control and obedience, but something more organic based on mutual benefit and shared survival. And through it all, Lucas served as a double agent of uncertain loyalty, feeding Daniel information about Hale's operations while presumably feeding Hale information about Daniel's. It was a dance of deception and counter-deception, each side knowing the other was lying but finding value in the lies anyway. "He's getting nervous," Lucas reported on the third night, finding Daniel on the roof of the printing plant. "Hale. Your network is threatening his model. If people can survive without his protection, his whole power base collapses. What's he planning to do about it? Nothing immediate. He's not stupid enough to attack a Nashville convoy directly. That would bring military response. But he's positioning his people, consolidating his defenses, preparing for something." "Preparing for what?" Lucas shrugged. "I don't know. But he's been pulling resources from patrol routes, stockpiling supplies at his church compound. Whatever he's planning, it's defensive rather than offensive." Daniel considered this. Hale going defensive didn't match the pattern of a man who'd built his power through aggressive consolidation. Unless he's expecting something, not from us, something else. "What makes you say that?" "Because pulling resources from patrols creates gaps. Gaps that infected can exploit. Hale knows that better than anyone. He's been obsessed with patrol coverage since day one." Daniel stared out at the city, at the distant lights of Hale's compound, at the darkness beyond. He's trading patrol security for compound security. That only makes sense if he thinks the compound is going to need defending more than the territory. "From what? I don't know. But I think we need to find out." The answer came 2 days later, in the form of a radio broadcast that Jordan picked up on one of the frequencies they'd been monitoring. "This is a general alert to all survivors in the Louisville metropolitan area. A significant horde has been detected moving through the downtown corridor, estimated at several thousand infected. The horde is following standard traffic patterns and is expected to reach the southern suburbs within 24 to 48 hours. All survivor groups are advised to evacuate or fortify immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." The broadcast repeated twice more, then switched to detailed information about the horde's trajectory. estimated arrival times, recommended evacuation routes. It was professional, comprehensive, and terrifying. "Several thousand," Emily said, her face pale in the communication center's dim light. "How do you even get a horde that big?" "Echo chamber effect," Jordan replied, her voice tight as she worked to capture and analyze the broadcast. "Something made noise downtown. A building collapse, a fire, something that drew a crowd. The crowd made more noise, drew more infected. It snowballs. We've seen it in other cities. And it's coming here. It's coming through the southern suburbs, which means—" Jordan pulled up the map, traced the projected route with her finger. "Which means it's going to hit Hale's compound and everyone around it." Daniel stared at the map, watching the projected trajectory cut through the exact territory they'd been operating in. The printing plant was slightly north of the main path, but only slightly. Any deviation in the horde's movement could bring it directly to their door. "We need to evacuate," he said. "Now. Everyone who's willing to move." "Evacuate to where?" Carla had joined them, her face showing the same calculation Daniel was running. "The horde's coming from downtown. The river's to the west, Hale's to the south. That leaves north or underground." Daniel's mind raced through options. "The tunnel system. You said it was partially passable." "Partially. Some sections are flooded, some collapsed. It's not a reliable evacuation route. It's better than the surface if that horde comes through." He turned to Jordan. "Can you raise the university? They need to know about this." "Already trying. Getting some interference, but—" She adjusted her equipment, and Dr. Chen's voice crackled through the speakers. "We've heard the broadcast. We're preparing to move our essential research to a backup location." Chen's voice was calm but strained. "What's your status?" "We're evaluating options. The tunnel system might be viable, but we need better maps, better information about which routes are passable." "We've done some mapping. I can transmit what we have. But Daniel—" A pause loaded with implication. "Hale's already moving. His patrols pulled back to the compound an hour ago. He's abandoning the perimeter, which means everyone outside his walls is on their own. He's protecting his people by sacrificing everyone else." Daniel felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders. The familiar burden of decision, of responsibility, of knowing that whatever he chose would have consequences he couldn't fully predict. "We're not going to do that," he said. "We're not going to leave people behind. Everyone who wants to come with us we take, whatever it costs." "That's noble. I hope it doesn't get you killed." Chen's voice softened. "We'll coordinate from our backup location. Stay in contact. And Daniel, good luck." The transmission ended. Daniel turned to the faces around him. Emily, Carla, Jordan, Tanya, the others who'd gathered during the conversation. "Here's what we're going to do," he said. "We spread the word to every survivor group we've contacted. Anyone who wants to evacuate, we guide them to the tunnel system. We use the university's maps, our local knowledge, everything we have to find safe routes. And we move fast, because if that horde arrives before we're underground, none of this matters." "And Hale's people?" Tanya asked. "We offer them the same choice. They can stay behind his walls and hope they hold, or they can come with us." Daniel paused, making sure everyone understood. "No exceptions. No exclusions. Everyone who wants to live gets a chance." The next 12 hours were a chaos of coordination. Messages went out through every channel they had. Radio broadcasts, physical messengers, signals and signs left at predetermined locations. The network Daniel had built over the past days became a lifeline, survivor groups responding to the warning and the offer with desperate hope. Not everyone agreed to come. Some didn't believe the warning. Some didn't trust Daniel's network. Some had made their peace with dying where they stood rather than risking the unknown. But many, more than Daniel had expected, chose to try. They gathered at the printing plant, then began the exodus toward the tunnel access points that Carla's people had mapped. The journey was harrowing, moving dozens of people through infected, controlled streets, staying ahead of the Horde's projected timeline, managing fear and exhaustion and the constant threat of discovery. The tunnel entrance was in the basement of an old factory, its doors rusted but functional, its depths dark and unwelcoming. They filed in by flashlight, a procession of survivors descending into the earth like refugees entering a bomb shelter. Daniel stayed at the entrance until the last person was through, watching the street for signs of the approaching horde. The horizon glowed red with distant fires, buildings ignited by the mass of infected movement, a wave of destruction that would sweep through the southern suburbs within hours. "Daniel," Emily's voice from the tunnel mouth, "we need to go. 1 more minute." "We don't have 1 more minute." She was right. The sounds were audible now. That rhythmic shuffle, that clicking of teeth, the particular hum of thousands of bodies moving as one. The horde wasn't just approaching. It was here. Daniel turned and ran. The tunnel swallowed him, darkness closing around him like a fist. Behind, he heard the factory doors slam shut, heard the crash of the horde arriving at the surface, heard the sounds of a city being overrun. Then there was only the dark, the dripping water, the ragged breathing of survivors trying not to panic. They were underground. They were alive. For now, that would have to be enough. The tunnel system was a nightmare of darkness and disorientation. Originally part of Louisville's underground infrastructure. Storm drains, utility access, old mining passages that predated the city's modern development. The tunnels had become a maze over the decades, modified and abandoned and modified again until no single map captured their true extent. Carla's people led the way with flashlights and chalk marks. The route they'd scouted barely wide enough for the 100+ survivors who followed in a shuffling line. The walls were damp, the air thick with the smell of stagnant water and old stone, and the darkness beyond their lights was absolute. Daniel moved through the group, checking on people, offering reassurance he didn't entirely feel. The children were the hardest, 2 of them, both under 10, who'd been with Carla's group since the community center fell. They walked in terrified silence, their small hands gripping whatever adult was nearest, their eyes wide in the flashlight beams. "How much further?" Emily asked when he found her near the middle of the line. "Another mile, maybe 2. Carla says there's a larger chamber ahead where we can rest, reassess the route. And after that? After that, we keep going until we're past the horde's path. Then we surface, regroup, and figure out what's left." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they had. They found Lucas an hour into the journey. He was sitting against the tunnel wall in a section they hadn't passed through yet, his flashlight dimming, his expression showing the first genuine fear Daniel had ever seen on his face. "I got separated," he said when Daniel's light found him. "Tried to take a shortcut, got turned around, been wandering for, I don't know, hours maybe." "How did you know about the tunnels?" Tanya's voice was cold, suspicious. "Same way everyone does. Rumors, stories, the stuff people share about escape routes." Lucas struggled to his feet, his movements unsteady. "I wasn't trying to run, I was trying to get ahead, scout the route. I just made a wrong turn." Daniel studied him, looking for the lie, the angle, the calculation that was usually so obvious. But all he saw was a man who'd genuinely gotten lost in the dark, whose confidence had finally hit something it couldn't survive. "Join the group," Daniel said finally. "Stay in the middle where someone can watch you, and don't wander off again." Lucas nodded, too shaken to argue, and fell in with the other survivors. Tanya watched him go, her expression unchanged. "You believe him?" "I believe he got lost. Whether he was really trying to scout or whether he had some other agenda. Daniel shrugged. Does it matter right now? He's here, we're here, and the only way out is forward. It might matter later. If there is a later, we'll deal with it then. The larger chamber Carla had promised turned out to be an old mining hub, a space where multiple tunnels converged around a central area that had probably held equipment decades ago. Now it was just empty stone, pools of standing water, and the echo of too many people breathing in too small a space. They rested there for 2 hours, eating what supplies they'd brought, drinking water that had been purified before the descent, trying to recover strength for the journey ahead. Daniel moved through the crowd, counting heads, assessing conditions, building a picture of what they had to work with. The numbers were both better and worse than expected. Better because more people had survived the evacuation than he'd feared. Worse because many of them were in poor condition, injured, exhausted, carrying wounds from the chaos of the past days that hadn't had time to heal properly. We've got maybe 40 people who can't move fast, Emily reported, finding him at the edge of the chamber. Old injuries, illness, just plain exhaustion. If we have to run, then we carry them. Daniel's voice was flat. We're not leaving anyone. I know. I'm just telling you what we're working with. He nodded, accepting the information, filing it in the part of his brain that was constantly running survival calculations. 40 people who couldn't move fast. Maybe 60 who could. The tunnels ahead were unknown. Carla's maps only covered so much, and beyond their explored territory was genuine mystery. What about communications? He asked. Can Jordan reach anyone from down here? She's trying. The rock blocks most signals, but she thinks she can get something through if she finds the right spot. Emily paused. She's been picking up fragments, broadcasts from the surface. What kind of broadcasts? Hale's compound. They're under siege. The horde hit them about an hour after we went underground. Emily's voice was carefully neutral, but Daniel could hear the weight beneath the words. They're calling for help. Nobody's answering. Daniel thought about Hale, about his walls, his patrols, his absolute certainty that control was the path to survival. About the people inside those walls who'd trusted him, followed him, believed that his strength would protect them. How many people did he have? 60 or so, maybe more. 60 people. 60 lives that Hale had taken responsibility for, that he'd promised to protect with his organization and his discipline and his power. Is there anything we can do? From down here? With what resources? Emily shook her head. We can barely help ourselves right now. Daniel knew she was right, knew that the math didn't work, that the distances were too great, that any rescue attempt would just add more bodies to the count. But knowing didn't make it easier. Knowing didn't erase the weight of responsibility that had somehow expanded to include even the people who'd been his rivals. Keep monitoring, he said. Let me know if anything changes. Daniel, Emily's hand caught his arm. You can't save everyone. You know that, right? I know. Then stop trying to carry them all. It's going to break you. It might. He looked at her, at the concern in her eyes, at the sister who'd stayed with him through everything. But I don't know how to stop. I don't know how to watch people die and not feel responsible. That's what makes you good at this. Her voice was soft. And it's what's going to destroy you if you're not careful. She walked away, leaving him alone with the darkness and the weight of everything he couldn't fix. They moved again after 2 hours, following the tunnels deeper into the earth, following routes that Carla's people knew and routes that no one knew, making decisions at every junction based on instinct and hope and the desperate need to find a way out. The infected appeared on the 6th hour. Not many. A handful, lost in the tunnels the same way Lucas had been, following patterns that no longer made sense in the underground darkness. But they were there, their clicking teeth echoing off stone walls, their movements visible in flashlight beams that swept the darkness ahead. "Weapons ready?" Tanya ordered, her voice carrying through the group with quiet authority. "No firearms unless absolutely necessary. The sound will draw more. Blades and bludgeons only." They dealt with the first cluster quickly, efficiently, the violence over in seconds. But the second cluster was larger, and the third larger still, and it became clear that the tunnels weren't as empty as they'd hoped. "They're following the water," Dr. Chen observed when they stopped to catch their breath after the fourth encounter. She'd been with the university group that joined the evacuation, her research instincts still active even in crisis. The drainage patterns in these tunnels, they create flow paths. The infected follow them the same way they follow roads on the surface. Can we avoid those paths? Maybe. But we'd be going into unmapped territory. No guarantees about structural integrity, air quality, flood risk. Daniel looked at the map they'd been building as they moved, a patchwork of explored routes and blank spaces, certainty fading into mystery at every edge. The safe path was dangerous, the dangerous path was unknown, and there was no option that didn't carry risks that could kill them all. "We split the group," he said. "2 routes, 2 teams. One follows the mapped path with the people who can't move fast. The other goes through unmapped territory with volunteers who can handle whatever we find. If one group makes it, they can guide rescue for the other." "That's a lot of ifs," Tanya said. "It's better than one route with everyone at risk." Daniel turned to the group, to the faces watching him in the flashlight beams. "I need volunteers. People who are mobile, comfortable with uncertainty, willing to take the harder path." Hands went up. Tanya, of course. Jordan, because communications could be critical. Carla, because she knew the tunnels better than anyone. A dozen others, survivors who'd proven themselves over the past days. And Lucas. His hand rose slowly, tentatively. But it rose. "You sure?" Daniel asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. "I'm sure I don't want to be with the slow group if something goes wrong," Lucas replied. His voice had lost the smooth confidence that had defined him for so long, replaced by something rawer, more honest. "And I'm sure I owe you something, for the chances you gave me that I didn't deserve." Daniel studied him, looking for the lie, but all he saw was a man who'd been stripped of his games and angles, forced to confront what he actually was when everything else was taken away. "Fine, you're with us. But you stay in the middle, you follow orders, and if I even suspect you're running your own agenda, you'll leave me in the dark, I know." Lucas almost smiled. "I'd do the same in your position." They split at the next junction, the main group continuing down the mapped route under Emily's coordination, Daniel's team turning into passages that no one had explored since before the outbreak. The unmapped tunnels were older, more decayed, showing signs of abandonment that predated the modern city. The walls were rough-hewn stone rather than formed concrete. The passages narrower, the darkness somehow deeper without the infrastructure that came with regular maintenance. "Old mining operation," Carla explained as they moved. "This whole area was coal country 100 years ago. The tunnels go deeper than anyone's really mapped." "How deep?" "Deep enough that we might come out on the other side of the Horde's path, or deep enough that we get lost and never come out at all." She shrugged, her flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. "The good news is there's probably no infected down here. These passages predate any of the routes they'd know. And the bad news? The bad news is everything else. Cave-ins, flooding, bad air, passages that just end. We're gambling on an awful lot of unknowns." Daniel knew that, had known it when he proposed the split, when he volunteered for the harder path, when he chose to risk everything on the chance that uncertainty was better than the certainty of danger. but uncertainty was what he'd been dealing with since the outbreak began. Maybe he was getting used to it. They walked for hours. The tunnels branched and merged, climbed and descended, passed through chambers of strange beauty and corridors of claustrophobic terror. They found old equipment, pickaxes, rail segments, the rusted remains of mining operations that had ended decades before anyone living was born. They found water, some of it fresh enough to drink, some of it carrying the sulfur smell of deep earth. And they found bones. Not recent ones, ancient remains, mixed with artifacts that suggested this tunnel system had been used for longer than any historical record indicated. Pottery shards, stone tools, the debris of civilizations that had passed through these dark spaces long before the first European settlers arrived. Native American, Chen breathed, crouching to examine a fragment. Pre-Columbian, probably. This area was inhabited for thousands of years before Louisville existed. People lived down here? Or passed through? Or used these tunnels for something else? She stood, her flashlight revealing more artifacts scattered along the passage floor. We're walking through history, layers of it. Daniel found it strangely comforting. The reminder that people had survived in these tunnels before, had navigated this darkness long before flashlights and GPS, had found their way through to whatever lay beyond. If they could do it, maybe his group could too. The betrayal came on the 10th hour. They'd stopped to rest in a chamber that showed signs of recent human activity. Trash, disturbed dust, marks on the walls that might have been navigation aids. Someone had been here before, maybe recently, maybe during the outbreak. Daniel was examining the marks when he heard the scuffle behind him. Turned to see Lucas with a knife at Carla's throat, his face twisted into something between desperation and determination. "Nobody moves," Lucas said, his voice carrying the edge of someone who'd made a decision they couldn't unmake. "Just nobody moves and nobody gets hurt. Lucas." Daniel kept his voice calm, his hands visible. "What are you doing?" "What I should have done from the beginning." Lucas's eyes darted around the chamber, tracking the positions of everyone in the group. Hale wasn't the only one with plans for this city. There are other players, other opportunities. I've been negotiating with one of them. A group that controls territory north of here. They're willing to trade, but they need something of value. And that something is us? Some of you. The skilled ones, the valuable ones. Chen with her research, Jordan with her communications, a few others. The rest, he shrugged, the gesture making the knife press tighter against Carla's throat. The rest are negotiable. Tanya had her hand on her weapon, but she wasn't drawing, not with Carla's life in the balance. The others were frozen, watching, waiting for Daniel to do something. "You've been planning this the whole time," Daniel said slowly. The offer to switch sides, the information about Hale, all of it was just positioning for this moment. Not the whole time, but long enough. Lucas smiled, something of his old confidence returning now that his cards were on the table. "I told you, Daniel. I serve my interests. And right now, my interests involve walking out of here with enough valuable people to buy myself a position in the new order. There is no new order, there's just survival. Survival is the new order, and the people who control resources, who control skills, who control information, they're the ones who'll write the rules." Lucas tilted his head, studying Daniel with what might have been genuine curiosity. "You could be part of that, you know. You're valuable too. Come with me. Bring the people I need and I'll make sure you have a place at the table." Daniel thought about the bridge, about Hal, about every decision that had led him to this moment, standing in a cave 100 feet underground with a man holding a knife to an innocent woman's throat. "No," he said. "No? Just like that? Just like that?" Daniel took a step forward, ignoring Tanya's sharp intake of breath. You think I've spent the last 6 weeks building something just to hand it over to people who treat other people as commodities? You think I've watched friends die so that someone like you could profit from their sacrifice? I think you're sentimental. And sentiment gets people killed in this world. Maybe. Daniel took another step. But so does betrayal. You're holding one person, Lucas. There are 12 of us. You can't fight your way out. You can't bargain your way out. The only way this ends without you dying is if you let her go. And then what? You forgive me? Welcome me back to the group? Then we leave you here, in the dark, with whatever supplies you can carry and whatever chance you can make for yourself. Daniel's voice was flat, final. It's more than you deserve. It's more than you'd give anyone else. Lucas's eyes flickered. The knife pressed tighter against Carla's throat, drawing a thin line of blood. I could kill her. Right now. Just to prove you could. But you won't. Because then you'd have nothing to bargain with and we'd kill you before you took another breath. The silence stretched. Daniel could hear his own heartbeat, could hear the drip of water somewhere in the darkness, could hear the ragged breathing of everyone in the chamber as they waited for Lucas to decide. The knife moved. Carla stumbled forward, her hand going to her throat, her eyes wide with shock. Lucas stood alone, the knife still in his hand but lowered now, his face showing the collapse of whatever plan he'd been building. The supplies, Daniel said. Put them down, all of them. Lucas complied, emptying his pack, letting the gear fall to the stone floor. When he was done, he stood with empty hands and empty eyes, waiting for whatever came next. Go, Daniel said. Back the way we came. Don't follow us. Don't try to contact anyone in our network. If I ever see you again, you won't. Lucas's voice was hollow. You won't. He walked past Daniel, past the others, into the darkness of the tunnel they'd traveled through. His footsteps faded. Then there was only silence. You should have killed him, Tanya said quietly. Maybe. Daniel picked up the supplies Lucas had left, began distributing them among the others. But I've done enough killing lately, and he'll probably die out here anyway. And if he doesn't? If he makes it out, tells people about us? Then we deal with it when it happens. Daniel looked at her, at the judgment in her eyes that wasn't quite criticism. I know you think I'm soft, maybe I am. But I've spent my whole life making the safe choice, the ruthless choice, the choice that protected me at someone else's expense. I'm trying to be something different now. Even when it's stupid, even when it might get me killed. Tanya held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, something shifting in her expression. Just don't let it get the rest of us killed. I'll try. They moved on, leaving Lucas behind in the darkness, pressing forward through tunnels that grew stranger and older with every mile. The group was quieter now, the betrayal having stripped away whatever illusions they'd maintained about safety and trust. Carla walked beside Daniel for a while, her hand occasionally touching her throat where Lucas's knife had pressed. Thank you, she said finally, for not letting him. Don't thank me. Thank the situation. He would have killed you if he thought it would help him. I know, but you talked him down. That's not nothing. That's desperation wearing a mask of negotiation. Daniel felt exhausted, hollowed out by the constant weight of crisis. I didn't have a plan. I just couldn't think of anything else to do. That's what leadership looks like from the outside, making it up as you go and hoping it works. Everyone keeps telling me that. I'm starting to think it's a conspiracy to make me feel better about how lost I am. Carla almost smiled. If it helps, I've been lost since the outbreak started. At least you're lost with purpose. Is that a compliment or an observation? Both. Take what you can get. The breakthrough came on the 12th hour. The tunnel opened suddenly into a space too large for their flashlights to illuminate fully. A natural cavern that had been incorporated into the mining operation, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor covered with the detritus of a century of human activity. And on the far side, barely visible in their light beams, a passage that showed signs of recent use. Fresh footprints, discarded packaging, a flashlight that still worked when Jordan picked it up. "Someone's been here," she said. "Recently, maybe in the last few days." "The other group?" Daniel asked, hope sparking in his chest. "Emily's group? Could be. Or could be someone else entirely." Jordan swept her light across the cavern, picking out details. "There's only one way to find out." They crossed the cavern with careful speed, avoiding the deeper shadows, keeping together in case anything emerged from the darkness. The passage on the far side was concrete again. Modern infrastructure, a return to the mapped sections of the tunnel system, and half a mile further they found them. Emily's group, all of them, huddled in a junction chamber, their faces showing the strain of hours of fear and uncertainty. They'd been waiting, Emily explained, hoping that Daniel's team would find a way through, praying that the risk they'd taken would pay off. "You made it," she breathed when she saw him, pulling him into a hug that he didn't know he needed until it was happening. "We made it." He held her for a long moment, feeling some of the weight lift from his shoulders. "Is everyone okay?" "Everyone who was with us is still with us. The tunnel was hard, infected sightings, near misses, one section that collapsed behind us, but we made it." "Then let's finish this. Let's get out of here." The exit they found was a drainage outlet on the northern edge of the city, opening onto a riverbank that showed no signs of infected presence. They emerged into afternoon light that felt miraculous after so many hours in darkness, blinking and staggering and holding on to each other for support. The horde had passed. They could see evidence of it in the distance, smoke rising from the southern suburbs, the particular silence of a landscape that had been scoured clean of life. But here, on the city's northern edge, there was only emptiness and the possibility of survival. Daniel gathered the survivors, 117 of them by his count, and looked at the faces that had trusted him through the darkness. "We made it," he said. "That's the first victory. Now we need to figure out what comes next." "Nashville," Jordan suggested. "We contact the convoy, let them know we're alive, coordinate an evacuation." "The other survivors?" Carla asked. "The people who stayed on the surface?" "We help who we can. But first we have to secure ourselves." Daniel looked south, toward the smoke and the destruction and the city that had been his home. "There'll be time for rescue operations when we're not running for our lives." "And Hale?" Tanya asked. "His compound?" Daniel thought about the broadcasts they'd heard, about the siege, about the 60 people who'd trusted a man who promised them control and safety. If anyone survived, we find them. We help them. But that's for later. He turned back to the group, to the people who were watching him with something that might have been hope or might have been exhaustion or might have been both. "Right now, we rest. We recover. And then we figure out how to rebuild." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was more than they'd had when they went underground, more than they dared hope for when the horde approached. They were alive. They were together. And for now, that was enough. The next 3 days were a blur of survival logistics and gradual recovery. They established a temporary camp near the drainage outlet, using the tunnel system as a fallback option if surface threats materialized. Jordan managed to reach Nashville through a series of radio relays, confirming that the convoy had survived the horde's passage through the area by relocating to high ground east of the city. The reunion was emotional, not in the dramatic way that movies depicted, but in the quiet way of people who'd stopped believing they'd see each other again. The colonel clasped Daniel's hand and said nothing, the silence conveying more than words could manage. Noah, who'd stayed in Nashville as ordered, nearly tackled Emily when she emerged from the survivor group. "You came back," he said, his voice cracking. "I told you I would." "But you came back." Dr. Chen's research data had survived the evacuation, carefully protected through hours of tunnel travel. It was already being transmitted to Nashville, where scientists could build on her work with resources that Louisville could never provide. The connection that Daniel had built between the university group and the safe zone would persist, would grow, would become something larger than any single survivor community. And through it all, Daniel carried the weight of everyone they'd lost. Hal, Rick, Maya, the survivors of Hale's compound who'd never made it out. Lucas somewhere in the tunnels finding his own fate. Each name was a mark on his conscience, a reminder that leadership meant more than making decisions. It meant living with the consequences of those decisions. "You're brooding again," Emily said on the third evening, finding him at the edge of the camp staring at the distant smoke. "I'm processing. Semantics." She settled beside him, shoulder to shoulder, the way they'd been doing since childhood. "What are you processing?" "Lucas, what I should have done differently, whether I made the right call letting him go. Would killing him have changed anything?" "It would have guaranteed he couldn't hurt anyone else. It would have guaranteed you became someone who kills people to prevent hypothetical future harm." Emily's voice was gentle but firm. "That's a line you can't uncross." "I know. That's what I'm processing." Daniel watched the smoke curl into the darkening sky. "I keep thinking about what he said, about survival being the new order, about the people who control resources writing the rules. You disagree?" "I think he's partly right, which is what bothers me. The world we're building, it's not going to be fair. It's not going to be equal. The strong are going to have advantages over the weak, the connected over the isolated, the ruthless over the compassionate. That's just how it works. So what do we do about it? We build something different. We create structures that protect the vulnerable, that share resources, that don't let the Lucases and the Hales of the world consolidate power without accountability." Daniel turned to look at her. "It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be complete. But if we don't try, then we become the thing we're fighting against." "Something like that." Emily leaned her head against his shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that transcended words. "Well, I guess we've got our work cut out for us." "I guess we do." They sat together as darkness fell over the ruined city, as the stars emerged above them, as the world continued its slow transformation into something nobody had chosen but everyone would have to live with. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new decisions, new weights to carry. But tonight, they could rest. Tonight they had each other. Tonight survival was enough. The convoy prepared to leave Louisville 2 days later. The assessment mission had achieved its goals, more or less. They'd made contact with survivors, established communication networks, gathered information about the city's conditions. But the cost had been higher than anyone anticipated, and the situation on the ground was more complicated than Nashville had expected. Daniel stood with Dr. Chen at the edge of the camp, watching the vehicles being loaded for the return journey. "You're not coming back," Chen said. It wasn't a question. "Not right away. There's work to do here, people to find, resources to salvage, a network to maintain. Nashville needs a presence in Louisville, and I know this city better than most. You're staying because you feel responsible. I'm staying because someone has to, and because the people here trusted me through something that could have killed all of us. I can't just leave them." Chen nodded, accepting this. "The university group will continue our research. We'll share everything with Nashville, build on what we've started, but we'll need support, supplies, equipment, personnel. You'll get it, I'll make sure of it." Then I suppose this is goodbye. She extended her hand. For now. For now. Daniel shook it. Dr. Chen, thank you. For everything. Thank me when we've actually survived this. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. I have a feeling we're just getting started. The convoy departed at dawn, a line of vehicles heading south toward Nashville and the relative safety of the established safe zone. Daniel watched them go from a rooftop position, counting trucks until the last one disappeared over the horizon. Then he turned to the city that lay before him. Broken, dangerous, full of the dead and the desperate and the possibility of something better. Emily stood beside him. She'd chosen to stay despite his objections, despite his arguments about safety and practicality and every other reason he could think of. Someone has to keep you from martyring yourself, she'd said, and there was no arguing with that. Tanya had stayed too, and Jordan, and Carla, and Chen, and the core of survivors who'd found each other in the darkness and weren't ready to let go. What's the plan? Emily asked. Keep building, keep connecting. Find the survivors we haven't reached yet. Help them organize, help them defend themselves. Daniel looked at the smoke still rising from the southern suburbs, at the quiet streets that hid unknown dangers, at the world that needed to be rebuilt one piece at a time. And eventually, when we're strong enough, when the timing is right, we deal with whoever's still out there trying to consolidate power through force. You mean Hale? If he survived? Hale or whoever comes after him. There's always someone who thinks control is the answer, that power is the only thing that matters. We have to build something that proves them wrong. That's a big ambition for a guy who spent 6 years avoiding responsibility. Maybe that's why I'm so determined now. Daniel smiled, the expression unfamiliar but not unwelcome. I've got a lot of lost time to make up for. Emily took his hand, squeezing once. Then let's get started. They descended from the rooftop together into the ruined city, into the uncertain future, into the work of building something that mattered from the ashes of everything that had been lost. The world had ended. The dead walked. The living struggled and suffered and sometimes betrayed each other. But they also helped each other, protected each other, found ways to be human even when humanity seemed like a luxury they couldn't afford. That was the hope Daniel carried with him as he walked into Louisville's broken streets. That was the foundation he would build on, one day at a time, one decision at a time, one life at a time, until something better emerged from the darkness. The weeks that followed were a masterclass in improvised governance. Daniel and his core team established a network of communication posts throughout the northern half of the city, using Dr. Chen's infected pattern research to identify safe zones and travel corridors. Survivors who'd hidden during the Horde's passage began emerging from their shelters, seeking connection, seeking guidance, seeking the kind of coordinated support that Hale had promised but failed to deliver. They came in ones and twos at first, then in larger groups. Some had resources to share. Some had skills. Some had nothing but their lives and their willingness to contribute to something larger than themselves. Daniel welcomed them all, found roles for them, built an organization that grew organically rather than through force. The university group became the network's intellectual center, their research expanding to include not just infected behavior but also agricultural planning, water purification, medical protocols, all the knowledge needed to transform survival into sustainable living. They trained others, shared their expertise, created the foundation for a recovery that would outlast any individual leader. Carla's people handled logistics and security, their experience in the tunnels having forged them into a cohesive unit that could operate effectively in the city's dangerous terrain. They mapped safe routes, established supply lines, created the infrastructure that would allow the network to function even when individual nodes were compromised. And Emily, Jordan, Tanya, each found their place in the growing organization, contributing skills and perspectives that Daniel couldn't provide alone. They challenged his decisions when he was wrong, supported him when he was right, created the kind of collaborative leadership that no single person could achieve. 6 weeks after the Horde's passage, they received word that Marcus Hale had survived. The information came through radio intercepts, transmissions from a group operating in the southern suburbs, using military frequencies and tactical protocols that suggested professional training. Hale had made it out of his compound with a handful of followers, had established a new base somewhere outside the city, and was rebuilding his organization with the same methods he'd used before. "He's recruiting," Tanya reported after analyzing several days of intercepts, "making offers to survivor groups promising protection in exchange for obedience. Same playbook as before." "Any takers?" Daniel asked. "Some. People who are scared, who don't know about our network, who think strong authority is the only way to survive. He's selling the same lie he always sold." "Then we need to sell something better." They did. Through radio broadcasts and physical messengers and the word of mouth that spread through survivor communities like wildfire, they shared their alternative vision, a network based on cooperation rather than control, mutual support rather than hierarchical obedience. It wasn't as clean as Hale's model, wasn't as simple, but it offered something his approach never could: genuine agency, real choice, the chance to participate in building the future rather than just being protected within it. The response was overwhelming. Groups that had been considering Hale's offers chose Daniel's network instead. People who'd been hiding alone emerged to join a community that welcomed contributions rather than demanding submission. The balance of power in Louisville shifted slowly but unmistakably toward the model Daniel had been building since he first decided that survival wasn't enough. Hale made contact on the 8th week. The message came through Jordan's communications center, a direct transmission properly encoded requesting a meeting. No threats, no demands, just a professional invitation from one leader to another. "It could be a trap," Emily pointed out when Daniel convened his advisors to discuss the response. "It could be, but traps require leverage, and Hale doesn't have much of that right now." Daniel studied the message for the 10th time. He's lost. Not completely. He still has people, resources, capabilities, but he's lost the narrative. People are choosing our network over his organization. He needs to change the game. So what does he want? I don't know. That's why I'm going to find out. They met at a neutral location, a highway rest area halfway between their respective territories, open ground that neither side could easily ambush. Hale brought a dozen men. Daniel brought the same. They approached each other in the gray morning light like diplomats from warring nations, careful and formal and acutely aware of everything that could go wrong. Hale looked different than Daniel remembered, thinner, grayer, carrying wounds that hadn't fully healed. The siege of his compound had cost him physically and otherwise. "Mercer," he said, extending his hand. "Thank you for coming." "Hale," Daniel shook it, brief and businesslike. "What do you want?" "Straight to the point, I appreciate that." Hale gestured to a picnic table that still stood despite the apocalypse, and they sat across from each other like negotiators in any other conflict. "I want to know what happens next." "Next in what sense?" "In every sense. You've built something, a network, an alternative to what I was trying to create. People are choosing it over what I offer, so I want to understand, what's your end game? What does the world look like when you've won?" Daniel considered the question, its implications, the 100 ways it could be a manipulation or a trap. "There is no winning," he said finally. "Not in the way you mean. The world we're building, it's not about one group defeating another. It's about creating structures that survive regardless of who leads them." Systems that serve people rather than the other way around. That's idealistic. It's practical. Authoritarian models fail when the authority fails. We've seen it happen. With the government, with military command structures, with organizations like yours. One point of failure and everything collapses. Daniel met Hale's eyes. We're building something that can survive losing any single component, including me. Hale was quiet for a moment, processing. And what happens to people like me? People who don't fit into your collaborative utopia? That depends on you. We're not hunting you, Hale. We're not trying to destroy what you've built. But we're also not going to let you force people into your system. If you want to lead people who choose to follow you, genuinely choose without coercion, then do it. Just don't try to eliminate the alternatives. Coexistence. Competition, maybe. Let people see both models, make their own decisions. If your way is better, it'll win. If ours is, it'll win. Either way, people have options. And if I decide I'd rather just take what I want, force is still an option. It's always an option, but it's an expensive one. Daniel leaned forward. You've seen what happens when you try to control everything, the siege, the losses, the collapse of the organization you spent weeks building. That wasn't bad luck, it was inevitable. Control requires resources, and resources are finite, and eventually something breaks that you can't fix. You're saying I should give up. I'm saying you should consider what you actually want. Power for its own sake, or survival, security, a future that's worth living. Because those aren't the same thing, and the path you've been on leads to one but not the other. Hale sat in silence, his face unreadable. The wind blew across the rest area, carrying the smell of decay from somewhere distant. I'll consider it, he said finally. Your proposal, coexistence, competition. He stood, signaling that the meeting was ending. But Mercer, don't mistake pragmatism for surrender. If I decide your network is a threat that needs to be eliminated, I'll act on that decision. This isn't friendship, it's calculation. I wouldn't expect anything else. They parted without shaking hands again, climbing into their respective vehicles, returning to their respective territories. Daniel watched Hale's convoy disappear over the horizon and felt the weight of uncertainty settle onto his shoulders. How did it go? Emily asked when he returned. I'm not sure. He listened, which is more than I expected. Whether he actually changes anything? Daniel shrugged. Time will tell. Do you trust him? I trust him to do what he thinks serves his interests. Right now, that might align with leaving us alone. Tomorrow it might not. He looked at her. But that's the world we live in. Uncertainty is the only certainty. You're getting philosophical in your old age. I'm getting tired. Daniel smiled despite himself. But not too tired to keep going, not yet. Good, because we've got a lot more work to do. They walked back into their makeshift headquarters together, into the meetings and decisions and endless small crises that defined leadership in the post-outbreak world. Outside, the city continued its slow transformation. Dangerous, broken, but also showing the first signs of recovery. Gardens planted in abandoned lots, water systems restored through improvised engineering, children playing in spaces that had been cleared of danger. It wasn't safety, it wasn't the world they'd lost, but it was something, and something was worth protecting. 3 months after the outbreak began, Daniel stood on the Kennedy Bridge for the first time since the collapse. The infected had cleared from this area. His network's activities had drawn them elsewhere, following noise patterns to different parts of the city. The bridge itself was damaged but passable, its span crossing the Ohio River like a monument to the world that had ended. Emily stood beside him as she always did for the moments that mattered. The last time I was here, Daniel said quietly, I was running away from the city, from responsibility, from everything I was afraid to face. And now I'm here on purpose. Because this bridge means something to me. Because I needed to prove to myself, I guess, that I could face it. And can you? Daniel looked at the water flowing beneath them, at the city on both banks, at the world that had changed so completely and would never change back. I can try, he said. That's all any of us can do. They stood together in silence, watching the river, watching the ruins, watching the strange and terrible and somehow hopeful new world that they were learning to inhabit. Then they turned and walked back toward the city, toward the work that was waiting, toward the future that was theirs to build. The bridge remained behind them, spanning the water, connecting shores that had once been separate. Like everything else in this new world, it was damaged but not destroyed. And with enough time, enough work, enough determination, it could be rebuilt. The radio crackled to life at 3 a.m, pulling Daniel from the shallow sleep that was all he managed anymore. Jordan's voice cut through the static, tight with controlled urgency. Daniel, we've got a situation. Command center now. He was dressed and moving within 30 seconds, his body having adapted to the rhythms of crisis even as his mind struggled to catch up. The hallways of their headquarters, a converted office building on Louisville's north side, were dim, but not dark. Emergency lighting creating pools of amber that guided him toward the communications hub. Jordan stood at her station, headphones around her neck, her face illuminated by the glow of multiple screens. Tanya was already there, along with Dr. Chen and 2 of Carla's security team. Their expressions told him everything he needed to know about the severity of whatever had happened. What is it? Hale. Jordan pulled up a recording, let it play. Through the speakers came a transmission, professional, clear, unmistakably military in its cadence. Calling all units. Package secured. Moving to extraction point Delta. Estimate arrival in 4 hours. Confirm receipt. That's from 20 minutes ago, Jordan said. We've been tracking his communications for weeks, but this is different. This is operational. Package? Daniel's mind raced through possibilities. What package? We don't know, but the extraction point he referenced, Delta, that's in the mega cavern system, the old tourist attraction, the underground storage facility. Hale's been moving supplies there for days. Why would he need an extraction point in the caverns? Because he's not extracting supplies. Tanya stepped forward, her expression grim. He's extracting people. We got a report from one of our patrols 2 hours ago. A group of survivors they'd been monitoring, families mostly about 30 people. They've disappeared. No signs of infected activity, no bodies, they just vanished. Daniel felt the pieces click together with sickening clarity. He's taking them, using them as leverage, or as resources. His organization's been struggling since the siege. He lost most of his skilled people, his infrastructure, his credibility. But if he can rebuild by capturing survivors from other networks, he rebuilds with our people. Daniel stared at the screens, at the communications intercepts and patrol reports and all the data that painted a picture he didn't want to see. Where's the group that disappeared? Eastern sector, near the old industrial park. Jordan highlighted the location on the map. We've got a team en route, but if Hale's already moved them, then we need to find them before they reach the caverns. That's a lot of ground to cover. And if we're wrong about the timeline, then we waste time chasing shadows. I know. Daniel rubbed his eyes, trying to force his exhausted brain to function. What assets do we have available? 3 mobile teams, maybe 40 people total. The rest are committed to perimeter defense and ongoing operations. Pull 1 team from perimeter, we need the numbers. That leaves gaps in our coverage. If Hale's testing our response, Then he's testing our response, but those people... Daniel stopped, steadied himself. Those people trusted us. They joined our network because we promised them something better than Hale's version of survival. We don't abandon them. Tanya nodded slowly. I'll brief the teams. We move in 30 minutes. The pre-dawn hours were the most dangerous time to move through Louisville. Late enough that the infected's nighttime activity was winding down. Early enough that visibility was still compromised. Daniel rode in the lead vehicle, watching the city slide past through night vision goggles that turned everything into shades of green and gray. Emily sat beside him, her presence a comfort he'd stopped trying to rationalize. She'd insisted on coming despite his objections, citing medical expertise that might be needed if they found the missing survivors injured or traumatized. He'd learned to stop arguing with her about these things. You're quiet, she observed. I'm thinking. About Hale? About what he's becoming. Daniel watched a cluster of infected pass in the distance, their movements synchronized in that eerie way that still unsettled him after weeks of observation. When we met at the rest area, I thought I saw something, recognition maybe, understanding that his approach wasn't sustainable, but this is desperation. People do terrible things when they're desperate. People do terrible things when they choose to do terrible things. Desperation is just the excuse. Daniel pulled off the goggles as the first light of dawn began to color the eastern sky. Hale had options. He could have integrated with our network, contributed his resources and expertise to something collaborative. Instead, he's kidnapping people. Maybe he doesn't see it as kidnapping. Maybe he's convinced himself he's saving them. Does it matter how he sees it? It matters for how we deal with him. If he's a monster, we treat him one way. If he's a desperate man making terrible choices, we might be able to reach him. Daniel thought about that as the convoy continued east, toward the industrial park, toward whatever they would find when they got there. The industrial park was a graveyard of commerce, warehouses and manufacturing facilities that had died with the economy that sustained them, their windows dark, their parking lots empty except for the vehicles their owners had abandoned in the first chaotic days of the outbreak. The patrol team that had reported the disappearance met them at the perimeter, their faces showing the particular strain of people who'd been searching for hours without finding answers. We've covered the main buildings, the team leader reported. A woman named Sarah who'd been a police officer before and had adapted her skills to this new world's requirements. No signs of the survivors, but we found evidence of recent activity in the eastern section. Tire tracks, footprints, some discarded supplies. Show me. They moved through the complex in tactical formation, weapons ready, every sense alert for threats that could come from any direction. The evidence Sarah had found was clear once you knew what to look for. The marks of multiple vehicles, the trampled ground where a large group had gathered, the scattered debris that suggested hurried movement rather than planned evacuation. They were here, Daniel said, crouching to examine a child's shoe that had been left behind. And they left in a hurry. Or were taken in a hurry. Tanya scanned the surrounding buildings, looking for threats. If Hale's people ambushed them, there would be signs of struggle. Blood, spent casings, something. Daniel stood, turning slowly to take in the whole scene. This looks more like herding, like they were guided somewhere rather than forced. Guided by who? That's what we need to find out. He pointed to the tire tracks leading east, deeper into the industrial complex. We follow, carefully. The trail led to a building that had been a distribution center before the outbreak. 3 stories of reinforced concrete with loading docks and freight elevators and all the infrastructure needed to move large quantities of goods. It also had something else, a section of floor that had been cut away to reveal a passage leading down. Mega cavern access, Sarah said, shining her flashlight into the darkness. I didn't know there was an entrance here. Neither did we. Daniel studied the opening, the fresh cuts in the concrete, the ladder that had been installed for descent. This is new. Someone's been building infrastructure we didn't know about. Hale? Has to be. He's been preparing this for weeks, maybe longer. Setting up routes, access points, everything he needs to move people and supplies without us knowing. So we go down? Daniel looked at the darkness below, at the unknown depths that could hold anything from empty tunnels to armed resistance. The smart play was to wait, gather more intelligence, develop a plan that accounted for the variables. But the missing survivors were down there somewhere, and every hour they waited was an hour Hale had to do whatever he planned to do with them. We go down, he said, but carefully, and we leave a team up here to cover our exit. The cavern system was vast, miles of interconnected passages that had been carved by nature and expanded by humans over centuries. The commercial sections that had once hosted tourists and stored goods were only a fraction of the total network, and it was into the older, less developed sections that the trail led. They moved in a column, flashlights cutting through darkness that seemed to swallow light, footsteps echoing off walls that had never known electricity. The air was cool and damp, carrying the mineral smell of deep earth and something else, something organic that Daniel couldn't quite identify. "You smell that?" Emily whispered. "Yeah. I don't know what it is." "Death." Her voice was flat. "Something died down here. Recently. They found the source a quarter-mile in, a body slumped against the tunnel wall, wearing the improvised uniform of Hale's organization. Male, maybe 30s, with a wound in his chest that could have been knife or bullet. Impossible to tell in the dim light. One of Hale's people, Tanya observed, crouching to examine the body. Dead maybe 6 hours, judging by the temperature. Why would one of his own people be dead? Internal conflict. Someone decided they didn't like the plan? Tanya stood, her expression thoughtful. Or this is staged, a breadcrumb to lead us somewhere specific. Either way, we keep moving, but stay alert for ambush. The ambush came 100 yards further in. One moment they were moving through a narrow passage. The next, the darkness erupted with gunfire and shouting and the chaos of close-quarters combat. Daniel hit the ground instinctively, his weapon coming up as he tried to identify targets through the muzzle flashes and dust. "Cover! Find cover!" Tanya's voice cut through the noise, directing movement even as she returned fire. They scattered into alcoves and behind rock formations, the disciplined retreat of people who'd trained for exactly this kind of situation. The firing tapered off as both sides realized the other had found defensive positions, replaced by the tense silence of a standoff. "Mercer!" A voice from the darkness ahead, familiar but distorted by the cave's acoustics. "I know you're there. Let's talk." "Hale?" Daniel called back, keeping his position concealed. "Is that you?" "In person, though I prefer to think of this as a professional meeting rather than a personal one." "Professional meetings don't usually start with gunfire." "That was a misunderstanding. My people got nervous. You can understand. Everyone's on edge these days." A pause. "I'm going to step out. I'd appreciate it if no one shot me." A figure emerged from the darkness ahead, hands visible, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who knew exactly how many weapons were pointed at them. Marcus Hale looked worse than he had at their last meeting. Thinner, more haggard, with a wildness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "The survivors you took," Daniel said, not emerging from his own cover. "Where are they?" "Safe, for now. And they'll stay that way as long as we can come to an arrangement." "What kind of arrangement?" "The kind where everyone gets what they want." Hale spread his hands, a gesture that might have been conciliation or might have been theater. You want your people back. I want resources, supplies, equipment, the things I need to rebuild my organization. We make a trade. Everyone goes home happy. You kidnapped 30 people to use as bargaining chips. I secured assets that had value in a negotiation I knew was coming. Hale's smile was thin, humorless. Don't pretend you're above this kind of calculation, Mercer. You've made hard choices, too. The only difference is you've convinced yourself they were moral ones. Daniel felt the words land, felt the truth in them that he didn't want to acknowledge. He had made hard choices. People had died because of decisions he'd made. The difference was... What was the difference exactly? Where are they? He asked again. Further in. A holding area I've prepared. They're comfortable enough for now. Hale's expression hardened. But that can change. If you want to force this, if you want to try to take them back by violence, some of them will die, maybe all of them. Is that what you want? What do you want, Hale? Specifically, supplies, medical equipment, food, ammunition. Enough to sustain my people for 3 months, and safe passage out of Louisville, a guarantee that your network won't interfere with us as we relocate. You're leaving? This city has become complicated. The dynamics aren't favorable anymore. There are opportunities elsewhere, places where my approach might be better received. Hale shrugged. Consider it a strategic withdrawal. Daniel processed this, running calculations he hated having to make. The supplies Hale wanted were significant but not crippling. They could absorb the loss and recover. And if Hale was genuinely leaving, the threat he represented would go with him. But giving in to hostage-taking, rewarding the behavior. I need to see them, Daniel said. The survivors. I need proof they're alive and unharmed before we discuss anything. Reasonable. I'll take you to them. You personally with one companion. The rest of your people stay here. And walk into whatever you've prepared. No. Then we're at an impasse. Hale's voice hardened. I'm trying to be civilized about this, Mercer. Trying to find a solution that doesn't involve more bloodshed. But my patience isn't infinite, and neither is my willingness to negotiate. The silence stretched. Daniel could feel the eyes of his people on him, waiting for direction, trusting him to make the right call even when there was no right call to make. Emily comes with me, he said finally. She's medical. She can assess the survivor's condition, and Tanya stays here with the rest. If anything happens to us, she leads the response. Acceptable. Hale gestured toward the darkness behind him. This way. The passage led deeper into the cave system, through sections that showed signs of recent construction. Reinforced walls, installed lighting. The infrastructure of a permanent facility rather than a temporary hideout. Hale had been building this for weeks, Daniel realized, planning for exactly this kind of contingency. You've been busy, he observed. I've been preparing. There's a difference. Hale walked ahead of them, seemingly unconcerned about turning his back on potential enemies. When the outbreak started, I saw immediately what was coming. Not just the infected, that was obvious, but what would happen to society, to power structures, to the whole framework that organized human existence. I started building alternatives while everyone else was still in denial. Building alternatives or building a kingdom? Is there a difference? Every society needs structure, hierarchy, someone to make decisions when consensus fails. I provided that. Some people appreciated it. Some didn't. Hale glanced back. You think you're different, but you're not. You've built a hierarchy too. You just call it a network and pretend it's collaborative. But when crisis comes, people look to you. They follow your directions. They trust your judgment. That's power, Mercer, whether you acknowledge it or not. Daniel didn't have an answer for that. The uncomfortable truth was that Hale wasn't entirely wrong. The holding area was a large chamber that had been converted into a makeshift detention facility. Cots arranged in rows, portable toilets in one corner, supplies stacked against the walls. The missing survivors were there, all 30 of them, looking frightened but unharmed. Among them was Noah. Daniel's heart stopped when he saw the boy. Sitting on a cot near the back, his headphones around his neck as always, his face pale but his eyes alert. He shouldn't have been here. He was supposed to be safe at their headquarters, protected by the people Daniel had assigned specifically to keep him out of danger. "Daniel!" Noah spotted him and started to rise, but one of Hale's guards gestured him back down. "He was with the group we found," Hale said, following Daniel's gaze. "Apparently he'd been visiting, bringing supplies from your network. Wrong place, wrong time. He's a child. He's a survivor, like everyone else here." Hale's voice carried no particular malice, just the matter-of-fact assessment of someone who'd stopped seeing people as anything other than variables in an equation. "If you want him back, he's included in the deal." Emily had moved toward the survivors, checking vitals, assessing conditions. Her expression was professional, controlled, but Daniel could see the tension in her shoulders, the careful way she avoided looking at Noah for too long. "They're okay," she reported quietly when she returned to Daniel's side. "Scared, uncomfortable, but no injuries. Whatever Hale's planning to do with them, he hasn't done it yet." "Just collateral," Hale said. "Insurance for the negotiation. I have no interest in harming them. They're worth more as bargaining chips than as examples." "How reassuring." "It should be. It means you can get them back intact, as long as you're reasonable about the terms." Hale gestured toward a side passage. "We should discuss details somewhere more private. Your medical friend can stay with the civilians." Daniel looked at Emily. She nodded slightly. "I'll be okay," and moved to sit with Noah, putting her arm around the boy's shoulders in a gesture of comfort that was also positioning, putting herself between him and Hale's guards. Daniel followed Hale into the side passage. The negotiation took 3 hours. They haggled over quantities and timelines and logistics, the mundane details of a transaction that both of them knew was fundamentally wrong but neither could avoid. Daniel gave ground where he could, held firm where he had to, and tried to ignore the voice in his head that kept asking what he was becoming. In the end, they reached terms. Supplies delivered in 3 shipments over a week, safe passage guaranteed for 2 weeks after the final delivery, and the survivors released progressively with each shipment. It was a compromise that satisfied no one, which probably meant it was the best available option. "You know this doesn't end anything," Daniel said as they finalized the arrangement. "Even if you leave Louisville, even if you relocate somewhere else, people will remember what you did here. The kidnapping, the coercion, it'll follow you. Reputations can be rebuilt, especially in a world where memory is short and survival is paramount." Hale almost smiled. "Besides, I'm not convinced my reputation is as damaged as you think. Some people prefer strength to collaboration. Some people want to be led rather than consulted. I'll find my audience. And if you don't, then I'll adapt. It's what survivors do." Hale stood, signaling that their meeting was concluded. "First shipment in 48 hours, 10 survivors released on delivery. We'll be in contact about the specifics." "Hale," Daniel stopped him before he could leave. "The boy, Noah, he comes with me now. He's not part of the trade. He's part of the group I'm holding. He's 14 years old. He has no strategic value, no skills you need, nothing to justify keeping him except cruelty." Daniel kept his voice level despite the anger building in his chest. "Let him go as a gesture of good faith. It costs you nothing." Hale considered this for a long moment. "A gesture of good faith. Is that what you think this is? Faith? I think it's business, and good businessmen don't hold on to assets that have no value." "Perhaps. Hale nodded slowly. Fine. The boy goes with you. Consider it an advance on the first shipment. They emerged from the caves in late afternoon, Noah walking between Daniel and Emily, his silence speaking louder than any words. The boy hadn't said anything since they'd left the holding area, hadn't responded to Emily's attempts at comfort, hadn't even put his headphones on. The others were waiting at the surface entrance, their faces showing relief that turned to confusion when they saw Noah. He was with the survivors, Daniel explained briefly. He's okay. We all need to debrief, but right now we need to get back to headquarters and start organizing the first shipment. Shipment? Tanya's expression hardened. You made a deal with him? I made the deal that got people out alive. We can discuss whether it was the right call later. Right now, we have work to do. The convoy assembled and they began the journey back to their territory. Daniel rode in the lead vehicle as always, but his attention was on the truck behind him, where Emily sat with Noah, trying to reach a boy who'd retreated somewhere Daniel's words couldn't follow. The debriefing was brutal, not because anyone openly criticized Daniel's decision. They were too disciplined for that, too accustomed to supporting their leader even when they disagreed. But the questions they asked, the concerns they raised, the careful way they avoided saying what they were clearly thinking. It was criticism by omission, judgment delivered through silence. The supplies he's demanding, Dr. Chen observed, represent about 15% of our current stockpile. That's significant but recoverable. The real cost is precedent. If we're seen as willing to negotiate with hostage takers, others might try the same tactic. Others might try regardless, Daniel replied. And if they do, we'll deal with it. But right now, 30 people are being held in those caves, and this is the path that gets them out. 10 at a time, over 3 weeks. Tanya's voice was flat. That's a lot of time for things to go wrong. Yes, it is. Daniel met her eyes. Do you have a better alternative? She didn't. No one did. The meeting ended with assignments and timelines and all the logistics of executing a plan that no one liked but everyone had to accept. Afterward, Daniel found Emily in the medical section, where she'd been monitoring Noah since their return. The boy was sleeping now, his face showing the tension that wouldn't release even in unconsciousness. How is he? Physically fine. Emotionally? Emily shook her head. He won't talk about what happened. Won't talk about anything. He's retreated somewhere and I don't know how to reach him. He'll come back. He's resilient. Resilience has limits, especially for a 14-year-old who's already lost his parents, already survived more trauma than most people experience in a lifetime. Emily looked at her brother. He shouldn't have been there, Daniel. He was supposed to be safe. I know. How did he end up with that group? Who was supposed to be watching him? I'm looking into it. But right now, the priority is always something else. Emily's voice carried an edge he rarely heard from her. The mission, the network, the strategy. Meanwhile, a boy who's been in our care since the beginning is falling apart, and we're so busy managing crises that we can't even stop to help him. That's not fair. No, it's not. None of this is fair. She turned back to Noah, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. Go do what you need to do. I'll stay with him. Daniel stood there for a moment, watching his sister comfort a boy who'd become something like family over the past weeks. Then he turned and left, carrying the weight of another failure he didn't know how to fix. The first shipment went as planned. 48 hours after the cave meeting, a convoy delivered the agreed-upon supplies to a transfer point Hale had designated. In exchange, 10 survivors were released, escorted to the transfer point by Hale's people, handed over without incident, returned to their families and their lives in Daniel's network. It was clean, professional, exactly what Hale had promised, and it felt wrong in ways Daniel couldn't articulate. He's keeping his word, Jordan observed as they monitored the operation. That's not nothing. He's keeping his word because it serves his interests. The moment it doesn't, you don't know that. I know Hale. I know how he thinks, how he calculates. Daniel watched the returning survivors embrace their families, tried to find joy in their reunion rather than anxiety about what came next. This is too easy, too smooth. He's planning something. Or he's just trying to get out of a situation that's not working for him. Not everyone has a master plan, Daniel. Sometimes people just want to survive. And sometimes they want more than that. Noah started talking on the third day. Not about the kidnapping that remained locked away somewhere Daniel couldn't reach. But about other things. About his parents. About the life he'd had before the outbreak. About the dreams he'd stopped having because there didn't seem to be any point in dreaming anymore. Daniel found himself spending more time with the boy, carving out hours from his schedule that he couldn't really spare, sitting in silence or conversation depending on what Noah seemed to need. It wasn't therapeutic. Daniel had no training for that. But it was presence, connection, the simple act of being there when someone needed to not be alone. "Why did you come for us?" Noah asked one evening as they sat on the roof watching the sun set over the ruined city. "In the caves, you could have attacked, tried to rescue everyone at once. But you negotiated instead, because attacking would have gotten people killed. Maybe all of you. Definitely some of Hale's people, probably some of mine." Daniel considered his words carefully. Sometimes the brave thing isn't fighting. Sometimes it's finding another way. Even if the other way means giving him what he wants. Even then, supplies can be replaced, people can't. Noah was quiet for a long moment. "My dad used to say that. People can't be replaced. He said it when he was explaining why he had to work so much, because the people at his job needed him, and he couldn't just be replaced. He sounds like a good man." "He was." Noah's voice cracked slightly. "He went to help the neighbors when it started, when the infected first showed up. He said someone had to do something and he was someone." A pause. "He didn't come back. I'm sorry. Everyone says that. They're sorry, everyone's sorry." The bitterness in the boy's voice was startling, raw. But being sorry doesn't bring him back. Being sorry doesn't change anything. No, it doesn't. Daniel looked at Noah, at the anger and grief and confusion that churned beneath his surface. "But you know what does change things? Surviving, building, being part of something that matters. Your dad went to help because he believed in that. Believed that people helping each other was worth the risk. The best way to honor him isn't to be sorry. It's to keep believing what he believed. What if I don't believe it anymore? What if I think it's all pointless? The helping, the building, all of it. Then you fake it until you do believe it. You go through the motions, you do the work, and eventually the belief comes back." Daniel put his hand on Noah's shoulder. "I spent 6 years not believing in anything except avoiding responsibility. 6 years hiding from anything that might require me to care about something bigger than myself. You know what I learned?" "What?" "That not believing is its own kind of prison. It keeps you safe, but it keeps you small. And eventually you have to choose. Stay small and safe, or take the risk of caring about something that might hurt you. What if caring about something just gets you hurt again? It might. Probably will, actually, but the alternative, not caring, not connecting, not being part of anything, that hurts too. Just slower, quieter, in ways you don't notice until it's too late." Noah sat with this, processing it in whatever way 14-year-olds process the wisdom of adults who'd failed at their own advice for most of their lives. Then he nodded slowly and leaned slightly against Daniel's shoulder. They watched the sun finish setting, the darkness gathering around a city that was learning to live again despite everything trying to kill it. The second shipment went wrong. Not catastrophically, not at first, but with the particular wrongness of plans that unravel one thread at a time. The delivery convoy arrived at the transfer point to find Hale's people missing. They waited the agreed-upon hour, then 2, then 3. Radio contact returned nothing but static. "Something's happened," Jordan reported, her voice tight with concern. "Either Hale's changed the plan or something's changed it for him." Options? We pull back, wait for contact, or we go to the caverns and find out what's going on. Daniel considered. The smart play was patience. Wait for information, don't walk into unknown situations. But 10 more survivors were supposed to be released today. 10 people who'd been counting on him to get them home. We go, but carefully. Full tactical precautions. The cavern entrance was unguarded. That was the first sign that something had fundamentally changed. When they'd left 5 days ago, Hale had maintained security positions at every access point. Armed guards, communication equipment, the infrastructure of control that defined his approach to survival. Now there was nothing but empty tunnels and the particular silence of abandoned places. They moved in with weapons ready, following the route they'd taken before, finding evidence of hurried evacuation at every turn. Discarded equipment, overturned supplies, and increasingly bodies. "These are Hale's people," Tanya observed, crouching beside a corpse that showed gunshot wounds. "He killed recently, within the last 12 hours, I'd guess." "Killed by who?" "Not infected, the wounds are wrong. This is human violence, organized, deliberate." They pressed deeper, the evidence accumulating into a picture that Daniel didn't want to see. The holding area where the survivors had been kept was empty now. Cots overturned, supplies scattered. Blood on the stone floor, drag marks leading toward a passage they hadn't explored before. "Daniel!" Emily's voice carrying a note of horror that made his stomach drop. "Over here." She was standing at the entrance to a side chamber, her flashlight illuminating something he couldn't see from his position. He crossed to her, looked where she was looking, and felt the world shift beneath his feet. Bodies, dozens of them piled against the chamber walls like discarded furniture. Not Hale's people, the survivors. The people Daniel had negotiated to save, the people who'd been promised release, the people who'd trusted that the deal would protect them. Among them, recognizable even in death, was Marcus Hale. They searched for hours, processing the scene with the grim efficiency of people who'd learned to function despite horror. The picture that emerged was clear enough in its outlines, even if the details remained murky. Someone had attacked Hale's operation. Not Daniel's people, they had no reason, and anyway the attack had happened while they were waiting at the failed transfer point. Not the infected. The violence was too organized, too deliberate. Someone else, someone with enough force and ruthlessness to overwhelm Hale's security and slaughter everyone they found. The survivors they'd been trying to rescue, all of them were dead. 20 people who should have been released over the next 2 weeks, killed for reasons that no one had explained. And Hale himself, whose death should have been a relief, instead felt like a door slamming shut on answers that Daniel desperately needed. "Who did this?" Emily asked, voicing the question that everyone was thinking. "I don't know." Daniel stared at the carnage, trying to force his mind to analyze rather than just react. But whoever it was knew exactly what they were doing. They hit hard, fast, took out the security, then systematically killed everyone they found. This isn't random violence, this is a message. A message to who? To anyone who's watching, to anyone who thinks they can build power structures in this city. Daniel turned away from the bodies, his jaw tight. Someone's decided that leaders like Hale, maybe leaders like me, are a threat that needs to be eliminated. You think they'll come for us next? I think they might. We need to get back, warn the network, prepare for the possibility that whoever did this isn't finished. They began the retreat, moving through tunnels that now felt different, not just dangerous but actively hostile, as if the stone itself was watching and waiting. The bodies they passed became milestones on a journey that seemed longer than it had before, and when they finally emerged into daylight, Daniel felt a relief that was immediately crushed by the weight of what they'd learned. 20 people dead. Not from infected, not from the breakdown of civilization, but from deliberate human violence. Someone was out there hunting leaders, and they didn't seem to care about collateral damage. The world had just gotten a lot more complicated. The return to headquarters was grimly quiet. Word had spread ahead of them. Jordan's radio communications carrying the basic facts even before the convoy arrived. Faces that met them showed shock, grief, the particular kind of fear that came from realizing that the threats they faced weren't limited to the ones they understood. Daniel called a meeting of his core team gathering in the command center that had become the nerve center of their network. "We don't know who did this," he began, stating the obvious because someone had to. "We don't know why. We don't know if they're targeting us specifically. We don't know anything except that a significant force attacked Hale's operation and killed everyone they found." Questions? "The survivors from the first shipment," Dr. Chen asked. "The 10 we got back before this happened, are they safe?" "They're being monitored. So far, no signs of threat." "What about our other positions, the outposts, the supply depots?" "All reporting normal. If this was an attack specifically on Hale, we might not be targets. But we're increasing security everywhere until we know more." The caverns. Tanya's voice was tight. If whoever did this was operating out of there, they might have infrastructure we didn't find. Supplies, communications, personnel. We should do a full sweep. Agreed, but carefully. We don't want to walk into another ambush. Daniel looked around the room at the faces that were looking to him for guidance. "Here's what we know. Someone with significant capability just eliminated a major player in the Louisville survivor community. They did it with organization and ruthlessness that suggests military training or equivalent experience. They killed civilians without apparent hesitation, which suggests they're operating under rules very different from ours. So what do? We gather information, we strengthen our defenses, we make contact with every survivor group in the region and share what we know. If there's a predator out there hunting leaders, everyone needs to know about it. And when we find them," Daniel thought about the bodies in the cavern, about Hale, who'd been a monster in his own right but hadn't deserved to die like that. About the survivors caught between forces they didn't understand, paying the price for conflicts they hadn't started. When we find them, we deal with them, whatever that takes. The investigation consumed the next 3 days. They swept the caverns, finding little they hadn't already discovered. The attackers had been thorough, not just in the killing but in the cleanup, removing anything that might identify who they were or where they'd come from. The few clues that remained were fragmentary. A boot print that suggested military-issue footwear. A shell casing from a caliber that wasn't common among civilian survivors. A single piece of fabric caught on a rock that looked like it might be from a uniform. Could be military, Tanya assessed, examining the evidence. Or could be someone who's scavenging military equipment. Doesn't narrow it down much. What about motive? Why target Hale specifically? Because he was the biggest fish in the pond? Because he was consolidating power in ways that threatened whoever these people are? Tanya shrugged. Or because he had something they wanted? Information, resources, access? We might never know. The radio intercepts were more useful. Jordan had been monitoring frequencies since the attack, and the traffic she picked up painted a disturbing picture. "There's a pattern," she explained, displaying her analysis on the command center's main screen. "Over the past 2 weeks, there have been at least 4 incidents similar to what happened to Hale. Survivor groups attacked, leadership eliminated, civilians killed or scattered. It's happening across the region, not just Louisville, but extending into southern Indiana and northern Tennessee. Someone's clearing the board. That's what it looks like. And they're good at it, fast, organized, leaving almost no evidence behind. If we hadn't stumbled into the aftermath of Hale's attack, we might not have known it was happening at all. Daniel studied the map, the markers showing locations of suspected attacks, the pattern that was emerging from chaos. Whoever they are, they're moving systematically, clearing out power centers, eliminating anyone who might challenge them. Challenge them for what? What's the end game? Control, probably, same as always. Daniel felt a cold certainty settling into his chest. They're not just eliminating rivals. They're preparing to fill the vacuum. Someone wants to control this region, and they're willing to kill everyone who might get in their way. So what do? Wait for them to come for us? No. We find them first. Figure out who they are, what they want, how they operate. Daniel turned from the map. And we start preparing for the fight that's coming. The preparation was interrupted by crisis. 4 days after the cavern discovery, while Daniel was still trying to build a picture of the threat they faced, Noah disappeared. Not taken this time, his leaving was deliberate, voluntary, discovered only when Emily went to check on him and found his room empty. His few possessions gone, a note on his bed that said only, "I'm sorry, I can't stay here anymore." "How long has he been gone?" Daniel demanded, reading the note for the third time as if the words might change. Unclear. He was at dinner last night, seemed normal. Or what passes for normal. This morning, gone. Emily's voice was tight with fear and guilt. I should have been watching him more closely. I knew he was struggling. I knew. This isn't your fault. Though Daniel's voice carried an edge that suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as her. He made a choice. The question is why and where he went. The note doesn't give us much. No. But we know Noah. We know what matters to him, what he's been processing. Daniel forced his mind to work past the panic. He's been obsessing about his parents, about whether he could have done something different, saved them somehow. And he knows the general area where they lived. You think he went back there? I think it's possible, maybe likely. Daniel was already moving toward the door. I'm going after him. Alone. I don't want to spook him by showing up with a squad. Daniel, that's... I know it's dangerous, but he's a kid who's been through hell and he's out there alone in a city full of things that want to kill him. I'm not going to wait for a committee decision. Emily didn't argue further. She knew him well enough to recognize when arguing was pointless. The address where Noah's parents had lived was in the eastern suburbs, a residential neighborhood that had been pleasant and unremarkable before the outbreak and was now a graveyard of middle-class American life. The houses stood empty, their windows dark, their lawns overgrown, their occupants either dead or fled or transformed into something that wasn't human anymore. Daniel found Noah's parents' house after an hour of searching, guided by the address from records they'd collected and his own knowledge of the city's geography. It was a split level with brown siding and a basketball hoop in the driveway. The kind of home that could have been anywhere in suburban America. Noah was sitting on the front porch, his headphones around his neck, staring at the door like he was waiting for someone to open it. Daniel approached slowly, keeping his movements visible, giving the boy time to register his presence without feeling threatened. "Hey," he said when he was close enough to speak without shouting. Noah didn't look at him. "You found me." "We were worried." "I know. I'm sorry." The boy's voice was flat, empty of the emotion that should have accompanied the words. I needed to see it, to be here. I've been imagining it for weeks, what it looks like now, and I needed to know if the reality was worse than the imagination." "Is it?" "It's just a house." Noah finally looked at Daniel, and his eyes were red-rimmed but dry. I thought it would feel like something, like coming home or like saying goodbye or something, but it just feels empty, like everything else. Daniel sat down on the porch beside him, keeping a careful distance, not pushing. When I was your age, my parents were fighting all the time. My sister and I used to hide in my room, listening through the walls, trying to figure out if this fight was going to be the one that finally ended things. I spent years waiting for something to change, for someone to make things better, for the house to feel like a home again instead of a battlefield. Did it ever change? Eventually, but not the way I wanted. My dad died of a heart attack when I was 25. My mom followed a few years later. By then, Emily and I had grown apart, and the house, the actual physical house, got sold to pay for medical bills and funeral expenses. Daniel looked at the brown siding, at the basketball hoop that would never be used again. I kept thinking that someday I'd go back, fix things, make it right. But someday never came, and now it can't. Is that supposed to make me feel better? No. It's supposed to make you feel less alone. Daniel turned to face the boy. You're not the only one who's lost things, Noah. Not the only one who's tried to go back to places that aren't there anymore. What you're feeling, the emptiness, the pointlessness, that's grief. It's supposed to feel like that. It's supposed to hurt. I'm tired of hurting. I know. But here's the thing about grief. You don't get through it by avoiding it. You don't heal by pretending the wound isn't there. You have to face it, feel it, let it do whatever it's going to do to you, and then eventually you start putting yourself back together. What if I can't? What if I'm too broken? Then you're broken, but broken things can still function, can still matter, can still be part of something. Daniel put his hand on Noah's shoulder. You're not alone in this, okay? Whatever you're feeling, whatever you need to face, you don't have to do it by yourself. Noah was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly his shoulders began to shake, and the tears he'd been holding back finally came. Raw, choking sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his chest. The grief of a child who'd lost everything and finally found a safe place to fall apart. Daniel held him through it, saying nothing, just being present while the boy cried out whatever he'd been carrying since his parents walked out the door and never came back. They stayed at the house for 2 hours. Noah wanted to go inside, to see the rooms where he'd grown up, the places where his memories lived. Daniel went with him, watching as the boy moved through spaces that had been home and were now just rooms. Touching furniture, picking up objects that had meant something once, saying goodbye in the only way that was possible. In Noah's bedroom, they found photographs, family pictures, school portraits, the accumulated evidence of a life that had been ordinary and precious. Noah took some of them, carefully folding them into the pocket of his jacket. Thank you, he said as they left the house for the last time, for coming after me. For not being angry. I am angry, but I'm also relieved and scared and about a dozen other things I can't name. Daniel guided them toward the street where he'd left his vehicle. Just don't do this again, okay? If you need to go somewhere, need to see something, tell me. We'll figure out how to do it safely. I didn't think you'd understand. I understand more than you think. And even when I don't understand, I still care. That's worth something, isn't it? Noah nodded slowly. Yeah, it is. They were halfway back to headquarters when the ambush hit. One moment they were driving through empty streets, the next the vehicle shuddered with the impact of something hitting it. Not gunfire, but something heavier, something that crumpled the passenger door and sent them spinning across the pavement. Daniel fought the wheel, trying to regain control, but the tires had been blown somehow. Spike strips, maybe, or carefully placed debris. The vehicle slammed into a light pole and stopped hard, the impact throwing him against the door with enough force to blur his vision. Noah! He reached for the boy, found him conscious but dazed, blood on his forehead from impact with the dashboard. "We need to move, now." But it was already too late. Figures emerged from the surrounding buildings, moving with the coordinated precision that Daniel recognized from the cavern investigation. Military-style equipment, tactical formations, weapons that looked a lot more professional than the improvised armaments most survivors carried. They were surrounded. And whoever these people were, they weren't interested in negotiation. "Out of the vehicle," the voice came through a bullhorn, amplified and distorted. "Hands visible. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." Daniel looked at Noah, at the fear in the boy's eyes, at the blood still trickling down his face. Then he looked at the figures surrounding them, at the weapons pointed at them, at the complete absence of options. "Do what they say," he told Noah quietly. "Whatever happens, stay calm, don't fight, just survive, okay? Daniel, promise me." "I promise." They exited the vehicle with hands raised, stepping into the circle of weapons that closed around them like a trap that had been waiting to spring. The captors were efficient but not brutal, binding their hands, searching them for weapons, loading them into a covered truck that could have been military surplus. They didn't speak beyond the necessary commands, and their faces were hidden behind tactical masks that revealed nothing about who they were or what they intended. The truck moved for maybe 20 minutes, though Daniel lost track of time in the darkness of the covered bed. When it stopped and the doors opened, they emerged into what looked like an industrial facility. Abandoned machinery, high ceilings, the particular smell of old manufacturing mixed with something else, something clinical. "This way." They were led through corridors that had been converted for new purposes. Living quarters, communication centers, a medical facility that looked disturbingly well equipped. The people they passed wore variations of the same tactical gear, their faces similarly masked, their movements suggesting discipline and training. "You're the ones who attacked Hale," Daniel said, trying to provoke a response to learn something about their captors. No one answered. They ended up in what looked like an interrogation room. Bare walls, a single table, 2 chairs on one side and one on the other. Daniel was pushed into the single chair. Noah was led away despite his protests, disappearing through a door that closed behind him with finality. "Where are you taking him?" "Somewhere safe." The first voice Daniel had heard since the bullhorn, belonging to a figure who entered through a different door and sat in one of the chairs across from him. "He's not our target, you are." The figure removed their mask, revealing a face that Daniel didn't recognize. A woman, maybe 40s, with the particular weathering of someone who'd spent their career in harsh conditions. Her eyes were sharp, assessing, completely devoid of the humanity that most survivors had managed to retain. "My name is Colonel Patricia Warren," she said. "I represent the Continuity Initiative. And you, Mr. Mercer, have become a problem that needs to be addressed." The interrogation, if that's what it was, lasted for hours. Warren asked questions about Daniel's network, about its structure, its resources, its communications capabilities. She knew more than he would have expected. Names, locations, operational details that suggested someone had been watching them for weeks, maybe longer. And she didn't seem particularly interested in his answers, asking questions she clearly already knew the response to, using the interrogation as much for assessment as for information. "You've built something impressive," she said at one point almost admiringly. "A decentralized network that can function even if individual nodes are compromised. It's the kind of structure that would be very difficult to destroy completely." "Is that what you're planning? To destroy us?" "That depends on what you decide." Warren leaned back in her chair, her posture shifting from interrogator to something more like negotiator. "The Continuity Initiative has a mandate to ensure the survival of functioning governance structures in the aftermath of the outbreak. People like Hale, with their petty warlord fantasies, were obstacles to that mandate. They had to be removed. And people like me? That's what we're trying to determine. She studied him with those sharp eyes. You're different from Hale. Your approach is collaborative rather than authoritarian. You build consensus rather than demanding obedience. In some ways, that makes you less threatening. In other ways, it makes me more threatening, because my model works better. Exactly. Warren nodded as if pleased that he understood. A successful alternative to centralized control is more dangerous than a failed one. If people see that your approach produces results, they might stop accepting the authority structures we're trying to preserve. So this is about control, about making sure the right people end up in charge when the dust settles. This is about survival, about ensuring that the chaos of the outbreak doesn't become permanent. The structures you're building, Mr. Mercer, they're admirable in many ways, but they're also unstable. They depend on cooperation and trust and shared values, all of which are fragile commodities in a world like this. Centralized control may be less pleasant, but it's more reliable. Tell that to Hale. Hale was a symptom, not a solution. He understood the need for control, but not the purpose it should serve. Warren's expression hardened. The initiative isn't interested in power for its own sake. We're interested in results, in preventing the complete collapse of civilization, in ensuring that when this is over, there's something left to rebuild. And you think killing everyone who disagrees with you is the way to achieve that? We think removing obstacles to stability is sometimes necessary. Hale was an obstacle. The 20 civilians in those caves were unfortunate collateral. We'd hoped to relocate them, but the situation deteriorated faster than anticipated. She shrugged, the gesture dismissive of deaths that Daniel had spent days grieving. Survival requires hard choices. You know that better than most. Daniel thought about Hal, about Rick, about all the people he'd lost since the outbreak began. He'd made hard choices too, but there was a line between hard choices and what this woman was describing. A line between accepting casualties and actively causing them. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "Cooperation. Your network's capabilities folded into the initiative's operations. Your people working under our direction instead of their own. In exchange, we provide resources, protection, a place in the structure we're building." Warren leaned forward. "You've proven yourself capable, Mr. Mercer. We need capable people, but we need them working with us, not independently. And if I refuse, then you become an obstacle. And we've already discussed how we deal with obstacles." The threat hung in the air, unambiguous and absolute. Daniel thought about Noah somewhere in this facility, depending on him to make the right choice. Thought about Emily, about Tanya, about everyone who was counting on him to lead them through this. Thought about the bridge and the choice he'd made 6 years ago to not fight for what he believed in. "I need time," he said, "to consider what you're offering." "You have until morning." Warren stood, the meeting clearly over. "I'd encourage you to consider carefully, Mr. Mercer. The initiative isn't your enemy unless you force us to be. We can accomplish more together than either of us can accomplish apart." She left, and Daniel was alone with his thoughts and the weight of another impossible decision. They gave him a room, bare but not uncomfortable, more guest quarters than cell. A guard was posted outside, but the door wasn't locked, and when Daniel asked to see Noah, the request was granted after a brief delay. The boy was in a similar room, unharmed but clearly frightened. When Daniel entered, Noah launched himself across the space and grabbed onto him with the desperation of someone who'd been certain he'd never see anyone familiar again. "Are you okay?" Daniel asked, holding him tight. "They didn't hurt me, they just asked questions about you, about the network, about what I knew." Noah pulled back to look at him. What's happening, Daniel? Who are these people? People who think they're saving the world, or at least their version of it. Daniel guided them to sit on the room's single bed. They want me to join them, fold our network into their organization. Are you going to? I don't know. The admission felt like failure, but lying to Noah seemed worse. They're offering protection, resources, a place in whatever structure they're building. And they're making it clear that the alternative is bad. They killed those people in the caves, the survivors we were trying to rescue. I know. And you're considering working with them? I'm considering keeping you alive, keeping Emily alive and Tanya and everyone else who's depending on me to make good decisions. Daniel's voice cracked slightly. Sometimes surviving means compromising, means accepting things you don't like because the alternative is worse. That's what Hale said. Before he took us, he said he was just doing what he had to do to survive. It's not the same. How? How is it different? Daniel didn't have an answer. The logic was the same. Survival requires hard choices. The ends justify the means. Sometimes you have to do terrible things to prevent worse ones. The difference was supposed to be in the intentions, the values, the line between necessary evil and unnecessary cruelty. But sitting in a room in an enemy compound, with a child who'd been through too much looking at him with eyes that expected something better, the difference felt academic. I don't know, he admitted finally. I don't know if it's different or if I'm just telling myself it is because I need to believe I'm one of the good guys. Then maybe you should stop trying to figure out if you're good or bad. Noah's voice was surprisingly calm. Maybe you should just figure out what's right and do that. What if I don't know what's right? Then you figure that out too. The boy almost smiled. You're supposed to be the adult here. Didn't anyone ever teach you how this works? Despite everything, Daniel felt something loosen in his chest. Not resolution, not certainty, but something lighter. Connection. The reminder that he wasn't alone in this, that whatever he decided, there were people who would help him live with the consequences. Get some rest, he said. Whatever happens tomorrow, you're going to need your strength. What about you? I've got some thinking to do. Morning came with a decision that Daniel had arrived at sometime during the sleepless hours before dawn. He found Warren in what seemed to be a command center, monitoring communications from across the region. She looked unsurprised to see him, as if she'd expected him to seek her out rather than wait to be summoned. You've made your choice? I have. Daniel stood across from her, keeping his voice level. I'll consider your offer, but I have conditions. Conditions? Warren's expression suggested she was more amused than offended. You're not exactly in a position to negotiate. I'm in exactly that position. You said yourself that my network is difficult to destroy, decentralized, resilient, capable of functioning even under pressure. If you want it to work for you rather than against you, you need me to make that happen. And that means I have leverage. Go on. First, the boy comes back with me, unharmed and unconditional. He's not part of this, and using him as a bargaining chip isn't something I'm willing to accept. Reasonable. Second, my people keep their autonomy. They work with the initiative, they coordinate with your operations, but they don't become your soldiers. The network stays what it is. Collaborative, voluntary, built on trust rather than authority. That's more problematic. It's necessary. The moment my people feel like they're being controlled rather than cooperating, they'll resist. You'll spend more resources fighting them than you would gain by absorbing them. The only way this works is if they choose to participate. Warren considered this, her expression unreadable. And the third condition? You tell me what you're actually planning. Not just continuity of governance, the real plan. What happens when the outbreak is contained? What kind of world are you building? I'm not signing up for something I don't understand. Fair enough. Warren turned from her monitors, giving him her full attention. The initiative was established 3 weeks before the outbreak went public. A contingency program funded through classified channels designed to ensure governmental continuity in the event of catastrophic disruption. When it became clear that the outbreak was beyond containment, we activated. So you're official. Government sanctioned. What's left of the government? Yes. Our mandate is simple. Preserve order, prevent complete societal collapse, and position ourselves to restore legitimate authority when the crisis passes. She spread her hands. The methods have been harsh because the situation demands harshness. But the goal is reconstruction, not control for its own sake. And people like Hale. Obstacles. Self-appointed warlords who would have turned their territories into petty fiefdoms, fragmenting any hope of unified recovery. They had to be eliminated before their model spread. And people like me? Potential assets if you can be persuaded to work within the structure we're building. Or potential obstacles if you insist on independence that undermines coordination. Warren met his eyes. I'm not asking you to become a soldier, Mr. Mercer. I'm asking you to be an ally. Someone who shares information, coordinates operations, contributes to the larger goal while maintaining your own community's character. Is that something you can accept? Daniel thought about it. Really thought. Past the reflexive distrust, past the horror of the cavern, past everything that made him want to refuse on principle. The initiative had done terrible things. But they were also offering something Daniel's network didn't have. Resources, connections, a place in whatever emerged from the chaos. If the choice was between independence and extinction, compromise might be the only viable path. I'll need to discuss this with my people, he said finally. They have to agree. If they don't, we'll revisit the conversation. But I think you'll find that most survivors, given the choice between joining something larger and struggling alone, will choose to join. Warren extended her hand. Do we have an understanding? Daniel looked at the hand, at the woman it belonged to, at the future that this moment might be determining. We have an understanding, he said, and shook. They released him and Noah that afternoon, providing a vehicle and an escort to the edge of initiative-controlled territory. The return to their own headquarters was quiet, both of them processing the implications of what had happened. Did you have to make a deal? Noah asked as they drove. I had to make a choice. The deal was the best version of that choice I could find. Is it the right choice? I don't know. Ask me in a year. Daniel glanced at the boy. How are you doing with everything? I don't know either. Ask me in a year. Noah almost smiled. We're a mess, aren't we? We're survivors, same thing, different branding. The homecoming was complicated. Emily, Tanya, Jordan, and the others had spent the 18 hours of their absence organizing search parties, preparing for rescue operations, and generally assuming the worst. The relief when Daniel and Noah returned was tempered by the news of what had happened, what had been learned, what had been agreed to. You made a deal with the people who killed those survivors? Tanya's voice carried the edge of barely contained fury. Without consulting us? I made a preliminary agreement to consider cooperation. The final decision, whether we actually work with them, that's something we all decide together. Daniel faced the anger he'd expected, the questions he'd anticipated. But I'm not going to pretend there's a simple answer here. The initiative has resources and capabilities we don't have. They're also willing to do things we wouldn't do. Working with them means accepting both of those realities. And if we refuse, then we become obstacles. And we've seen how they treat obstacles. The silence that followed was heavy, loaded with the weight of implications no one wanted to examine too closely. Tell us everything, Emily said finally, from the beginning. Then we decide. The conversation lasted 6 hours. Daniel told them everything: the capture, the interrogation, the offer, the conditions he'd negotiated. He answered questions about the initiative's structure, their goals, their methods. He shared his own assessment, that they were dangerous, possibly necessary, and definitely not to be trusted. But we can work with them, he concluded. Carefully, with safeguards, with clear limits on what we're willing to do. It's not ideal, it's not even good, but it might be survivable. And the alternative? Dr. Chen asked. The alternative is we maintain independence, accept that we're now targets of a well-resourced organization, and hope we can defend ourselves against whatever they send at us. Daniel looked around the room. I'm not going to make this decision for everyone. If we do this, we do it together. If we don't, we face the consequences together. But we need to decide because the initiative is waiting for an answer. The vote was close, not unanimous either way, but close enough that the margin felt insignificant. In the end, a slight majority favored the cooperative approach, and Daniel accepted the result as the mandate he needed to move forward. They would work with the initiative, carefully, with eyes open and contingencies prepared, and they would hope that the choice didn't destroy everything they'd built. The next week was a whirlwind of coordination and integration. Initiative liaisons arrived at their headquarters, establishing communication links and sharing intelligence that vastly expanded their picture of the regional situation. Resources flowed in both directions, supplies from the initiative's stockpiles in exchange for the network's local knowledge and distributed capabilities. It was collaboration of a sort, though the power imbalance was obvious to everyone involved. Daniel threw himself into the work, using the activity to avoid thinking about the compromises he'd made. There were moments of genuine progress, joint operations that rescued survivors, coordinated efforts that cleared infected from strategic areas, the kind of results that justified the partnership on paper. But there were other moments too. Moments when initiative personnel did things that made Daniel's people uncomfortable. Moments when orders came down through channels that expected obedience rather than discussion. Moments when the line between cooperation and subordination blurred in ways that no one wanted to acknowledge. "You're not sleeping," Emily observed one night, finding Daniel in the command center at 3 a.m. "There's too much to do." "There's always too much to do. That's not why you're here." She sat beside him, close enough to be comforting, but not so close that escape was impossible. "Talk to me." "I keep thinking about the vote, how close it was, how many people trusted me to make the right call, and how many think I made the wrong one." "You can't make everyone happy." "I know, but I can't stop wondering if they're right. If this deal—" He stopped, struggling to find words for feelings he couldn't quite name. "It feels like we're being absorbed, like piece by piece, choice by choice, we're losing what made us different from Hale. We're not Hale, no, but we're working with people who do what Hale did, just with better justifications, and every time I tell myself it's necessary, I hear Hale's voice saying the same thing." Emily was quiet for a moment. "Do you know what I see when I look at this network? At what you've built?" "What?" "I see people who chose to trust each other, who decided that cooperation was better than competition, that building was better than taking, that the way they survived mattered as much as whether they survived." She put her hand on his arm. "That hasn't changed. The initiative might be using us, manipulating us, positioning us for whatever they're really planning. But the core of what we are, the values, the connections, the way we treat each other, that's still ours. For now is all any of us have." She squeezed his arm. "Get some sleep, Daniel. You can't carry everything alone, and you're no good to anyone if you collapse." He was trying to follow her advice, had actually made it to his quarters, had actually laid down and closed his eyes, when the alarm sounded. Not the general alert that meant perimeter threat or infected sighting. The specific alarm that meant something had gone wrong inside their own headquarters. Something immediate and dangerous that required response. Daniel was on his feet and moving before the alarm finished its first cycle, weapon in hand, heading for the source of the sound, the medical section. He arrived to find chaos, people running, shouting, the particular energy of crisis that he'd learned to recognize over the past months. Emily was at the center of it, directing staff, her face showing the controlled panic of someone managing a disaster. What happened? Noah. Her voice cracked. He collapsed about 10 minutes ago. Seizures, then cardiac arrest. We're trying to... She didn't finish. Didn't need to. The look on her face said everything about how the effort was going. Daniel pushed past her into the treatment area where medical staff were working on a figure that was too small, too still, too familiar. Noah lay on the table, his headphones still around his neck, his face pale with the particular pallor of someone who'd stopped breathing. What's his status? We've got a pulse again, but it's weak, unstable. One of the medical staff, a former ER nurse who'd become the network's primary trauma specialist, didn't look up from her work. I don't know what caused this. No obvious injury, no signs of infection, nothing that explains. Just save him. We're trying. Daniel stepped back, giving them room to work, watching helplessly as they fought to stabilize a boy who'd been fine a few hours ago, who'd been smiling at dinner, who'd been showing signs of recovery from everything he'd been through. Emily appeared beside him. Daniel. I know. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. I know. They stood together, watching, waiting as the medical team did everything they could. It wasn't enough. Noah died at 4:47 in the morning, despite every intervention the medical staff could attempt. The cause, they determined later, was a brain hemorrhage, a blood vessel that had been weakened, probably by the head trauma he'd suffered during the ambush, finally giving way without warning. There was nothing anyone could have done, nothing anyone could have predicted, just biology failing at the worst possible moment. Daniel stood by the table for a long time after they stopped working, looking at the face that should have held so much more life, so many more years. The headphones were still around Noah's neck. The photographs from his parents' house were still in his pocket. A child who'd lost everything, who'd somehow found a way to keep going, who'd finally started to heal. Gone. Daniel. Emily's voice, gentle but insistent. You need to step away. Not yet. Yes, yet. There's nothing more you can do here, and there are people who need you. People who are going to hear about this and need to see that leadership is still functioning. Leadership. The word tasted like ash. What's the point of leadership if it can't protect one kid? The point is that there are other kids, other people, other lives that need someone to make decisions even when the decisions feel impossible. Emily took his arm, started guiding him toward the door. You can grieve. You will grieve. But right now you need to function. I don't know if I can. Then you fake it. Same as always. Her voice cracked slightly. Same as all of us. The funeral was small, just the core group, the people who'd known Noah best, who'd watched him grow from a terrified child into something that had been starting to look like strength. They buried him on the roof of their headquarters building, in a garden that had been planted as a symbol of hope, of life persisting despite everything trying to kill it. The ceremony was brief, a few words from Daniel, from Emily, from others who wanted to speak, and then silence. The kind of silence that said everything words couldn't capture. Afterward, Daniel stood alone by the grave, watching the sun set over the city that had taken so much from all of them. I'm sorry, he said to the mound of earth and the body beneath it. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Sorry I couldn't fix whatever was broken. Sorry that all my leadership and decisions and strategy couldn't save one 14-year-old who deserved so much better than this. The earth didn't answer. The city kept breathing. The infected kept walking their patterns somewhere in the distance. And Daniel Mercer, who'd learned to carry the weight of responsibility, learned something new about the weight of loss. The days after Noah's death were the hardest Daniel had experienced since the outbreak began. Not because of external threats. The initiative's partnership meant their security situation was actually improving, operations proceeding smoothly, resources flowing in ways that should have been encouraging. But internally among his own people, something had broken. Morale collapsed. People who'd maintained discipline through weeks of crisis suddenly struggled with basic tasks. Arguments erupted over nothing. Grief expressed itself as anger, as withdrawal, as the thousand small fractures that accumulate when people are pushed past their limits. Daniel tried to hold things together, tried to be the leader everyone expected, but the effort felt hollow. Every decision reminded him of decisions he'd made about Noah. Where to assign him, how to protect him, what to do when he disappeared. The boy's death wasn't his fault, not logically, but logic had never been very effective against guilt. "You need to talk to someone," Emily said after finding him staring at nothing in the command center for the third time in 2 days. "And I don't just mean me." "Who?" "We don't exactly have a therapist on staff. We have people who've been through trauma, who know what loss feels like, who can help you carry this if you let them." She sat across from him. "You've spent weeks telling everyone else to lean on each other, to share the weight, to not try to survive alone. Maybe it's time to take your own advice. It's not the same. Why not? Because you're the leader? Because you're supposed to be stronger than everyone else?" Emily's voice sharpened. "That's exactly the kind of thinking you said was toxic when Hale was doing it. One person trying to carry everything, refusing to show weakness, eventually collapsing under the weight. I'm not Hale. No. But you're on the same path if you don't let people help you." She reached across the table, took his hand. "Noah loved you, Daniel. Not because you were perfect. Not because you always made the right choices, but because you were there. Because you tried. That's what he would want you to remember. Not the failure, but the trying." Daniel felt something crack in his chest. The armor he'd been maintaining, the distance he'd been keeping between himself and the grief that waited underneath. "I keep thinking about what he said. On the porch. Before everything went wrong." His voice came out rough, cracked. "He said I should stop worrying about being good or bad and just figure out what's right. Like it was simple. Like the 14-year-old had everything figured out that I've spent my whole life avoiding." Maybe he did. Kids sometimes see things clearer than adults, before we teach them to complicate everything. And now he's gone. All that clarity, all that potential, gone. Because a blood vessel in his brain decided to fail. Because the universe is random and cruel. Because... He stopped, unable to continue. Emily moved around the table and held him while he cried. The first time he'd cried since Noah's death. The first time he'd let himself feel the full weight of it rather than pushing it aside to function. "I've got you," she said. "I've got you." The grieving took time, but it wasn't the end of anything. That was the strange truth Daniel discovered over the following days. That loss, even devastating loss, didn't stop the world from turning. The work continued because it had to. The network functioned because people needed it to. And somewhere in the process of keeping going, the sharp edges of grief began to dull into something more bearable. He started talking to people, taking Emily's advice, not about Noah specifically, but about loss in general. About the weight of responsibility, about the fear that every decision might be wrong. He found that others had the same fears, the same doubts, the same midnight questions about whether any of this mattered. And in sharing those doubts, something shifted. The connection he'd built with his people deepened, became more honest, more real. They weren't following him because they thought he was infallible. They were following him because they trusted him to be human, to fail, to grieve, to get back up anyway. It wasn't the kind of leadership Hale had practiced or the kind the initiative seemed to expect. But it worked in its own way for its own reasons. 3 weeks after Noah's death, Daniel stood on the Kennedy Bridge for the second time. He'd come alone this time, not for any particular reason, just because he needed to be here, to feel the weight of the place, to think about what it meant. The bridge had changed since his first visit. Initiative crews had been working to restore infrastructure, and the Kennedy was one of their priorities, a critical connection between the surviving communities on both sides of the river. Workers moved along its span, repairing damage, clearing debris, turning a symbol of collapse into a symbol of recovery. Daniel walked to the midpoint and stopped, looking down at the water flowing beneath. "I used to be afraid of this place," he said to no one, "because of what happened here, because of what it represented. My failure, my cowardice, all the ways I'd avoided responsibility my whole life." The water didn't answer. The wind pushed at his jacket. The workers continued their efforts in the distance. "But I'm not afraid anymore. Not of the bridge anyway. I'm afraid of other things, of making the wrong choice, of losing more people, of becoming something I don't recognize. But the bridge itself," he almost smiled. "It's just a bridge, steel and concrete and human engineering doing what it was designed to do. Connecting things that were separated, carrying weight from one side to the other." He thought about Noah, about Hal, about all the people he'd lost and all the people he was still trying to protect. That's what we're supposed to do, I think. Carry weight, connect things, be bridges for each other, even when it's hard, even when we're afraid, even when we're not sure we're strong enough. The wind picked up, carrying the smell of the river, the sound of construction, the 1,000 small signs of life continuing despite everything. "I'm going to keep trying," Daniel said. "For Noah, for everyone. Because that's all I can do." He stood there for a long time, feeling the weight, accepting it, learning to carry it forward. Then he turned and walked back toward the city, toward the work that was waiting, toward the future that was his to build. The bridge held his weight all the way across. It always had. The morning briefing had become ritual. Coffee that was never quite hot enough. Faces that showed the cumulative exhaustion of 6 weeks' survival, and the steady flow of information that kept their fragile civilization functioning. Daniel stood at the head of the table in the command center, watching his people filter in, noting who looked rested and who was running on fumes. Emily arrived with Dr. Chen, the two of them deep in conversation about medical supply logistics. Tanya came alone, her face carrying the particular focus she'd worn since the initiative partnership began. Watchful, calculating, never quite trusting the arrangement Daniel had made. Jordan was already at her station, monitoring the communications channels that had become the network's nervous system. And in the corner, quiet and professional, sat Elaine Porter, the nurse who joined them 3 weeks ago from a hospital group that had collapsed under initiative reorganization. She was 58, gray-haired, with hands that had seen decades of medical work and eyes that had seen too much death. Daniel had assigned her to the medical section where her experience had proven invaluable, but she attended briefings because she'd asked to, because she wanted to understand the larger picture. "Let's get started," Daniel said, pulling up the map display. "Initiative liaison reports first. What's the current situation?" Jordan consulted her notes. "Colonel Warren's people have completed the infrastructure assessment for the river corridor. They're recommending we prioritize the Kennedy Bridge Control Complex as the next major project. Full restoration of the traffic management systems, establishment of a permanent garrison, integration with the regional communication network." The Kennedy Bridge. Daniel kept his voice neutral despite the way those words still resonated in his chest. "Why that one specifically?" strategic value. It's the most structurally sound crossing point. It has existing infrastructure we can repurpose, and controlling it gives us leverage over movement between the north and south sides of the river. Jordan pulled up schematics. The control complex itself is substantial. Multiple levels, reinforced construction designed to withstand significant stress. Initiative engineers think it could serve as a secondary command post if properly fortified. What's the timeline? They want to begin operations within the week. Full assessment team, security detail, engineering crew. Our network would provide local knowledge and supplementary personnel. Daniel studied the schematics, the familiar structure rendered in technical detail that stripped away its emotional weight. He'd spent years working on that bridge, years avoiding it, and now it was about to become central to everything again. "Concerns?" he asked, opening the floor. Tanya leaned forward. The initiative's been pushing hard on infrastructure projects lately. This is the third major operation they've proposed in 2 weeks. It feels like they're positioning for something. Positioning for what? I don't know, but rapid territorial expansion, control of critical infrastructure, establishment of permanent garrisons, that's not just survival. That's consolidation. They're building something, and I don't think they're being entirely honest about what. They've been honest about their mandate, Daniel said. Continuity of governance, restoration of order, preparation for recovery. That's what they say. What they do is eliminate anyone who might challenge their authority and absorb anyone useful into their structure. Tanya's voice carried the edge it always did when discussing the initiative. We're useful, Daniel. Which means we're either assets or threats, depending on how cooperative we remain. You think they're planning to move against us? I think they're planning something, and I think we'd be foolish not to prepare for the possibility that we're not going to like it. The room was quiet. Everyone knew the tensions that existed within the partnership, the compromises that had been made, the trust that had never fully developed. The initiative provided resources and security. The network provided local capability and legitimacy. But the relationship was transactional, not genuine, and everyone understood that transactions could be renegotiated at any time. Keep monitoring, Daniel said finally. Document anything that seems unusual, any changes in their behavior or communications. If they are planning something, I want to know about it before it happens. And the bridge operation? Daniel looked at the schematics again. The Kennedy Bridge. The place where everything had started in some ways. The place where it might end. We participate, but we go in with eyes open and contingencies prepared. If this is what it looks like, a legitimate infrastructure project, then we benefit from being involved. If it's something else, we need to be close enough to see it coming. The preparation for the bridge operation consumed the next 3 days. Daniel threw himself into the logistics with an intensity that surprised even himself, studying schematics, reviewing personnel assignments, coordinating with initiative liaisons on every detail. The work was familiar, the same kind of structural analysis he'd done for years before the outbreak. And there was comfort in the familiarity, in the reduction of chaos to manageable calculations. But there was also something else driving him, a need to face the bridge directly, to claim it rather than let it claim him. Every time he looked at the schematics, he saw the collapse from 6 years ago, heard the screams, felt the weight of responsibility he'd failed to carry. This operation was a chance to rewrite that history, to prove that he'd become someone different than the man who'd stayed silent when speaking up might have saved lives. Emily found him in the command center late one night, surrounded by maps and equipment lists, his coffee cold and forgotten beside him. "You're obsessing," she said, settling into the chair across from him. "I'm preparing. You've reviewed these plans a dozen times. At this point, you could probably rebuild the bridge from memory." She pulled the papers away from him, forcing him to look at her. What's really going on? Nothing. I just want to make sure we're ready. Ready for the operation or ready for whatever you're not telling me about? Daniel was quiet for a moment, considering how much to share. Emily had been with him through everything, the outbreak, the losses, the impossible decisions. She'd earned the right to know what was driving him. I've been having dreams, he said finally. About the bridge, about the collapse. But in the dreams, I'm there when it happens. Not watching from a distance, but standing on the span when it gives way. And I keep trying to hold it together, trying to keep the pieces from falling, but I can't. Everything falls anyway, and I fall with it. Dreams aren't prophecy, Daniel. I know, but they feel like warning. Like my subconscious is trying to tell me something about this operation that my conscious mind hasn't figured out yet. Or like your subconscious is processing trauma from 6 years ago, which got triggered by the prospect of returning to the place where it happened. Emily's voice was gentle but firm. You're not the same person you were then. The choices you've made, the weight you've carried. You've proven who you are 100 times over. Whatever happens at that bridge, it won't be because you failed to act. You can't know that. No. But I can know you. And I can tell you that the man I've watched for the past 6 weeks isn't someone who stays silent when lives are at stake. She reached across the table and took his hand. Go to bed. Sleep. Let your brain rest so it can function when you actually need it. 1 more hour. Now. She stood, pulling him up with her. Doctor's orders, or sister's orders, whichever carries more weight with you. Despite everything, Daniel almost smiled. Since when are you a doctor? Since I decided you needed one. Move. The operation launched at dawn on day 33. The convoy assembled in the pre-dawn darkness, initiative vehicles mixed with network transport, a blend of military precision and civilian improvisation that had become their standard operating mode. Daniel rode in the command vehicle flanked by Tanya and Jordan, watching the city wake around them as they moved toward the river. The Kennedy Bridge emerged from the morning mist like a ghost, its towers rising above the fog line, its spans stretching across the Ohio with the patient permanence of infrastructure built to last. Daniel had crossed it thousands of times in his life, had studied its construction in engineering school, had certified its retrofit before the collapse. But he'd never seen it like this, empty of traffic, silent except for the wind, a monument to a world that no longer existed. Beautiful in a way, Jordan observed. It's a bridge, Tanya said flatly. Steel and concrete. Let's not get poetic about infrastructure. Everything's poetic if you look at it right, even steel and concrete. Focus, Daniel cut in. We're here to assess and secure, not appreciate the aesthetics. The convoy stopped at the southern approach, where initiative personnel had established a staging area. Colonel Warren was there to meet them, her tactical gear pristine despite the early hour, her expression carrying the same sharp assessment it always did. Mr. Mercer, thank you for your participation in this operation. Thank you for including us. The words were formal, the subtext clear to everyone who understood the dynamics at play. What's the current situation? Initial survey teams have cleared the southern tower and approach span. No infected presence, minimal structural damage, excellent conditions for restoration work. Warren gestured toward the bridge. The control complex at the span's center is our primary objective. It has the communication infrastructure and defensive capabilities we need, but it hasn't been surveyed yet. Why not? There are indications of recent human activity, signs of habitation, modification of the existing structure. Someone's been using it. Daniel felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Survivors? Unknown. Could be survivors, could be something else. That's why we wanted your people involved. Local knowledge, familiarity with the population, the ability to make contact without it immediately turning hostile. And if it does turn hostile, then we respond appropriately. Warren's voice carried no particular emphasis, but the implication was clear. But I'd prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. Resources are better spent on construction than combat. They organized the assessment team, a mix of initiative security and network personnel, with Daniel leading the civilian contingent. The approach to the control complex would be careful, methodical, designed to identify threats before they became critical. "Ready?" Tanya asked, checking her weapon for the third time. "No. But when has that ever stopped us?" They started across the bridge. The Kennedy Bridge's span was 800 meters of elevated roadway suspended between two massive towers that rose from the river below. In normal times, it carried thousands of vehicles daily, a vital artery connecting Louisville's north and south sides. Now it carried only their small team, their footsteps echoing off the concrete barriers that lined its edges. Daniel walked at the front of the civilian contingent, hyper-aware of every detail. The way the deck felt beneath his feet, the sound of the wind through the cables, the distant cry of birds that had reclaimed the abandoned spaces of the city. The bridge felt different from how he remembered it, smaller somehow, more human scale, without the constant flow of traffic to give it context. "You okay?" Emily's voice quiet enough that only he could hear. "Fine. Just processing. We can turn back, let the initiative handle this part." "No, I need to see it. Whatever's at that control complex, I need to face it." The complex came into view as they rounded the curve of the span's highest point, a multi-level structure built into the bridge's central tower, originally designed to house traffic management systems and emergency equipment. It had been modified since the outbreak, that much was clear. Windows had been reinforced, entrances barricaded, defensive positions established at points that commanded views of both approaches. Someone had turned it into a fortress. "Contact," Tanya reported, her voice tight. "Movement in the upper levels, at least 3, maybe more." "Weapons?" "Can't tell from here, but they're watching us." The initiative team lead, a lieutenant whose name Daniel hadn't caught, stepped forward with a bullhorn. "Attention occupants of the bridge control complex. We represent the Continuity Initiative and the Louisville Survivor Network. We're here to assess the structure for possible restoration. We mean no harm and would like to establish communication." Silence. The wind whipped across the span, carrying the smell of the river and something else. Smoke, maybe, or cooking. Signs of ongoing habitation? Then a voice, amplified by some kind of speaker system. "We know who you are. The initiative killed Marcus Hale, killed the people we were allied with. Why should we talk to you?" Daniel stepped forward before the lieutenant could respond. "My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm not initiative. I'm with the Survivor Network, the one that's been building connections across the city. Who am I talking to?" A pause. Then, "You're the one who made the deal with them, sold out your independence for their resources." "I made a deal to keep my people alive. Same choice everyone's been making since this started." Daniel kept his voice calm, projecting across the distance. "I'm not here to attack you. I'm here to talk. If you've got concerns about the initiative, about what they're planning, I want to hear them." Another pause, longer this time. Then a door opened on one of the lower levels and a figure emerged. A man, maybe 50s, with the weathered look of someone who'd spent weeks surviving on determination and paranoia. "You come alone," the man said. "No initiative, no weapons. Just you. Then we talk." The lieutenant started to object, but Daniel raised his hand. "Done. Give me 10 minutes. "Daniel," Tanya's voice carried warning. "This is why we're here, to make contact. to understand what we're dealing with. I can't do that from behind a security detail. He handed his weapon to Emily. 10 minutes. If I'm not back, you handle it however you think best. He walked toward the complex alone. The interior of the control complex was a testament to desperate ingenuity. Original equipment repurposed for new functions, improvised systems filling gaps that the original designers never anticipated. It reminded Daniel of his own network's early days, the scramble to create order from chaos with whatever materials were available. The man who'd spoken led him through corridors that showed signs of extended habitation. Sleeping areas, cooking facilities, storage for supplies that had been scavenged from across the city. Other faces watched from doorways and around corners, the wary eyes of people who'd learned not to trust strangers. "How many are you?" Daniel asked. "Enough. Does it matter?" "It matters for understanding who I'm talking to, what you need, what we might be able to offer." The man stopped at a door that led to what had once been the main control room. Inside, the traffic management screens had been replaced with maps of the city, communications equipment, the infrastructure of a small community's survival. "I'm Robert," the man said, settling into a chair that had clearly been his command position for some time. "Robert Hale. Marcus was my brother." Daniel felt the pieces click into place with sickening clarity. Of course, the brother of the man the initiative had killed, hiding in a fortress on the bridge, watching for the moment when he could take revenge. "I'm sorry about Marcus," Daniel said carefully. "What happened in those caverns, I was trying to save people, not get anyone killed. And yet people died. My brother died. 20 survivors who'd trusted him died." Robert's voice was flat, controlled, but something burned behind his eyes. "The initiative called it necessary elimination of an obstacle. That's a fancy way of saying murder. I agree, what they did was wrong, but I wasn't part of it and neither were my people. You work with them now. That makes you part of it. I work with them because the alternative was my people being eliminated too. Same calculation Marcus made when he was building his organization. Survival requires compromise." Daniel met Robert's gaze directly. "But that doesn't mean I agree with everything they do. Doesn't mean I'm not looking for ways to push back against the parts I find unacceptable." "Push back how?" "You're their junior partner, their useful local asset. They use your legitimacy to make their operations look acceptable, and in exchange they let you keep a little corner of their empire. That's not resistance. That's collaboration." Daniel didn't have an easy answer for that. The accusation landed because it wasn't entirely wrong. "What do you want, Robert? What would it take to end this standoff without more people getting killed?" "I want justice for my brother. I want the people who ordered his death to face consequences. I want the initiative to stop treating every survivor community as something to be absorbed or eliminated." Robert leaned forward. "Can you give me that?" "I don't know. I don't control the initiative, but I can tell you what I do control: my network, my people, the choices we make about who we work with and how." Daniel took a breath. "If you're willing to share information, to coordinate with us instead of against us, we might be able to find ways to push back together. Build something that can resist the initiative's worst impulses. And if I'm not willing, if I decide the initiative is a cancer that needs to be cut out, and everyone who works with them is part of the disease, then we're enemies, and one way or another this ends badly for both of us." The silence stretched. Daniel could feel the weight of the moment, the balance point between violence and negotiation, between escalation and resolution. "I'll think about it," Robert said finally. "But not today. Today you go back to your people and tell them this complex is occupied, fortified, and prepared to defend itself. If the initiative wants it, they're going to have to take it, and that will cost them more than it's worth. That's your answer? That's my answer for now. Robert stood, signaling that the conversation was over. You've got 5 minutes to get back to your people before we start treating you as a threat. Daniel stood, accepting the dismissal. There was more to say, more to negotiate, but pressing now would only make things worse. Think about what I said, about working together. We don't have to be enemies. We'll see. The walk back across the bridge felt longer than the walk in. Daniel processed what he'd learned as he moved. Robert Hale, the brother, seeking justice or revenge for Marcus's death. A fortified position that the initiative wanted and wasn't going to get without a fight. A situation that was about to get much more complicated. The team was waiting where he'd left them, tension visible in every face. The initiative lieutenant stepped forward first. Report? The complex is occupied by a group led by Marcus Hale's brother. They're hostile to the initiative, neutral to suspicious of us, and prepared to defend their position. Daniel looked at the lieutenant, then at his own people. They're not going to leave voluntarily. Then we'll need to adjust our approach. The lieutenant's tone was the particular kind of neutral that meant someone was already calculating casualties. Colonel Warren should be informed. Agreed. But before we do anything that can't be undone, I want to explore diplomatic options. These people have grievances that might be addressed. It doesn't have to end in violence. With respect, Mr. Mercer, that's not your decision to make. The initiative has operational authority over this mission. The initiative has authority over initiative personnel. My people answer to me, and I'm telling them to stand down while we pursue alternatives. Daniel kept his voice level despite the tension building in his chest. I'm not saying we won't support a necessary operation. I'm saying we need to be sure it's necessary first. The standoff was brief but charged, the lieutenant's authority meeting Daniel's and neither yielding. Finally, the lieutenant nodded once. Concession or tactical retreat, impossible to tell. We'll report to Colonel Warren. She'll decide next steps. Fine. We'll await her decision. They withdrew from the bridge, the fortress at its center, watching them go. With whatever passed for patience among people who expected attack at any moment, the debriefing at the initiative headquarters was tense. Colonel Warren listened to the reports with the focused attention of someone who was already planning several moves ahead. Her questions were sharp, precise, designed to extract maximum information while revealing minimum about her own intentions. So, Robert Hale is fortified on the bridge, hostile to our operations and explicitly seeking justice for his brother's death. Warren's voice carried no particular emotion. What's your assessment, Mr. Mercer? He's angry but not irrational. He has legitimate grievances that could potentially be addressed through negotiation. Given time and the right approach, we might be able to reach an accommodation that doesn't require military action. Time is something we don't have in abundance. That bridge is critical to our regional infrastructure plans. Every day it remains in hostile hands is a day we can't use it. With respect, Colonel, forcing the issue is likely to result in significant casualties on both sides. Robert's people are dug in, they know the terrain, and they're motivated by revenge. They'll fight to the last. Then they'll lose to the last. Warren's tone sharpened. I appreciate your diplomatic instincts, Mr. Mercer, but there are larger considerations at play here. The initiative's credibility depends on demonstrating that we can secure critical infrastructure. If we allow one group of holdouts to defy us, others will try the same. And if we massacre them, that demonstrates something else entirely. Something that might make other groups less willing to cooperate. A calculated risk, one we're prepared to take. Warren stood, signaling that the discussion was moving from consultation to decision. We'll begin planning for an assault operation. Your network is welcome to participate or not as you see fit. And if we choose not, Then we conduct the operation without you. Either way, that bridge will be under initiative control within the week." The walk back to their own headquarters was silent, everyone processing the implications of what had just happened. "She's going to attack," Tanya said finally, "no matter what we do." "Yes, and you're going to try to stop her." "I'm going to try to find another way, whether that stops her or not." Daniel shook his head. "I don't know." "What other way?" "Robert's not going to surrender, Warren's not going to negotiate, and we don't have the force to impose a solution ourselves. The math doesn't work." "Then we change the math." Daniel stopped, turning to face his people. "We've spent weeks building connections across this city. Survivor groups, independent communities, everyone who's not already absorbed into the initiative structure. If enough of them push back against this operation." "You want to organize resistance? Against our allies?" Tanya's voice carried disbelief. "That's not diplomacy, that's insurrection. It's leverage. The initiative values our cooperation because we bring legitimacy and local capability. If we threaten to withdraw that cooperation, if we make it clear that assaulting the bridge will cost them more than they gain, they might reconsider. Or they might decide we're obstacles too and deal with us the same way they dealt with Marcus Hale. That's a risk. But the alternative is standing by while they massacre people who could be allies, demonstrating that we're willing to accept anything they do as long as they keep us in the loop." Daniel met Tanya's eyes. "I didn't make this deal so we could be complicit in atrocities. I made it to buy us time, build capability, find leverage. This is that moment. And if it doesn't work, then we face the consequences of trying. But at least we tried." The next 48 hours were a frenzy of communication and coordination. Daniel reached out to every contact in the network. Survivor groups, independent communities, anyone who had reason to question the initiative's methods. The message was simple. The initiative was planning to assault the Kennedy Bridge, killing everyone inside to secure an infrastructure asset. If this was the kind of governance they intended to restore, what did that mean for everyone else? The responses varied. Some groups expressed support for Daniel's position, willing to add their voices to the pushback. Others were cautious, unwilling to risk their relationship with the initiative over people they didn't know. A few sided explicitly with Warren, arguing that security sometimes required hard choices. But the aggregate effect was significant. By the end of the second day, a substantial coalition had formed, not enough to militarily challenge the initiative, but enough to make them pause, to force them to consider the political costs of proceeding. "It's working," Jordan reported, monitoring the communications traffic. "Initiative channels are showing increased internal discussion. Warren's having to justify the operation to her superiors, explain why so much of the local population is opposed. Is it enough to stop them? I don't know, but it's buying time at minimum." Time was something Daniel could use. Time to reach Robert, to convince him that negotiation was possible. Time to find a solution that didn't end with bodies on the bridge. The third attempt at contact came on day 36. Daniel approached the bridge alone again, unarmed, moving slowly to give the watchers time to recognize him. The response was different this time. Not immediate hostility, but not welcome either. A kind of wary attention that suggested his previous visit had made an impression. Robert met him at the same entrance as before, his expression unreadable. "You've been busy," Robert said, "organizing opposition to the initiative's assault plans, quite the political campaign. It wasn't about politics, it was about preventing unnecessary death." "Whose death? Ours or theirs?" "Both. A fight at this bridge doesn't serve anyone's interests. It just creates more bodies and more grievances." Daniel met Robert's gaze. "I've bought us some time. The initiative is reconsidering their approach, at least temporarily. That's an opening we can use. Use for what? You think Warren is suddenly going to see the light? Decide that my brother's death was a mistake? Offer meaningful accountability? Robert's voice was bitter. The initiative doesn't acknowledge mistakes, they just reframe them as necessary sacrifices. Then we find a different kind of accountability, something they can accept without losing face, something you can accept as meaningful justice. What would that look like? I don't know yet, but I'm willing to work with you to figure it out if you're willing to try. Daniel took a breath. Robert, I understand why you're angry. What happened to Marcus was wrong. But turning this bridge into a massacre site won't bring him back and won't change what the initiative is. It'll just add more names to the list of people who died because powerful forces couldn't find a way to coexist. Robert was silent for a long moment, his face working through emotions that Daniel couldn't fully read. There's something you should know, Robert said finally. Something that changes the calculation. What? The initiative isn't just planning to take this bridge. They're planning to use it. Warren's been coordinating with elements outside the region. Military units, government remnants, people who are positioning themselves for the recovery phase. Robert pulled out a folded document. We intercepted this 3 days ago. It's an operations order. The initiative is planning to establish a regional capital here, using Louisville as the hub for governance across multiple states. The bridge is the first step in a larger plan. Daniel took the document, scanning its contents. The scope was larger than anything he'd imagined. Not just infrastructure restoration, but genuine government reconstitution, a systematic effort to rebuild authority from the ground up. This isn't necessarily bad, he said slowly, if they're actually trying to restore legitimate governance. Read the section on population management. Daniel found it. The language was bureaucratic, carefully neutral, but the implications were clear. Communities that cooperated would be integrated. Communities that resisted would be pacified. Independent power structures would be dismantled to prevent fragmentation of authority. His network, Robert's fortress. Every survivor group that had maintained independence from the initiative's structure. All of them marked for eventual absorption or elimination. This is their plan for everyone, Daniel said, the realization settling into his chest like cold water. The partnership, the cooperation, it was all just a phase, buying time until they were strong enough to impose control completely. Now you understand, Robert's voice was grim. We're not just fighting for this bridge. We're fighting for the right to exist as something other than subjects of their new government. The return from the bridge was the longest walk of Daniel's life. Every step forced him to confront the implications of what he'd learned, the partnership he'd built, the compromises he'd made, the trust he'd extended to people who'd been planning to eliminate his independence from the beginning. He felt like a fool, like someone who'd walked into an obvious trap because he'd wanted so badly to believe it was something else. Emily was waiting at the staging area, her face showing concern at whatever she read in his expression. What happened? Everything just got more complicated. Daniel handed her the document Robert had given him. Warren's been playing us. The partnership, the cooperation, it was all tactical. They're planning to absorb or eliminate every independent community in the region. Emily read the document, her expression shifting from confusion to anger to something that looked like resignation. This is dated 3 weeks ago, before the bridge operation even started. They've been planning this from the beginning. The assault on Robert's position isn't about infrastructure. It's about demonstrating that resistance is futile, that anyone who challenges their authority will be crushed. What do we do? I don't know. Daniel looked at the bridge, at the city, at the world that had suddenly become even more hostile than it had been that morning. But I know we can't just pretend this doesn't exist. We can't keep cooperating with people who are planning to dismantle everything we've built. That's a big change. A lot of our people have invested in this partnership. They're not going to be happy about burning it down. They're going to be a lot less happy when the initiative comes to absorb them, whether they cooperate or not. Daniel took a breath. We need to talk to everyone. Share what we've learned. Let them make informed decisions about what comes next. And the bridge, Robert? That's where it starts. Robert was right. This isn't just about his brother or this bridge. It's about whether we accept being subjects or fight to remain citizens. Daniel turned toward their vehicles. Call a meeting. Everyone who needs to know. We do this tonight. The meeting convened in the network's central gathering space, a converted warehouse that served as their primary meeting hall. The faces that filled the room represented weeks of relationship building. Leaders of allied groups, key personnel from Daniel's core team, representatives of communities that had found common cause in resisting the initiative's more aggressive tendencies. Daniel stood at the front, the intercepted document projected behind him, its implications laid bare for everyone to see. This is what we're dealing with, he said when he'd finished explaining. Not a partnership, not cooperation toward shared goals, a plan to establish control over every surviving community in the region, with us as either subordinate components or eliminated obstacles. The room processed this in various ways: shock, anger, resignation, fear. Some voices rose in immediate protest, others in defense of the initiative's stated goals. The debate was heated but controlled, the discipline of people who'd learned to argue productively even under pressure. What are you proposing? The question came from Dr. Chen, her voice carrying the calm authority that made her valuable in any discussion. I'm proposing that we stop cooperating with our own eventual elimination. That we coordinate with Robert Hale and anyone else who's willing to resist initiative consolidation. That we build something that can survive even if they try to destroy us. That's war, Tanya said flatly. Open conflict with an organization that has more resources, more training, more everything than we do. It's resistance. There's a difference. Daniel looked around the room. I'm not suggesting we attack the initiative. I'm suggesting we stop helping them, stop legitimizing them, stop making it easier for them to do what they're planning to do. We become obstacles that cost more to remove than to leave alone. And if that doesn't work, if they decide to remove us anyway, then we make removing us as expensive as possible. We survive if we can, and we make sure the cost of eliminating us is high enough that others think twice about resisting. The silence that followed was heavy, loaded with the weight of implications no one wanted to examine too closely. This was a turning point, a moment where the choices they made would determine everything that came after. I'm with you, Tanya said finally, surprising everyone, including herself. I've had doubts about this partnership from the beginning. At least now we're being honest about what we're up against. Me too, Jordan added. Whatever we decide, I'm not going back to pretending we're partners with people who are planning to absorb us. One by one, voices joined the consensus. Not unanimous, some people choosing to abstain or dissent, but a clear majority willing to take the risk of resistance over the certainty of absorption. Then we start tonight, Daniel said. Jordan, reach out to Robert. Tell him we're willing to coordinate. Tanya, begin contingency planning. What we do if the initiative moves against us directly. Everyone else, secure your areas, prepare your people, and be ready for whatever comes next. The meeting dispersed, people moving with new purpose toward tasks they understood if not welcomed. Daniel stood alone for a moment, watching them go, feeling the weight of what he'd just set in motion. The initiative's response came faster than Daniel expected. Less than 24 hours after the meeting, Colonel Warren requested a conference. Urgent, she said, concerning matters of mutual interest. Daniel agreed to meet at a neutral location, bringing Tanya and Emily as witnesses, maintaining the appearance of cooperation even as the foundations of that cooperation crumbled. Warren was already there when they arrived, flanked by two officers whose presence was clearly meant to intimidate. Her expression was controlled, professional, but there was something different in her eyes, a sharpness that suggested she knew the game had changed. "Mr. Mercer, thank you for coming." "Colonel, what's this about? I think you know." Warren produced a copy of the intercepted document, the same one Robert had given Daniel. "This has been circulating among survivor groups throughout the region, creating quite a stir." "Has it?" "Don't be coy. We know it came from Robert Hale's position. We know you've been in contact with him. We know you've been organizing resistance to our bridge operation." Warren's voice remained level, but the tension underneath was unmistakable. "What I want to know is whether this represents a fundamental break with our partnership, or whether it's something we can work through. That depends on whether the document is accurate. The document represents internal planning materials that were not meant for external distribution. Taken out of context, they could be misinterpreted. The context seems pretty clear, Colonel. Population management, pacification, dismantling independent power structures." Daniel met her gaze. "Those aren't phrases that require much interpretation. They're operational terminology for a complex situation. The initiative's mandate is to restore legitimate governance, which sometimes requires difficult decisions about how to integrate diverse communities into a coherent structure. Integration or elimination? Integration is always the preference, but when communities refuse to participate in the broader recovery effort, when they position themselves as obstacles to necessary governance? Warren spread her hands. Difficult decisions become necessary. And my network, my people, where do we fall on that spectrum? Warren was silent for a moment, calculating. That depends on you, Mr. Mercer. You've been a valuable partner. Your local knowledge, your relationships, your legitimacy with survivor communities, all of these are assets we'd prefer to preserve. But they're only valuable if they serve our broader objectives. If you position yourself in opposition to those objectives, then we become obstacles. Then we have to reevaluate the partnership. Daniel looked at Warren, at the officers flanking her, at the carefully maintained facade of reasonability that covered intentions he now understood far better than before. "Let me make our position clear," he said. "We're not going to participate in operations that eliminate independent communities. We're not going to help you absorb people who want to maintain their autonomy. And we're not going to stand by while you assault the Kennedy Bridge and massacre everyone inside. That's unfortunate. It's reality. The question is what you're going to do about it." Warren considered this for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly, the gesture of someone who'd received the answer they expected and was now moving to the next phase of a plan that had already been prepared. "We'll be in touch, Mr. Mercer. I suggest you use the time wisely." She left without another word, her officers falling in behind her. Daniel watched them go, feeling the countdown that had just started, knowing that the conflict he'd been trying to prevent was now inevitable. The next 3 days were a blur of preparation and positioning. Daniel coordinated with Robert Hale, establishing communication channels and defensive alignments that would support the bridge position when the assault came. He reached out to allied communities, sharing intelligence about initiative plans, building the coalition that would be their only defense against an organization with superior resources. The network mobilized with efficiency born of weeks of practice. Supplies consolidated, defensive positions established, contingencies prepared for scenarios no one wanted to contemplate. People who'd hoped the partnership with the initiative would lead to stability now faced the reality that stability had never been the offer. They'd been tolerated as long as they were useful. Now that usefulness was ending. "They're massing forces," Jordan reported on day 39. "Armored vehicles, infantry units, support equipment. Everything they'd need for a major assault. Target? Multiple possibilities. The bridge is the obvious one, but they could be positioning to hit us directly instead. Or both simultaneously. Time frame? Best guess? Tomorrow. Dawn assault, maximum surprise, overwhelming force." Daniel absorbed this, running calculations that had become horribly familiar over the past weeks. Forces available, defensive capabilities, the arithmetic of violence that determined who lived and who died. "Then we need to be ready. Alert all positions, establish communications redundancy. Begin evacuation of non-combatants to secondary locations. And the bridge? Robert, we honor our commitment. If the initiative hits them, we support the defense. We either stand together or we fall separately." The assault began at 5:47 a.m., exactly as Jordan had predicted. Initiative forces struck the Kennedy Bridge from both approaches simultaneously. Armored vehicles leading infantry elements in a coordinated push that was clearly designed to overwhelm the defenders through sheer weight of numbers. The sound of gunfire reached Daniel's position within minutes, accompanied by the deeper rumble of explosions that marked heavy weapons being deployed. "Robert's holding," Jordan reported, monitoring the communications. "But he's taking casualties. The southern tower has been breached and they're fighting room to room. What's our status?" "Secondary forces are massing outside our perimeter. Looks like they're planning to hit us once the bridge is secured. Or before if they think we're distracted by the bridge fight." Daniel made his decision. "Tanya, take the primary defense team and reinforce Robert. Jordan, maintain communications and coordinate evacuation. Emily Medical Station, prepare for casualties." "You're sending our best fighters to the bridge?" Jordan asked. "That leaves us exposed. If Robert falls, we're next anyway. The only way we survive this is if we make taking that bridge so expensive they can't afford to hit us too." Daniel met Tanya's eyes. "Whatever it takes. Buy time for the evacuation, preserve as many lives as possible." Tanya nodded once, the gesture carrying everything that didn't need to be said. Then she was moving, gathering her team, heading toward the fight that would determine everything. The battle for the Kennedy Bridge lasted 7 hours. Daniel monitored it from the command center, watching the ebb and flow of combat through radio reports and occasional visual feeds, feeling every casualty like a personal wound. The initiative had numbers and equipment. The defenders had position and desperation. The result was a grinding attrition that neither side could sustain indefinitely. Tanya's reinforcements reached the bridge around 700, adding their firepower to the defense and stabilizing what had been a deteriorating situation. The southern tower, which had been nearly lost, was retaken in a furious counterattack that cost 6 lives but preserved the critical communication infrastructure. "We're holding." Robert's voice came through the radio around 0900, rough with exhaustion but carrying a note of grim satisfaction. "They've pulled back to regroup. Casualties heavy on both sides." "Can you hold another push?" "If we have to, but ammunition's getting low and I've lost 1/3 of my people. One more assault like that might break us. Reinforcements are on the way. Just hold." Daniel sent the last of his reserves, stripping the network's perimeter to bare minimum, gambling everything on the bridge fight. If the initiative hit their position now, they'd be overrun in minutes. But if the bridge fell, they'd be overrun anyway. The second assault came at noon. This time the initiative committed everything, not just infantry, but their heavy equipment, vehicles that had been held in reserve for exactly this moment. The bridge shuddered under the weight of the fighting, centuries-old infrastructure absorbing trauma it had never been designed for. "They're through the northern barricade," Jordan reported, her voice tight. fighting in the control complex itself. Tanya's team is... The communication cut off in a burst of static. Daniel felt his heart stop. Jordan? What happened? Lost the feed. Trying to re-establish... The minutes stretched like hours while Jordan worked the equipment, trying to restore contact with the bridge. Daniel stood frozen, watching, waiting, feeling the weight of uncertainty that was worse than any definite bad news. Then the radio crackled back to life. Daniel. Tanya's voice, but different somehow, weaker, wrong. We've pushed them back. The complex is secured, but... Tanya, what's wrong? I'm hit. It's bad. A pause filled with the sounds of fighting still ongoing somewhere nearby. I'm not getting off this bridge. No, hold on. We'll get medical to you. There's no time. Listen. Her voice steadied, finding strength from somewhere beyond the wound that was killing her. Warren's people are retreating, but this isn't over. They'll regroup, come back with more. You need to use this window, negotiate from strength while you can. I'm not negotiating anything while you're dying. You don't have a choice. A cough, wet and terrible. Daniel, I've been watching you since the beginning, doubting you sometimes, trusting you others. But you've always done the hard thing when it mattered. Don't stop now. Tanya, tell Emily she was right about everything. Another pause, longer. It was worth it, the fight, the resistance, all of it. Don't let them take that away. The radio went silent. Daniel stood in the command center for a long time, staring at the silent radio, feeling the loss settle into a place that was already too full of grief. Tanya. His security chief, his conscience, his constant reminder that strength and ruthlessness weren't the same thing. Gone. Emily found him there, her face showing that she'd heard, that she knew. She was a hero, Emily said quietly. They're saying she led the counterattack personally, took the position that broke the initiative's assault. She saved everyone on that bridge. She shouldn't have had to. Daniel's voice was raw. None of this should have had to happen. But it did, and she chose to face it. Emily put her hand on his arm. Honor that choice. Do what she asked. Negotiate from strength. Yes, while we have it. The ceasefire was established within hours. Colonel Warren, her forces bloodied and her assault repulsed, agreed to talks rather than risk another costly attempt at the bridge. The losses on both sides had been significant enough to make everyone reconsider whether continued fighting was worth the cost. They met at the same neutral location as before, but the dynamic was different now. Daniel came not as a junior partner, but as someone who demonstrated the capacity to resist, to impose costs, to make elimination more expensive than accommodation. Mr. Mercer? Warren's voice was controlled, but the strain showed at the edges. You've proven your point. Have I? You've demonstrated that your network can defend itself, that allied communities will support each other against initiative operations, that our plans for regional consolidation face more resistance than we anticipated. She spread her hands. What do you want? What I've always wanted, independence, the right to maintain our own communities without being absorbed or eliminated, a genuine partnership where cooperation is voluntary rather than coerced. That's not how governance works. Order requires hierarchy. Authority requires structure. Then build your structure with people who want to be part of it. There are plenty of communities that would welcome initiative, protection, and integration. Focus on them. Leave the rest of us alone. Warren considered this, her expression unreadable, and the bridge. Robert Hale's people remain in control. The initiative gets transit rights but not occupation rights. We establish a shared security arrangement that serves everyone's interests. That's a significant concession from our original plans. Your original plans got a lot of people killed. Maybe it's time for new plans. The negotiation continued for hours, each side pushing, probing, looking for advantage. In the end, they reached an agreement that satisfied no one completely, but that everyone could live with. A fragile peace built on mutual recognition that continued fighting would be too costly. It wasn't victory, but it wasn't defeat either. The aftermath of the bridge battle was a time of mourning and reconstruction. They buried Tanya on the roof of their headquarters next to Noah, in the garden that had become their memorial space. The ceremony was simple. Words from Daniel and Emily, a moment of silence, the particular kind of grief that comes from losing someone who'd been essential to everything you were trying to build. "She was the best of us," Emily said quietly, standing by the grave as the others dispersed. "In a lot of ways. She never thought so. Always too hard on herself." Daniel stared at the mound of earth, trying to find words for feelings that didn't fit into language. "She told me to tell you that you were right. About everything." "She said that?" "Last thing she said, pretty much." Before the radio cut off, Emily was silent for a moment. "We argued sometimes about you, about the decisions you made, about whether the partnership with the initiative was worth it. She thought I was too optimistic, too willing to believe in people." "Were you?" "Maybe. But she was too pessimistic sometimes, too ready to see threats everywhere, to assume the worst about people's motivations." Emily almost smiled. "We balanced each other out, made better decisions together than either of us would have made alone. That's what we're supposed to do. Balance each other. Make up for each other's weaknesses." Daniel looked at the city beyond the rooftop, at the bridge visible in the distance, at the world that kept demanding more than any of them could give. "I keep losing the people who balance me. First Hal, then Noah, now Tanya. Pretty soon there won't be anyone left to tell me when I'm wrong. You've got me. You're my sister. You're supposed to be on my side. I am on your side. That's why I'll tell you when you're wrong." Emily took his arm. "Come inside. There's work to do, and standing here grieving isn't what Tanya would want." "What would she want?" "For you to finish what you started. For all of this to mean something." The days that followed were devoted to rebuilding and consolidation. The ceasefire with the initiative held, both sides too exhausted for renewed conflict. Daniel used the time to strengthen the network's defensive positions, to deepen relationships with allied communities, to build the kind of distributed resilience that would make future attacks less likely to succeed. Robert Hale became a cautious ally, his fortress on the bridge serving as a checkpoint that both sides used but neither controlled completely. The arrangement was awkward but functional, a symbol of the fragmented peace that was the best anyone could achieve under the circumstances. Dr. Chen's research continued, her team making progress on understanding the infection and developing countermeasures that might eventually help reclaim territory from the infected. The medical section expanded, taking in survivors from across the region, building capabilities that served everyone's interests. And in the quiet moments between crises, Daniel found himself thinking about Elaine Porter. The nurse had been a steady presence through everything. The battles, the losses, the constant pressure of keeping people alive under impossible circumstances. She'd never sought leadership or recognition, just did her work with the quiet competence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. But lately, Daniel had noticed something different about her. A tiredness that went beyond physical exhaustion. A distance that suggested something was wrong. He found her in the medical section late one evening, alone, staring at nothing in particular. "Elaine, are you okay?" She looked up, seeming to take a moment to register his presence. "Mr. Mercer, I didn't hear you come in. You've been working late a lot recently, everyone's noticed. There's a lot of work to do." Her voice was flat, mechanical. "Always more patients, more wounds, more people who need help." That's not what I'm asking. Daniel sat across from her. Something's wrong, I can see it. What's going on? Elaine was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a photograph, worn, folded, the image of a family that must have been hers. My husband died in the first week, the initial outbreak. I couldn't save him. Her voice was calm, distant. My children made it out. Evacuation convoy to the safe zones. I stayed to help with the emergency response. Told myself I'd join them when things stabilized. But things never stabilized. No. And somewhere along the way I lost contact. The convoys, the safe zones, I don't know what happened to them. Whether my children made it, whether they're alive. We could try to find out. Jordan's got connections, communication networks. I've tried. Dead ends mostly, a few rumors that don't lead anywhere. Elaine looked at the photograph, her expression unreadable. 35 years of nursing, 35 years of keeping people alive, watching people die, learning to compartmentalize so you could keep functioning, but this is different. This is everything at once. All the loss, all the fear, all the uncertainty compressed into every single day. And I'm tired, Mr. Mercer. More tired than I've ever been. Daniel didn't know what to say. The words that usually came, reassurance, encouragement, the leadership platitudes that helped people keep going, felt hollow in the face of what she was describing. Is there anything I can do? You're doing it. Talking to me, seeing me. Elaine almost smiled. Most people look at nurses and see the function, not the person. You've always seen the person. That's what leaders are supposed to do. That's what good leaders do. Not all of them manage it. The crisis came 3 days later. Elaine was conducting a routine examination of a patient who'd been recovering from injuries sustained in the bridge battle when she noticed something wrong. A wound that should have been healing was instead showing signs of infection. Not the bacterial kind, but the other kind. The kind that meant everything. Possible exposure, she reported, her voice carrying the particular steadiness of a professional facing something they'd trained for. Patient's condition is deteriorating, symptoms consistent with early-stage transformation. The medical section went into emergency protocol. The patient, a young man named Marcus who'd been part of Tanya's reinforcement team, was isolated, monitored. The desperate hope maintained that maybe this time it would be different. Maybe the progression would stop. It didn't stop. Daniel found Elaine in the isolation room 12 hours later, standing by Marcus's bedside, watching the transformation complete itself. The young man was dead now, or what passed for dead in this new world. His body still animate, still moving, but nothing of the person he'd been remaining behind those empty eyes. We need to deal with this, Daniel said quietly. You know the protocol. I know, Elaine's voice was hollow. But I also know this boy, Marcus. He used to bring me coffee in the mornings even when I told him not to waste it. Said I looked like I needed it more than he did. He's not that person anymore. I know, but I remember. She turned to face Daniel. This is what I've been doing for 6 weeks, watching people transform into monsters, knowing that the only mercy we can offer is to end it quickly. And I keep asking myself, what's the point? What's the point of any of this if we just keep losing people, keep watching them become things they would have hated becoming? The point is, the people we save. The ones who survive because we're here, because we're fighting, because we refuse to give up. Is it? Is it really? Elaine looked back at Marcus, at the thing that moved and clicked where he had been. Sometimes I think we're just prolonging the inevitable, delaying a conclusion that's already been decided. I don't believe that. I'm not sure I do either. But I think about it. Every day I think about it. She took a deep breath. I'll do what needs to be done. That's my job. That's who I am. But someday, Mr. Mercer, you might need to do the same for me. What do you mean? I mean, I'm tired, and I don't know how much longer I can keep going. Elaine raised the weapon that protocols required medical personnel to carry in isolation situations. I'll handle Marcus. Please give me a moment alone. Daniel started to object, to offer support, to do any of the things leaders were supposed to do when their people were struggling. But something in Elaine's expression stopped him. A quiet dignity that deserved respect, a request for privacy that came from somewhere deeper than the moment. Take whatever time you need, he said. I'll be outside. The sound of the single shot came a moment later. Elaine emerged from the isolation room changed. Not visibly. She maintained the same professional composure she always did, the same steady hands and careful attention to procedure. But something had shifted behind her eyes. Some decision had been made that Daniel couldn't quite read. Report, she said, her voice flat. Patient confirmed terminated. Isolation protocols maintained. No secondary exposure detected. Elaine, I'm fine, Mr. Mercer. I just need to complete my documentation. She walked past him toward the medical station, her posture straight, her movements precise. Daniel watched her go, feeling the wrongness of it, knowing that something had broken and not knowing how to fix it. The answer came 2 days later. Daniel was in the command center, reviewing reports on the network's reconstruction efforts when Jordan interrupted with news that made everything else irrelevant. Medical emergency. Elaine Porter. She's collapsed in her quarters. He was there within minutes, pushing through the crowd that had gathered, finding Emily already at Elaine's side. She took something, Emily said, her voice tight. Sedatives from the medical supply, massive overdose. Can we? I'm trying. But she knew exactly what she was doing. The dosage, the combination, she planned this. Daniel knelt beside Elaine, taking her hand, trying to reach whatever part of her might still be aware. Elaine, stay with us, please. Her eyes opened slightly, finding his, and the ghost of a smile crossed her face. It's okay, she whispered. I'm just so tired. And I can't find my children, can't save anyone else, can't keep pretending it matters. It does matter. You matter. I know you believe that. Her voice was fading. That's why I wanted you here, wanted someone to see me, to know I was a person, not just a function. We all see you, we all know. Then remember me, remember that I tried. Her eyes closed. That's all any of us can do. Try. Emily worked for another 20 minutes, using every technique she knew, but it wasn't enough. Elaine Porter died at 3:47 in the afternoon, 40 days after the outbreak began, in the company of people who'd become something like family but couldn't save her from the exhaustion that had finally consumed her. They buried Elaine next to Tanya and Noah, 3 graves in the rooftop garden that had become a memorial to everyone they'd lost. The service was quiet. Daniel spoke briefly, Emily said a few words. Others who'd known Elaine shared memories of a woman who'd spent her life caring for others and finally couldn't care for herself anymore. The grief was different from the grief for Tanya, different from the grief for Noah, less sharp perhaps, but somehow deeper. The loss of someone who'd chosen to leave rather than someone who'd been taken. Is this what we're building? Emily asked afterward, standing by the graves. A place where people work themselves to death because they can't see another way? I hope not. Daniel looked at the 3 mounds of earth, at the names carved into simple markers, at the evidence of everything the outbreak had cost. I hope we're building something that gives people reasons to keep going, not just obligations. Elaine had obligations, responsibilities, people who needed her. It wasn't enough. No, it wasn't. Daniel turned to face his sister. What would have been enough? I don't know. Maybe hope. Real hope. Not just the absence of immediate catastrophe. The belief that things could actually get better, that all the suffering was leading somewhere worth arriving at. Can we provide that? We can try. That's what Elaine said, wasn't it? All any of us can do is try. The days after Elaine's death were a crucible. Daniel threw himself into the work with renewed intensity, not escaping into it as he might have before, but committing to it with full awareness of what it cost. The network expanded, relationships deepened, the fragile peace with the initiative stabilized into something that might actually last. And through it all, Daniel kept returning to the bridge. Not the Kennedy Bridge, though that remained important. A different bridge, the metaphorical one between what they were and what they might become. The connection between survival and something more than survival. The span that had to be crossed if any of this was going to mean anything. "You're different," Emily observed one evening, finding him on the roof near the graves. "Am I?" "More focused, more present. Like you've stopped fighting something inside yourself and started using that energy for other things." "Maybe I have." Daniel looked at the city, at the lights that were starting to appear as the network restored power to more and more areas. "I spent so long afraid of responsibility, afraid that making decisions would lead to deaths I couldn't justify. And then I became responsible anyway, and people died anyway, and I kept waiting for the guilt to become unbearable." "Did it?" "No, because the guilt isn't about the deaths, it's about the choices. Whether I made the best decisions I could with what I knew at the time." He turned to face her. "And I did. Not perfectly, not always wisely, but honestly. I tried to do right by people, even when right and possible pulled in different directions. That's growth. That's survival. The kind that matters, not just of the body, but of the person. Keeping yourself intact while everything around you falls apart. And the bridge? The Kennedy Bridge. That's where it ends. Where it started and where it ends." Daniel looked toward the river, toward the span that had haunted him for so long. "Whatever happens next, it happens there. I can feel it." Is that prophecy or anxiety? Does it matter? The final confrontation began on day 39. Initiative forces, reinforced by elements from outside the region, moved against the network's position in a coordinated assault that made the bridge battle look like a skirmish. Warren had spent weeks rebuilding her strength, waiting for the moment when she could strike with overwhelming force. "They're hitting everything simultaneously," Jordan reported, her voice tight. "Our perimeter positions, allied communities, even the bridge. This is their end game." "Casualties?" "Heavy, we're losing ground everywhere." Daniel processed the reports, the map showing red markers advancing on every front. This was different from before. Not a limited operation, but a total commitment. Warren betting everything on eliminating the resistance once and for all. "Where's their command position?" "Mobile. She's coordinating from a forward base near the river, close to the bridge." "Then that's where I'm going." "Daniel, that's suicide. Their security around Warren is—" "I know what it is. But if we can take out their command structure, their assault collapses. It's the only way we survive this." He gathered what forces could be spared. A small team, more capable of infiltration than combat, designed for a single decisive strike rather than prolonged fighting. Emily insisted on coming, citing medical necessity. Jordan stayed behind to coordinate the defense, and Robert Hale, contacted through the channels they'd established, agreed to support the operation from his bridge position. "If you fail, we all fall," Robert said through the radio. "But if you succeed, then we all survive, at least until the next crisis. That's all anyone can ask." The approach to Warren's position took them through a city at war. They moved through alleys and back streets, avoiding the main fighting, navigating by Jordan's real-time updates about initiative troop movements. The sounds of combat surrounded them. Gunfire, explosions, the screams of people dying for causes that would matter to history or wouldn't, depending on who won. "There," Daniel pointed to the building Jordan had identified as Warren's command post. "That's the target." The security was formidable. Armed guards, defensive positions, the layered protection that any competent commander would establish. Getting through it would require luck, skill, and probably sacrifice. "I'll create a distraction," one of the team members offered. "Draw their attention while you move. That's what I'm here for. Same as Tanya. Same as everyone who chose this fight." The man, David, Daniel remembered, a former teacher who'd become a soldier by necessity, smiled grimly. "Make it count." Before Daniel could object, David was moving, breaking cover, drawing fire with a display of aggression that was as suicidal as it was effective. The guards responded, focusing on the immediate threat, creating the gap Daniel's team needed. They went. The interior of Warren's command post was organized chaos. Communications equipment, tactical displays, the infrastructure of a military operation in full swing. Officers moved between stations, coordinating the assault that was supposed to end the resistance once and for all. Daniel's team infiltrated carefully, neutralizing guards quietly when possible, avoiding detection as they moved toward the central command area. The element of surprise was their only real advantage, and they preserved it with desperate discipline. Warren was at the center of everything, as Daniel had expected. Directing operations, receiving reports, the spider at the heart of the web. She didn't notice them until it was too late. "Colonel." Warren turned, her expression shifting from surprise to something that might have been respect. "Mr. Mercer, I should have expected this. You should have expected that I wouldn't just wait to be eliminated, that I'd fight back however I could. And you have. Admirably, in fact. The resistance you've organized has cost us significantly." Warren's voice was calm, professional even now. "But it doesn't change the outcome. My forces are winning on every front. Your network is collapsing. This operation, whatever you intended, is just a final gesture." "Maybe. But final gestures matter." Daniel raised his weapon. "Call off the assault. Order your forces to withdraw. End this now." "Or what? You'll kill me?" Warren almost smiled. "That won't stop anything. The orders are already given. The operations will continue whether I'm alive or not. Then I'll broadcast your death to every unit in the field. Show them that their commander failed, that she was killed by the people she was trying to eliminate. See how their morale holds when they realize the resistance was strong enough to reach you. You'd be dead too, within minutes. I've made peace with that possibility." The standoff stretched, both of them calculating, both of them looking for advantage. Around them, Warren's staff watched in frozen horror, uncertain how to respond to a situation their protocols hadn't anticipated. "What do you want, Mr. Mercer? Really want underneath all the rhetoric about independence and cooperation? I want my people to survive. I want them to have a future that isn't determined by whether they cooperate with your regime. I want the right to build something without being absorbed or eliminated. And if I can't give you that, if the initiative's mandate requires consolidation, requires structure, requires hierarchy that doesn't allow for independent power centers, then we're at war. Really at war, not this half measure we've been dancing around. And wars have costs that everyone pays." Warren considered this, her expression unreadable. The sounds of combat filtered through from outside, the assault continuing while they negotiated the terms of its possible end. "A truce," she said finally. "A real one, not the temporary ceasefire we had before. Your network maintains its independence. The initiative focuses on willing communities rather than forced consolidation. We coexist, if not cooperate." "And the current assault?" "Called off. Immediately. All forces withdraw to pre-operation positions." "Why should I trust you?" "Because you don't have a choice, and neither do I." Warren's voice carried a note of exhaustion that Daniel recognized. The weariness of someone who'd been fighting too long for goals that kept receding. "This is costing both of us more than it's worth." We can keep destroying each other, or we can find a way to survive in parallel. Those are the options. Daniel looked at her, at the woman who'd been his enemy, his ally, his enemy again, the woman who'd ordered the death of people he cared about, who'd tried to eliminate everything he'd built. Could he trust her? Should he? But trust wasn't really the question. The question was whether the alternative, continued war, continued loss, continued destruction, was better than the uncertain peace she was offering. "Call off the assault," he said. "Then we talk terms." Warren reached for her radio. The ceasefire spread across the city like a wave, fighting sputtering out as orders filtered down through the chain of command. Daniel watched from the command post as the reports came in. Initiative forces withdrawing, network positions holding, the desperate combat giving way to the uncertain quiet of a conflict suspended rather than resolved. "You've made an interesting choice," Warren said, standing beside him at the window. "Most people in your position would have taken the kill shot. Most people in my position wouldn't have gotten this far." Daniel kept his eyes on the city. "I'm not interested in revenge, I'm interested in survival. Mine, my people's, everyone who's just trying to make it through this alive." Noble sentiments. Practical ones. The dead don't negotiate. The living have to live with the consequences of their choices. Including this choice? Especially this choice. Daniel turned to face her. "I don't trust you, Colonel. I don't think you've suddenly developed respect for independent communities or changed your views about how governance should work. But I think you've calculated that the cost of eliminating us is higher than you're willing to pay. And as long as that calculation holds, we can coexist. And when it changes, then we'll be having this conversation again, or a very different one. But that's a problem for another day." Daniel gestured toward the door. "I need to get back to my people. There's a lot of work to do." "Indeed there is." Warren extended her hand. "Until next time, Mr. Mercer." Daniel looked at the hand, at the woman it belonged to, at everything that handshake would represent. He shook it. The aftermath of the battle was a time of mourning and rebuilding. They counted the dead, David, who'd created the distraction that got them into Warren's command post. A dozen others from the network's defensive positions. Countless more from allied communities that had held the line during the assault. The cost of survival, measured in bodies and grief. Daniel stood on the Kennedy Bridge in the early morning light, watching the sun rise over a city that had somehow survived another crisis. The control complex was quiet now. Robert's people maintaining their vigilant watch over the crossing that had become a symbol of everything they'd fought for. Emily found him there, as she always did. "You saved us," she said quietly. "Again. We saved us. All of us together. That's the only way any of this works. You're getting better at this, the leadership thing. I'm getting better at accepting it." Daniel looked at the bridge beneath his feet, at the steel and concrete that had carried so much weight. "I used to be afraid of this place, afraid of what it represented, but now it just feels like a bridge, something that connects things that were separated, something that carries people from where they are to where they need to be. That's what you've been doing all along. Maybe. Or maybe I've just been stumbling forward and hoping I don't fall." He almost smiled. "Same thing, really, from a certain angle." They stood together in the morning light, watching the city wake around them, watching the people begin the work of another day's survival. The war with the initiative had paused, not ended. The infected still walked their patterns in the distance. 100 crises waited in the wings, ready to demand everything they had. But for this moment there was peace, there was hope. There was the simple act of standing on a bridge that held weight it had never been designed for and somehow didn't collapse. "We should get back," Emily said. "There's work to do." "There's always work to do." Daniel took a last look at the sunrise, at the city, at the future that was uncertain but present. "Let's go." They walked back across the bridge together, their footsteps echoing on the span, the morning light growing stronger around them. Behind them, the river flowed on, carrying its ancient burden toward the sea. Ahead of them, the work of survival continued, and somewhere in between, the people they'd lost watched over them, their sacrifices woven into the fabric of everything that remained. 3 days later, Daniel convened a meeting to discuss what came next. The core team gathered in the command center, smaller now after everything but more focused. Emily Jordan, Dr. Chen, Robert Hale joining via radio from his bridge position. Others who'd stepped up during the crisis, filling roles that had been vacated by death and exhaustion. "We have a window," Daniel began. "The initiative is regrouping. The ceasefire is holding. For the first time in weeks, we can think about the future rather than just the next crisis." "What kind of future?" Jordan asked. "That's what we need to decide. We've proven we can survive, we've proven we can resist. But surviving and resisting aren't goals. They're means to something else. We need to figure out what that something else is." "Rebuilding," Dr. Chen offered. "Creating sustainable systems that don't depend on constant crisis management." "Connection," Robert's voice came through the radio. "Linking communities that have been isolated, building the networks that make everyone stronger." "Hope," Emily added quietly. "Giving people something to believe in beyond just getting through another day." Daniel listened to their answers, each one capturing a piece of what they'd been building, what they'd been fighting for. The goals weren't new, but articulating them felt different now, less aspirational, more practical. Things they'd actually done rather than just hoped to do. "All of those," he said, "and something more. We need to tell the story of what happened here, not just the facts, but the meaning, the choices we made, the prices we paid, what it taught us about who we are and who we can be. A history? A foundation. Something that the people who come after us can build on, learn from, argue with if they need to. The beginning of whatever comes next, not just the end of what came before." The discussion continued for hours, plans taking shape, responsibilities assigned. The machinery of purpose engaging in ways that had been impossible during the constant pressure of survival. It felt different from the meetings they'd had before, less desperate, more deliberate. The work of people who'd survived something terrible and were learning to live with what remained. That evening, Daniel made his final visit to the rooftop graves. The 3 markers stood in the dying light. Noah, Tanya, Elaine. Each one representing something different, something essential to understanding how they'd gotten here and what it had cost. "I don't know if you can hear me," Daniel said, feeling slightly foolish but needing to speak anyway. "I don't know if there's anything after this or if we just end, but I wanted you to know that we're still here. Still fighting. Still trying to build something worth the price you paid." The wind rustled through the garden plants, the only response. "Noah, you taught me that sometimes the clearest sight comes from the youngest eyes. That the answers we make complicated are often simpler than we want to admit. I carry that with me." He moved to the second grave. "Tanya, you taught me that strength isn't the same as hardness, that you can be capable and compassionate at the same time, that pushing back against things you think are wrong is its own kind of courage." And finally, the third. "Elaine, you taught me that caring costs, that the people who give the most sometimes have the least left for themselves, and that seeing people as people, not just functions, is what separates leadership from management." He stood in silence for a moment, letting the losses settle into their proper places. Not forgotten, never forgotten, but integrated into the ongoing story rather than blocking its continuation. I'm going to try to be worthy of what you gave, he said finally. All of you. I'm probably going to fail sometimes, but I'm going to try. The sun finished setting. The darkness gathered, and Daniel Mercer, who had learned to carry weights he never asked for, went back down to join the living and continue the work they'd all started together. The bridge waited in the morning light. Daniel stood at its southern approach, looking at the span that crossed the river, thinking about everything it represented. His past failures, his present struggles, the future that remained uncertain no matter how much work they did. Emily appeared beside him as she always did when the moments mattered. Ready? For what? For whatever comes next. The rebuilding, the negotiations, the million small crises that are waiting for us. I don't think anyone's ever ready for that. Then we fake it until we are. That's what you told me once. I was probably wrong. You were probably right. You usually are eventually. Emily smiled. Come on. There's work to do. They walked forward together onto the bridge, into the morning, into everything that waited. Behind them, the sun rose over a city that had survived. Ahead of them, the future stretched out like a road with no visible end. And beneath their feet, the bridge held steady, carrying them toward whatever came next. It always had. It always would. The first snow of the season fell on day 43, transforming Louisville into something almost beautiful beneath its white shroud. Daniel watched the flakes descend from his office window, each one catching the morning light before disappearing into the accumulation that was slowly erasing the evidence of everything the city had endured. 6 weeks since the outbreak began. 6 weeks of loss and violence and impossible choices. And now somehow a kind of peace had settled over the region, fragile, uncertain, but real enough to allow people to think about tomorrow without flinching. You're brooding again. Emily appeared in the doorway, 2 cups of coffee in her hands, the steam rising to meet the cold air that seeped through the window's imperfect seal. I thought we'd moved past that phase. Not brooding, contemplating. Semantics. She crossed the room and handed him one of the cups. The supply convoy from Nashville arrived this morning. Medical equipment, construction materials, the communication gear Jordan requested. They're asking about the timeline for the radio outpost. Tell them we're on schedule. Another week for infrastructure, 2 more for full operational capability. And then we become something more than just survivors. We become a node in a network that might actually rebuild something worth rebuilding. Emily settled into the chair across from his desk, cradling her coffee against the cold. That's a big vision for someone who spent 6 years avoiding responsibility. People change. Circumstances change. The world ends and you discover you were someone different than you thought you were. Daniel turned from the window. Or maybe you discover you were always that person, just too scared to admit it. Deep thoughts for a Wednesday morning. Every morning feels deep now, like there's more at stake in every moment than there used to be. That's probably true, but it's also exhausting if you let yourself feel it constantly. Emily sipped her coffee. What's really on your mind? Daniel was quiet for a moment, considering how to articulate something that had been building since the ceasefire, since the battle, since all the losses that had brought them to this unexpected peace. I keep thinking about the bridge, he said finally. The Kennedy Bridge. How it used to terrify me and now it's just there. Part of the landscape, part of what we're building. That's progress. Maybe. Or maybe it's just familiarity wearing down the edges of old fear. He looked at his sister. I want to walk across it, not for any tactical reason, not because there's something I need to do on the other side, just to prove to myself that I can. That sounds like something worth doing. It sounds like something that might be stupid, symbolic gestures during practical crises. We're not in crisis right now. That's the whole point of the ceasefire, the rebuilding, all of it. We're in the space between crises where symbolic gestures matter. Emily set down her coffee. When were you thinking? Today. Now, maybe. Before I talk myself out of it. Then let's go. You don't have to come. I know. I want to. She stood, extending her hand. Some bridges need to be crossed together. The walk to the Kennedy Bridge took them through streets that showed the first signs of recovery. People moved with purpose rather than fear, carrying supplies, repairing buildings, engaging in the ordinary work of existence that had seemed impossible during the worst of the crisis. The infected still existed. They could be seen in the distance sometimes, walking their eternal patterns. But the immediate area had been cleared, secured, transformed into something approaching normalcy. It's strange, Emily observed as they walked, how quickly things can start to feel normal, like the world didn't end 6 weeks ago. The world didn't end. It changed, dramatically, catastrophically, permanently. But it's still here, and so are we. Is that optimism? That's observation. Optimism would be believing things will definitely get better. I'm just acknowledging that things still exist. You've gotten philosophical in your old age. I've gotten tired. Philosophy is what happens when you're too exhausted for practical thinking. They reached the bridge's southern approach where Robert Hale's people maintained their checkpoint. The guards recognized Daniel, nodded respectfully, and let them pass without the security protocols that would have applied to strangers. The relationship with Robert had evolved over the past days. Not friendship exactly, but something like professional respect. They'd fought on the same side, bled for the same cause, and that created bonds that transcended the complicated history between them. Mr. Mercer? Robert himself emerged from the checkpoint station, his expression carrying the perpetual wariness that seemed to be his natural state. Unusual to see you here without a crisis to address. Just walking. Felt like crossing the bridge. Walking. Robert studied him for a moment, reading something in the simple statement. My brother used to do that. Walk to think, he called it. Said the movement helped him process things his mind couldn't handle sitting still. Your brother and I had more in common than I realized. Maybe. Though I'd prefer not to dwell on the similarities. Robert gestured toward the span. The path is clear. My people have been maintaining it, keeping the surface passable. Should be an easy walk. Thank you. Don't thank me, just be careful. The bridge is stable, but the world isn't. Never forget that. They walked past him onto the span itself, leaving the checkpoint behind as they entered the space between shores. The Kennedy Bridge stretched 800 meters across the Ohio River, its towers rising above them like monuments to the civilization that had built it. Daniel had crossed it thousands of times in his life, driving to work, running errands, the mundane transits that defined urban existence. But he'd never walked it, never experienced it at this pace, this intimacy, this level of attention to detail. The surface was cracked in places, damaged by the chaos of the early outbreak when vehicles had crashed and burned and been abandoned. Initiative crews had begun repairs, but the work was incomplete, leaving patches of raw concrete and twisted metal alongside sections that looked almost normal. The result was a kind of archaeological record of collapse, layers of damage and repair that told the story of what had happened here. I used to hate this bridge, Daniel said as they walked. After the collapse 6 years ago, I'd avoid it if I could, take other routes even when they were longer, just so I wouldn't have to see it. I remember. You drive 20 minutes out of your way rather than cross it. It felt like guilt. Like every time I saw it, I was being reminded of the people who died because I didn't speak up loud enough. And now? Now it feels like something else. Not forgiveness exactly, more like acceptance. What happened happened, I made choices I regret. But the bridge is still here, and so am I, and somewhere between the guilt and the acceptance there's a way forward. They reached the midpoint of the span, where the control complex stood in its battered but functional state. The structure had been the focus of so much conflict, the siege, the assault, the desperate defense that had cost Tanya her life. Now it was simply a building, filled with people doing the work of survival, its strategic importance reduced to mundane reality. "Do you want to stop?" Emily asked. "Go inside?" "No, I just want to keep walking. All the way across, all the way to the other side." Daniel looked at the northern shore, visible through the cold morning air. "I've never done that on foot, never completed the crossing without a vehicle carrying me." "Then let's finish it." They walked on, leaving the control complex behind, moving toward the far shore with steady steps that ate the distance 1 meter at a time. The northern approach was different from the southern, more industrial, less developed, the remnants of manufacturing facilities that had closed decades before the outbreak. The area had been largely abandoned even before everything changed, and now it carried the double weight of two kinds of desertion. Daniel stood at the edge of the bridge, looking at the shore he'd reached, feeling something shift in his chest that he couldn't quite name. "Done," Emily said. "You crossed it." "I crossed it?" He took a breath, let it out slowly. "It's strange. I thought I'd feel something more dramatic, relief or triumph or closure. But it just feels like walking. Maybe that's the closure. Discovering that the thing you feared was just a bridge after all, steel and concrete and human engineering, nothing more." "Nothing more." Daniel turned to look back at the span they'd crossed, at the distance they'd covered. "But also nothing less. This bridge carries weight, has carried weight for a century. Will carry weight for however long it stands. That's not nothing. That's purpose. That's function. Purpose is what we bring to it." He started walking again, not back toward the bridge, but along the shoreline, exploring the territory that had been on the other side of his fear for so long. "I want to see what's here, what we've got to work with when we start rebuilding on this side." Emily fell into step beside him. "The initiative survey teams have been through here. There's industrial infrastructure that could be repurposed, residential areas that are mostly intact, a water treatment facility that might be repairable. I've read the reports, but reports aren't the same as seeing it yourself. True, nothing substitutes for direct observation." They walked through the abandoned industrial district, past silent factories and empty parking lots and the accumulated debris of a society that had stopped functioning. It was desolate but not hopeless. The bones of civilization still stood, waiting for someone to put flesh back on them. "This is what we're fighting for," Daniel said. "Not just survival, but this, the chance to take what's left and make something new from it. That's been the plan all along. I know, but it's different seeing it, feeling it, standing in a place that was abandoned and imagining what it could become." He stopped at an intersection, looking in 4 directions at the ruins that surrounded them. "We're going to build something here, Emily. Something real. Something that lasts. We're going to try. Trying is all anyone ever does. The result is up to forces we can't control." He smiled, something he hadn't done much in recent weeks. "But I believe we can do it. Not just hope or wish, actually believe. Is that strange? That's growth." Emily took his arm. "Come on. We should head back before someone sends a search party. 1 more minute. I just want to stand here a little longer. Remember what this feels like." They stood together at the intersection, surrounded by the ruins of the old world, looking at the empty streets that waited to be filled with life again. Then they turned and walked back toward the bridge, toward the work that was waiting, toward the future that was finally starting to feel possible. The return crossing felt different from the outward journey. Daniel moved with a confidence he hadn't possessed an hour before, his steps sure, his gaze forward. The bridge that had haunted him for 6 years was just a bridge now. Still important, still symbolic, but no longer the repository of his deepest fears. Something had shifted, or maybe something had finally settled into place. "You look different," Emily observed as they walked. "I feel different, lighter somehow. Like I've been carrying something I didn't even know I was carrying, and now it's gone." "The guilt?" "Some of it, maybe. Not all. I don't think all of it ever goes away. But the part that was about avoiding instead of acting. The part that was about being too scared to face what I'd done." He shook his head. "I faced it. I crossed the bridge, and the world didn't end. The world already ended once. I think we've established that it can happen without your help. That's oddly comforting." "I'm a comforting person. Ask anyone." They reached the southern approach just as the sun was breaking through the morning clouds, casting long shadows across the checkpoint and the streets beyond. Robert was waiting for them, his expression curious. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "I found a bridge," Daniel replied, "and a lot of empty buildings that need people in them. That's more than most people find." Robert nodded slowly. "The initiative's liaison has been asking about you, something about finalizing the communication network protocols. I'll deal with it when I get back. Right now I just want to walk. Walking seems to be helping you. It's helping with a lot of things." The radio outpost took shape over the following weeks. Jordan coordinated the technical aspects, antenna arrays, signal amplification. The complex infrastructure required to maintain communication across hundreds of miles. The equipment from Nashville formed the backbone, supplemented by salvaged components from across the region, all of it coming together in a building that had been a community center before the outbreak, and was now becoming something like a nerve center for the recovery effort. Daniel threw himself into the work with an energy that surprised even him. Not the frantic energy of crisis management, but something steadier. The sustained effort of construction rather than the desperate scramble of survival. It felt different. It felt right. "You're actually enjoying this," Tanya would have said, and Daniel found himself missing her sharp observations even as he proved her right. He was enjoying it, the planning, the coordination, the slow accumulation of progress that added up to something meaningful. "The signal tests are coming back positive," Jordan reported at the evening briefing 3 weeks into the project. "We're getting clear transmission across the entire planned coverage area, Nashville, Indianapolis, the scattered communities throughout Kentucky and Tennessee. Everyone can hear everyone else now. That's ahead of schedule. We had good weather and motivated workers. Amazing what people can accomplish when they're building something instead of defending it." "What about the initiative's network? Any interference?" "They've been cooperative, actually. Warren's communications people have been sharing frequency allocations, helping us avoid overlap. It's almost like they want this to work." "They do want it to work. A functioning regional communication network serves their interests too." Daniel studied the technical readouts Jordan had provided. "But we control it. That's the important part. We built it, we operate it, and if anyone tries to use it against us, we can shut them out." "Is that likely?" Warren seemed pretty committed to the ceasefire. She's committed to her interests. Right now, those align with ours." "If that changes," Daniel shrugged, "we'll deal with it when it happens. For now, we build what we can while we can. Optimistic realism. The only kind that works in this world." The radio network went fully operational on day 62. The first broadcast was simple. A message from Daniel transmitted across the entire coverage area, announcing that the Louisville Communication Hub was online and available to all survivor communities regardless of their relationship with the initiative or any other organization. The response was overwhelming. Within hours, they were receiving transmissions from dozens of communities they'd never directly contacted. Small groups of survivors who'd been isolated, struggling alone, suddenly discovering that they weren't as alone as they'd believed. The relief in their voices was palpable, even through the static and compression of radio transmission. "There are more of us out there than we knew," Emily observed, listening to the incoming traffic. "A lot more. There always were. We just couldn't hear each other." Daniel watched the communication boards light up with new connections, new relationships, new possibilities. That's what this changes. We become visible to each other. We become real to each other. And then we start coordinating, sharing what we know, what we have, what we need, building the networks that turn isolated survivors into communities, communities into regions, regions into something that might actually deserve to be called a society. That's a big vision. It's the only vision worth having. Survival is necessary but not sufficient. We need something to survive for, not just surviving to survive. He turned from the communication boards. "I want to make another broadcast, something more personal, something that explains why we built this and what we hope it becomes." "You want to give a speech?" "I want to tell a story. Our story. What happened here, what we learned, what we're trying to do." Daniel felt the weight of the words forming in his mind, the narrative that had been building since the outbreak began. People need to understand that they're not just connecting to a radio network. They're connecting to each other, to a shared struggle, to something larger than any individual community. That's leadership. That's communication. Leadership is what happens after, when people have to actually do the hard work of working together. Still, it's impressive that you're willing to do it. The Daniel I knew 6 weeks ago would have delegated this to someone else. The Daniel you knew 6 weeks ago was hiding from himself. "I can't afford to hide anymore." He looked at his sister. "Will you help me write it? The broadcast. You always had a better way with words than I did." "I thought you'd never ask." They worked on the broadcast for 2 days, crafting language that balanced honesty with hope, acknowledging the terrible things that had happened while pointing toward the possibility of something better. Daniel practiced it until the words felt natural, until he could speak them without consulting notes, until they became part of him rather than something he was merely reciting. The broadcast went out on day 64 at noon, when the maximum number of listeners would be tuned in. "My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm speaking to you from the Louisville Communication Hub, a facility we built over the past weeks with the help of survivors from across the region. But this isn't really about the facility or the technology or any of the technical achievements that made this broadcast possible. It's about something simpler and more important, the choice we make about what kind of world we're going to build from the ruins of the old one. 6 weeks ago, the outbreak began. Most of you know what happened after that. The chaos, the fear, the losses that defied comprehension. Many of us lost family, friends, everything we'd built in our previous lives. Many of us wondered if there was any point in continuing, if the world that remained was worth the effort of surviving in it. I wondered that too. I spent the first days of the outbreak trying to avoid responsibility, trying to stay small and safe while others made the hard decisions. But circumstances forced me to step up, and once I did, I discovered something that changed everything. We're stronger together than any of us can be alone. That sounds simple, even obvious, but in practice it's revolutionary. When we face crisis alone, we're limited by our individual resources, our individual strength, our individual wisdom. When we face it together, we can accomplish things none of us could manage separately. We can pool our knowledge, share our supplies, protect each other in ways that isolated individuals never could. That's what this network represents. Not just communication technology, but connection. The ability to know that you're not alone. that others are out there facing the same challenges, that help might be available when you need it most. The foundation for something that could become a genuine community, not imposed from above by force, but built from below by choice. There are other visions for the future. Some of you have encountered them. Organizations that want to restore order through control, that see survivors as resources to be managed rather than people to be connected. We've had to resist those approaches, sometimes violently, and we may have to again. But we believe there's a better way, a way that respects individual communities' autonomy while building the networks of mutual support that make everyone stronger. I'm not going to tell you everything will be fine. I can't promise that. The challenges ahead are enormous, and many of us won't live to see whatever eventually emerges from this catastrophe. But I can tell you that we're trying, that there are people out there who believe in connection over control, cooperation over coercion, building over taking. And I can tell you that if you share those beliefs, you're not alone. This is the Louisville Communication Hub. We're here, we're listening, and we're ready to work with anyone who wants to build something worth surviving for. The broadcast ended. Daniel sat in the silence that followed, feeling the weight of the words he'd sent out into the world, wondering if they'd make any difference at all. The response exceeded anything they'd anticipated. Within hours, they were receiving messages from communities across the region, expressions of solidarity, offers of cooperation, requests for information about how to connect more deeply with the network Daniel was building. The desperation in many of the messages was painful to read, the hope almost unbearable, but the underlying message was clear. People wanted what Daniel was offering. They wanted connection. They wanted to believe. "This is going to change things," Jordan said, reviewing the incoming traffic. "We're not just a communication hub anymore. We're becoming a movement. Movements are dangerous. They attract attention, opposition, people who want to control them or destroy them. That's true, but they also accomplish things. They create change that incremental progress can't achieve." Daniel watched the communication boards, the steady flow of messages from communities he'd never heard of, people whose names he would never know, all of them reaching out towards something larger than themselves. "We need to be careful," he said. "This kind of energy can be channeled in destructive directions if we're not thoughtful about how we use it. Or it can be channeled into building something real, something that outlasts any individual leader or community. That's the goal. But the path from here to there is full of opportunities to go wrong. Then we navigate carefully, same as we've been doing all along." The weeks that followed were a masterclass in improvised institution building. Daniel and his team developed protocols for the network, ways for communities to connect, share information, request help without creating dependencies that could become exploitative. They established working groups focused on different challenges: medical resources, food production, security. The dozen other areas where coordination could multiply everyone's capabilities. The initiative watched all of this with a mixture of interest and concern. Colonel Warren requested meetings, sent liaisons, probed for ways to integrate the network into her own organizational structure. Daniel maintained the boundaries they'd established during the ceasefire, cooperating where it made sense while preserving the network's independence. "She's not going to give up," Emily observed after one particularly tense negotiation. "Warren, she sees what we're building and she wants to control it. She sees what we're building and she recognizes it as a threat to her model. Control is one way to neutralize that threat. Cooperation is another." Daniel reviewed the terms they'd discussed, the compromises that had been offered and refused. "As long as we're more useful as partners than as targets, she'll keep trying cooperation. When that calculation changes, we'll deal with it then. We'll deal with it then." Day 75 brought an unexpected visitor. Dr. Patricia Walsh arrived from Nashville with a small delegation, her presence announced barely an hour before her arrival. Daniel met her at the network's headquarters, curious about what could prompt such a sudden visit from someone whose responsibilities normally kept her far from the field. "Mr. Mercer?" Walsh's handshake was firm, her gaze assessing. "You've built something impressive here." "We've built something necessary. Impressive will come later, if at all. Modesty doesn't suit you." She gestured toward the communications center, where Jordan and her team were managing the constant flow of traffic. "I've been following your broadcasts, the network you're creating, the philosophy you're articulating. And I'm interested. The Nashville safe zone has been focused on stability, security, the immediate challenges of keeping people alive, but you're talking about something beyond that: purpose, connection, community, things that matter when survival is no longer the only question. Those things matter even when survival is the only question. They're part of what makes survival worth pursuing." Walsh nodded slowly, processing. "That's what I came to discuss. The Nashville leadership has been debating our long-term direction. Some want to maintain our current approach: consolidation, control, the initiative model. Others think we need something different. And you? I think we need to adapt. The initiative's methods worked for the crisis phase, but they're creating resistance that threatens to undermine everything they're trying to build. Your approach, voluntary cooperation, respect for autonomy, building from below rather than imposing from above, it's generating more loyalty than our methods have achieved. You want to adopt our model? I want to explore partnership, a genuine one, not the asymmetric arrangement Warren has been pursuing. Nashville's resources combined with your network's reach and legitimacy. It could be powerful." Daniel considered the offer, its implications, the opportunities and risks it represented. Walsh was offering something significant: the potential for his network to grow beyond anything he'd imagined, to become the foundation for regional reconstruction rather than just a communication system. But it also meant entanglement with an organization that had been hostile, that might still be hostile beneath the diplomatic surface. "I'd need to discuss it with my people," he said. "This kind of decision affects everyone, not just me. Of course, I'm not asking for an immediate answer. I'm asking for a conversation. Then we'll have a conversation, but not today. Today you should see what we've built, meet the people who built it, understand what you're proposing to partner with. That's acceptable." Walsh's expression shifted to something that might have been respect. "Lead the way." The tour took most of the day. Daniel walked Walsh through the communications center, the medical facilities, the infrastructure they'd developed for coordinating resources across the network. He introduced her to Jordan and Emily and Dr. Chen, to the community leaders who'd become part of their coordination system, to the ordinary survivors whose work made everything possible. Walsh asked sharp questions, probed for weaknesses, assessed capabilities with the practiced eye of someone who'd spent her career evaluating organizations. But she also listened to the stories people told, to the values they expressed, to the evidence of something that couldn't be captured in reports or statistics. "It's different from what I expected," she admitted as the tour concluded. "Less structured, more organic, but also more alive somehow. Structure comes from trust, not the other way around. We've been building trust first, letting structure emerge from what works. That's inefficient. It's resilient. Structures imposed from above collapse when the authority imposing them weakens. Structures that grow from below persist because they're woven into how people actually relate to each other." Philosophy again. Observation. Everything I'm telling you I learned from watching what happened here, from seeing what worked and what didn't, what brought people together and what drove them apart. Walsh was quiet for a moment, processing. I need to report back to Nashville, but I'll recommend serious engagement. Partnership, not absorption. Whatever we build should preserve what you've created, not replace it. That's all I'm asking for. I'll be in touch. She left with her delegation, heading back toward Nashville and whatever decision-making processes awaited there. Daniel watched them go, feeling the weight of possibility that the conversation had created. That could be big, Emily observed, appearing beside him. It could be. Or it could be another trap, another attempt to absorb us under friendlier terms. Do you think it is? I think Walsh is sincere, but Walsh isn't the only voice in Nashville, and the initiative's culture doesn't change just because one leader decides it should. Daniel turned from the window. We'll engage, but carefully. Same approach as everything else. You're getting good at this. The balance between hope and caution. I'm getting experienced. It's not the same thing, but it's close enough. The partnership discussions with Nashville extended over the following weeks, each session adding detail to a framework that might eventually become something significant. Daniel participated when he could, delegated when he couldn't, building a team that could handle negotiations he didn't have time to personally manage. Throughout it all, he kept returning to the bridge. Not literally. He didn't walk across it again, didn't need to. But metaphorically, the bridge had become central to how he thought about everything. Connection, weight-bearing, the structure that made transit possible between separated shores. You're using bridge metaphors again, Jordan observed during one late-night planning session. Am I? Third time this meeting. You're comparing the network to a bridge, the partnership to a bridge, even the communication protocols to a bridge. Maybe I'm just bridge-focused. Maybe you're finally making peace with something that haunted you for years. Jordan leaned back in her chair. I've known you since this started, Daniel. Watched you change from someone who avoided responsibility to someone who actively seeks it. The bridge, the real one, the Kennedy, was where that change crystallized. It makes sense that you'd keep coming back to the metaphor. That's very perceptive. I pay attention. It's what communication specialists do. What else have you noticed? About me, about how things are going? I've noticed you're happier than you used to be. Not happy exactly, the circumstances don't allow for that. But more at peace. Like you found something you were looking for without knowing you were looking for it. Purpose. Connection. Purpose is what you do. Connection is what makes it matter. Daniel thought about that, about the distinction Jordan was drawing. Purpose without connection was just activity, motion without meaning. Connection without purpose was just sentiment, feeling without direction. The combination of both was what made life worth living, even in circumstances as brutal as the ones they faced. When did you become so wise? I've always been wise. You just weren't paying attention. Jordan smiled. Get some rest, Daniel. The partnership talks resume tomorrow and you need to be sharp. You're not my mother. No, but I might be the closest thing you've got to one in this situation, so get some rest. The partnership with Nashville was formalized on day 90. The agreement was complicated. Pages of protocols and provisions, governance structures, and resource-sharing arrangements. The detailed architecture of cooperation between organizations that had different histories and different approaches. But the essence was simple. Nashville would support the network Daniel had built, provide resources and legitimacy, help it grow beyond what any single community could achieve. In exchange, the network would share its methods, its connections, its approach to building community from the ground up. The signing ceremony was simple. A few words, some signatures, the formalization of something that had been building for weeks. But the implications were profound, and everyone present understood that they were witnessing a turning point. To new beginnings, Walsh said, raising a glass of something that was probably closer to water than wine but served the ceremonial purpose. To new beginnings, Daniel echoed, and the assembled crowd repeated the words, a chorus of voices committed to something that none of them could fully predict. After the ceremony, Emily found him on the headquarters rooftop, looking out at the city that had been the stage for everything that had happened. "Big day," she said. "Biggest since the outbreak. Maybe the biggest of my life. You don't seem happy about it." "I'm not unhappy. I'm just aware of everything that led to this moment, of everyone who should be here and isn't." Daniel looked at the garden where they'd buried Noah and Tanya and Elaine, 3 markers standing silent witness to the cost of survival. "I keep thinking about what they would say, whether they'd approve of what we've built. Tanya would say you're being too soft on the initiative, that any partnership is a step toward absorption. Probably true. Noah would say you're overthinking it, that the answer is simpler than you want to admit. Also probably true. And Elaine," Emily paused, choosing her words, "Elaine would say that you need to take care of yourself, that the people who give the most often have the least left for themselves. I'm trying. It's just hard to remember when there's always more work to do. There will always be more work. That's how it works. The question is whether you can find moments of rest within the endless work, spaces where you're not just functioning but actually living." Emily put her hand on his arm. "You've earned some of those moments, Daniel. Take them. After the transition is complete, after the partnership is running smoothly, after now, today, this moment." She gestured at the city, at the evening light, at the world that was slowly, painfully learning to function again. "Look at what you've helped build. Not what still needs to be done, not what might go wrong, just what's actually here. Let yourself feel that for a minute before you move on to the next crisis." Daniel followed her gesture, looked at the city, tried to see what she was pointing him toward. And somewhere in the process, something shifted, a loosening of the constant tension that had become so familiar he'd forgotten it was there. The city was alive, damaged, struggling, nowhere close to what it had been, but alive. People moved through its streets, worked in its buildings, rebuilt its broken infrastructure. The communication network linked them to communities across the region, a web of connection that was growing stronger every day. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, Daniel Mercer had found a purpose he'd never expected and become a person he'd never imagined being. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay, I see it. Good. Now let's go inside before we freeze. It's getting cold out here." "One more minute. You always say that, and I always mean it." He looked at the bridge, visible in the distance, its lights just starting to come on as darkness gathered. "I spent so long being afraid of that bridge, afraid of what it represented, what it demanded from me. And now it's just there. Part of the landscape, part of what we're building. That's healing. That's acceptance. Healing might come later or it might not, but acceptance is enough for now." He turned toward the door. "All right, let's go inside. There's work to do tomorrow and I should probably sleep at some point." "That's the spirit." The winter deepened, snow falling regularly now, transforming the city into something almost peaceful beneath its white covering. The network continued to grow, new communities joining, new connections forming, the web of cooperation expanding in ways that exceeded anyone's expectations. Daniel's role evolved with the network's growth. Less direct management, more strategic oversight, less hands-on crisis response, more coordination of systems that could handle crises without his personal intervention. It was a different kind of leadership, less heroic, more institutional, but arguably more important for the long-term success of what they were building. "You're delegating," Jordan observed during one of their regular coordination meetings. "I'm building capacity. There's a difference. There's a perception difference. The practical effect is the same. You're not doing everything yourself anymore. I can't do everything myself. I never could. The illusion that I was the essential factor was always just that, an illusion. What matters is the system, not any individual within it. That's very humble of you. It's very practical of me. Leaders who make themselves essential create systems that collapse when they're gone. Leaders who build systems that can function without them create things that last. You've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about everything. Legacy, continuity, what happens after I'm gone. Daniel looked at the reports spread across the table, the evidence of the network's growth and complexity. I'm not going to live forever. None of us are. The question is whether what we build survives us. That's morbid. That's responsible. The outbreak taught us that everything can end suddenly without warning. The best response isn't to pretend that won't happen. It's to prepare for it while hoping it doesn't. And you've prepared? I'm preparing. There's always more to do. But I'm further along than I was and getting further every day. The spring came slowly, winter's grip loosening by degrees as days lengthened and temperatures rose. The city emerged from its frozen cocoon, the pace of reconstruction accelerating as outdoor work became possible again. Daniel found himself walking more, through the streets of the network's territory, across the bridge that no longer frightened him, into areas that were being reclaimed from abandonment. The walking helped him think, helped him process the endless stream of decisions and considerations that leadership required. You're becoming predictable, Emily observed when she found him on one of his regular routes. I always know where to find you now. Is that a problem? It's a change. The Daniel I knew before all this was never predictable. He was always deflecting, avoiding, finding ways to be somewhere other than where he was supposed to be. Maybe I've run out of places to hide. Maybe you've stopped wanting to hide. She fell into step beside him. Where are we going? The Northern District. There's a school building there that's being converted into a community center. I want to see how the work is progressing. Hands-on inspection? Visible leadership. People need to see that the people making decisions actually care about what happens. Showing up matters. That's new thinking for you. It's learned behavior. I've watched what works and what doesn't, absorbed the lessons whether I wanted to or not. Daniel gestured at the streets around them, the people moving through them. This isn't just my project anymore. It belongs to everyone who's part of it. But they still need to see that the people who started it are still committed. Are you still committed? More than ever. This is what I was supposed to do. I just didn't know it until circumstances forced me to discover it. They walked on, through streets that showed the marks of recovery, past buildings that were being repaired, into neighborhoods that were coming back to life. The school building came into view, a 3-story structure that had been abandoned when the outbreak started and was now being transformed into something new. Workers moved through the building, their activity visible through windows that had been cleaned and restored. The sound of construction carried across the morning air, hammering, sawing, the productive noise of creation rather than destruction. It's coming along, Emily observed. It's ahead of schedule. The community here has been motivated. They wanted a gathering space, a place to organize, a center for everything they're trying to build. Daniel watched the workers for a moment. That's what we're providing ultimately. Not just infrastructure, but purpose. A reason to keep going beyond just survival. And when the infrastructure is built, when the immediate work is done, there's always more work. Different work maybe, but work nonetheless. The challenge isn't running out of things to do, it's making sure the things we do matter. The 100th day after the outbreak began passed without ceremony. Daniel noted it in his personal log, marked the milestone in his mind, but didn't make any public acknowledgement. The number was arbitrary. a function of how humans counted time, nothing more. And celebrating it felt wrong when so many hadn't made it this far. Instead, he spent the day doing ordinary work. Meetings, decisions, the endless small tasks that kept the network functioning. A walk across the bridge at midday just to feel the sun on his face and the solid structure beneath his feet. A quiet dinner with Emily, talking about nothing important, being present with each other in a way they hadn't managed in years. "You seem peaceful," Emily said as they finished eating. "I am peaceful. Or something close to it." Daniel looked out the window at the evening sky. Not complacent. There's still too much that could go wrong for that. But peaceful with the uncertainty. Accepting that I can't control everything, can only do my best and hope it's enough. That's wisdom. That's exhaustion dressed up as wisdom, but the effect is similar. How do you see the future? Where are we heading? I don't know. That's the honest answer. The network is growing, the partnership with Nashville is functioning, the region is slowly recovering. But there are threats we haven't anticipated, challenges we haven't encountered, variables we can't predict. Daniel shrugged. The best I can do is build systems that can adapt, create resilience that can survive shocks, and trust that the people who come after me will handle whatever I couldn't. That's humble. It's realistic. I've spent too much of my life either avoiding responsibility or taking on more than I could handle. The middle path, accepting what I can do while acknowledging what I can't, took me way too long to find. But you found it. I'm finding it, every day. It's not a destination you arrive at, it's a practice you maintain. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the darkness gather outside. The sounds of the network filtered through the walls, footsteps, voices, the normal noise of people living and working in proximity. Evidence of the world they'd built, the community they'd nurtured. "Do you ever think about what would have happened if you'd made different choices?" Emily asked. "If you'd stayed in your apartment that first day or gone with Hal instead of staying behind, or any of the 100 other decision points along the way?" "Sometimes, usually late at night when I can't sleep." Daniel considered the question more carefully. "But I've stopped torturing myself with alternatives. The choices I made brought me here. Different choices would have brought me somewhere else or nowhere at all. I can't know whether that somewhere else would have been better or worse. I can only know that this somewhere is where I am, and it's not bad. Not bad, high praise. For the end of the world? I'll take it." The spring brought new challenges. Flooding from snowmelt, disease outbreaks from populations crowded into inadequate facilities, conflicts between communities that had different ideas about how resources should be distributed. Each crisis required response, coordination, the application of systems that had been built for exactly these situations. Daniel handled some directly, delegated others, watched his team manage problems that would have overwhelmed him alone. The network functioned, adapted, survived. It wasn't perfect, nothing was perfect, but it was good enough. It held together. "You've built something remarkable," Walsh told him during one of her regular visits from Nashville. "I've been doing this work for decades, and I've rarely seen anything like it. The way people trust each other, work together, support each other without being forced to. That's not my achievement. It's theirs. I just provided some structure and a lot of encouragement. That's exactly what good leadership is. Not doing things yourself, but creating conditions where others can do things together." Walsh shook her head. "You should be proud." "I am proud. I'm also scared every day that it's going to fall apart, that I'm going to make a mistake that destroys everything. That fear is healthy. It keeps you humble, keeps you careful. The leaders who stop being afraid are the ones who become dangerous." "Is that why you reached out? Why you proposed the partnership?" "Partly. I saw what you were building, saw how different it was from what the initiative was doing, and I realized we needed that difference. The initiative's approach creates order, but it doesn't create loyalty. Your approach creates loyalty, but it needs resources to scale. Together we might actually accomplish something. Or we might destroy each other's work through incompatibility. That's a risk, but risk is unavoidable. The only question is whether the potential rewards justify it. And you think they do? I think they might. That's enough for me to try. The summer arrived with heat that made the reconstruction work harder and longer days that extended the hours of productivity. The network continued to expand, connections reaching into territory that had been isolated since the outbreak began. Communities joining that had survived alone and now welcomed the chance to be part of something larger. Daniel's role continued to evolve, less operational, more strategic, increasingly focused on the big picture rather than the daily details. He found he didn't mind the change. The urgency that had driven him in the early days had given way to something more sustainable, a pace that could be maintained indefinitely rather than the sprint that would have burned him out. "You're settling in," Emily observed during one of their regular walks. "I'm finding my level. There's a difference." "What level is that?" "The level where I can be effective without destroying myself, where I can lead without micromanaging, contribute without controlling, be present without being everywhere." Daniel looked at the city around them, the evidence of recovery visible on every street. "I used to think leadership meant being essential, the person without whom nothing could function. Now I understand it means being useful, someone who helps things function better, but not someone whose absence would cause collapse. That's growth. That's maturity, maybe. I was a late bloomer. Better late than never. That's what I keep telling myself." They walked on through the summer evening, past streets that were alive with activity, into neighborhoods that were rebuilding. The bridge was visible in the distance, its towers catching the last light of the setting sun. "I want to cross it again," Daniel said suddenly. "The bridge?" "Yes. Not because I'm afraid anymore, that's gone mostly, but because I want to see how it feels now after everything. Whether it's changed, whether I've changed, whether the crossing means something different." "When?" "Now, tonight, before the light's completely gone." Emily smiled. "Then let's go." The bridge was quiet as they crossed. The usual traffic of people and vehicles paused for the evening. Daniel walked slowly, deliberately, letting himself feel the structure beneath his feet, the distance they were covering, the space between shores. "It's different every time," he said. "The crossing. I've done it dozens of times now, and it never feels exactly the same." "That's because you're different every time. The bridge is just a bridge. You're the one who changes." "Philosophy from my sister. I must be rubbing off on you." "You've definitely been rubbing off on me. I catch myself thinking about leadership and responsibility, about how to build things that last. Very annoying." "You're welcome." They reached the midpoint of the span, paused to look out at the river flowing beneath them, at the city stretching out on both shores. The sunset painted everything in shades of gold and orange, turning even the ruins into something beautiful. "I used to think this bridge was where everything went wrong," Daniel said. "The collapse 6 years ago, the guilt I carried, the person I became to avoid facing what happened. But now I think it's where everything started going right." "How so?" "The outbreak forced me to face the bridge again. Forced me to cross it, literally and metaphorically, and once I did, once I stopped running from what it represented, I could finally move forward." He looked at the water below, at the current carrying debris toward the sea. "The bridge isn't the problem or the solution. It's just the place where I learned what I'm capable of." "That's a healthy perspective." "It's a hard-won perspective. Took me 6 years and an apocalypse to get there." Daniel started walking again toward the far shore. Come on, I want to see the sunset from the other side. They continued across, their footsteps echoing on the span, the evening light fading around them. The bridge held steady, carrying them forward, doing what bridges do, connecting things that were separated, bearing the weight of transit, making crossings possible. When they reached the other side, Daniel turned to look back at the span they'd crossed, at the city on the southern shore, at everything that lay behind them. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For being here. For walking with me, for all of it." He met his sister's eyes. "I couldn't have done any of this without you. And I don't just mean the network, the leadership, the survival. I mean becoming whoever I am now. You were there through all of it, pushing me, supporting me, telling me when I was wrong. That's what sisters are for. That's what good sisters are for. Not everyone's lucky enough to have one." Emily's eyes were suspiciously bright in the fading light. "You're getting sentimental. I'm getting honest. There's a difference." Daniel pulled her into a hug, holding her tight for a moment. "Whatever happens next, whatever comes after this, I wanted you to know. You've been essential to everything. Don't talk like it's ending. We've got a lot more work to do." "I know. I'm not saying goodbye, I'm saying thank you." He released her, stepped back. "Now let's go home. The mosquitoes are starting to come out." That's the Daniel I know, ruin a moment with practical concerns. Someone has to be practical. Apparently it's me. The months that followed were a time of steady progress. The network continued to expand, reaching communities they'd never expected to contact, building connections that spanned hundreds of miles. The partnership with Nashville evolved, deepened, became something closer to genuine collaboration rather than strategic alliance. The initiative's approach softened, influenced by the success of the model Daniel had demonstrated, moving from control toward cooperation. It wasn't utopia. Conflicts still arose, resources still ran short, people still died from threats both old and new. The infected remained a presence, reduced but not eliminated, a constant reminder that the world had changed in ways that couldn't be reversed. But the trajectory was upward, the trend was positive, and the feeling of hopelessness that had characterized the early days had given way to something more like determination. Daniel watched it all with a sense of accomplishment that he'd never expected to feel. The man who'd avoided responsibility, who'd hidden from his failures, who'd spent 6 years running from a bridge he couldn't bear to face. That man was gone, replaced by someone who'd learned to carry weight, to make decisions, to lead people through darkness towards something that might be light. "You've changed," Emily told him one evening, echoing what many others had observed. "Not just in what you do, but in who you are. I've become who I was supposed to be. Or I've become someone I can live with, which might be the same thing. Does it feel that way? Like you've arrived somewhere? It feels like I've finally started traveling. All those years before, I was standing still, hiding from motion, avoiding any path that might lead somewhere difficult. Now I'm moving, and I'll keep moving until I can't anymore. The destination isn't the point, the journey is. More philosophy, more truth, which is just philosophy that's been tested by experience." The first anniversary of the outbreak passed with a ceremony that Daniel hadn't planned but hadn't objected to either. They gathered at the rooftop garden, the place where they'd buried Noah and Tanya and Elaine, where they remembered everyone they'd lost since the world ended. The crowd was larger than Daniel expected. Not just his core team, but representatives from communities across the network, people who'd traveled significant distances to mark the occasion together. He spoke briefly, words he'd prepared, but that felt inadequate to the moment. A year ago, everything changed. Most of us lost people we loved, places we called home, lives we thought we'd have forever. Many of us wondered if there was any point in continuing. any reason to hope, any future worth surviving for. I stood in that place too. Doubted, despaired, wanted to give up. But something kept me going. The people around me, the connections we formed, the belief that together we could accomplish what none of us could alone. Today, a year later, we're still here. Not unscathed, not unchanged, but here. We've built something from the ruins, a network of communities that support each other, a system of cooperation that makes everyone stronger. It's not perfect. It's not what we would have chosen if we'd been given choice, but it's ours, and it works, and it gives us a foundation for whatever comes next. I don't know what that future holds, none of us do, but I know we'll face it together. That's what we've learned how to do. That's what makes us strong, and as long as we hold on to that, the connection, the cooperation, the commitment to each other, we can handle whatever comes. To the year behind us and to the years ahead. To the people we've lost and the people we've become. To the future we're building one day at a time. The gathering lasted late into the evening, people sharing stories, reconnecting, processing the milestone together. Daniel moved through the crowd, talking with people he knew well and people he was meeting for the first time, feeling the weight of everything they'd accomplished and everything still to be done. When the crowd finally dispersed, he found Emily waiting for him by the graves. "Nice speech," she said. "It was okay. I'm never sure what to say at these things." "You said what needed to be said. That's the skill, not eloquence, but appropriateness. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one." She looked at the 3 markers, the names carved into stone. "Do you think they're proud of us? Noah and Tanya and Elaine? I think they'd be glad we're still trying. Proud might be too strong a word. They each had their doubts about how things were going, their criticisms of decisions I made. But I think they'd see what we've built and recognize that it's worth something. That's all any of us can hope for, to build things that are worth something. It's more than most people achieve, more than I thought I'd achieve." Daniel looked at the city lights visible beyond the rooftop's edge. "I used to measure success by avoidance, how well I could keep my head down, stay out of trouble, not make waves. Now I measure it by impact, what I've helped create, who I've helped, what difference I've made. That's growth. That's what a year of apocalypse does to you, forces you to figure out what actually matters. And what actually matters? People, connection, purpose, the chance to build something that outlasts you." Daniel turned from the view. "Come on, it's late and there's work to do tomorrow. There's always work to do tomorrow. That's the point. As long as there's work, there's future. When the work stops, that's when we should worry." The seasons turned, autumn giving way to winter, winter giving way to spring again. The network continued to grow, the partnership with Nashville continued to deepen, the region continued its slow recovery. Daniel's role evolved again, less hands-on, more advisory, increasingly focused on the strategic direction rather than the operational details. "You're becoming an elder statesman," Jordan teased him one day. "I'm becoming obsolete. There's a difference. You're not obsolete. You're transitioning, making room for others to lead while remaining available for guidance. That's a very diplomatic way of saying I'm being put out to pasture. It's a very accurate way of saying you're building succession, which is what good leaders do." Daniel couldn't argue with that. He had been building succession, identifying promising leaders, giving them responsibility, preparing them for the day when he wouldn't be there to provide direction. It was necessary work, the kind of work that ensured the network would survive beyond any individual. "Who do you see as my replacement?" he asked. "When the time comes, there won't be a single replacement. That's not how you built this. You built it to be distributed, resilient, not dependent on any one person. When you step back, the The functions you perform will be absorbed by the system you created. That's the goal. But someone always ends up in charge. Maybe. But it won't be because the system requires it. It'll be because someone steps up, earns trust, becomes the person others look to. Organic leadership rather than appointed leadership. That sounds dangerously idealistic. It sounds like what you've been building for a year. Trust the system you created. The second anniversary approached with less fanfare than the first. Not because the occasion was less significant, but because the community had matured past the need for dramatic ceremonies. The anniversary was marked with quiet reflection, with gratitude for those who'd survived and memory for those who hadn't. But without the formal gatherings that had characterized the first year's milestone. Daniel spent the day walking through the network's territory across the bridge into areas that had been reclaimed and rebuilt. He saw evidence of the work everywhere, buildings restored, streets cleaned, the infrastructure of civilization slowly reconstituting itself. He ended the day at the rooftop garden, sitting beside the graves as the sun set, talking to ghosts that probably couldn't hear him but that he addressed anyway. 2 years, he said. Hard to believe. Sometimes it feels like yesterday, sometimes like a lifetime ago. But we're still here, still building, still trying to make something from what's left. He talked for a while, sharing updates they'd never hear, asking advice they'd never give. It was habit by now, a practice he'd developed over the months, a way of processing his thoughts by articulating them to an audience that demanded nothing in return. "I'm going to step back soon," he said finally. "Not all the way. I can't do that, not yet. But I'm going to reduce my role, let others take more responsibility, make room for the next generation of leaders. It's time, maybe past time." He sat in silence for a while, listening to the evening sounds of the city, feeling the weight of the years pressing down on him. He was tired, not just physically but existentially, the kind of tiredness that came from sustained effort over a long period. He'd given what he had to give. Now it was time to see what others could do with what he'd helped create. "Thank you," he said to the graves, "for everything you taught me, for being part of this, even the parts that ended badly. I couldn't have done it without you." He stood, brushed off his clothes, took one last look at the markers in the fading light. Then he went back inside to the work that was waiting, to the future that was still being written. The transition happened gradually, over months rather than weeks. Daniel reduced his formal responsibilities, handed off functions he'd been performing, stepped back from the day-to-day decisions that kept the network running. He remained available, for consultation, for guidance, for the ceremonial appearances that helped maintain the network's identity. But the operational leadership passed to others. Jordan took on more responsibility for communications and external relations. Dr. Chen expanded her role in the medical and research domains. New leaders emerged from communities across the network, stepping up to fill gaps that Daniel's withdrawal created. The system adapted, reorganized, found new equilibria. "You're handling this better than I expected," Emily observed as the transition progressed. "I've been preparing for it. Mentally, I mean. Telling myself it was coming, accepting that I wouldn't lead forever." "And you're okay with that?" "Really okay, not just performing okay." "I'm relieved, actually. The weight's been heavy. Lighter every year as the system grew, but still heavy. Having it shift to others feels like breathing deeply for the first time in a long time." "What will you do? After?" "I'm not sure. Travel maybe, if that becomes safe enough. See what other communities are building, learn from their approaches, or maybe just rest. Read books. Walk across bridges." Daniel smiled. "I haven't had time for hobbies in years. It'll be interesting to see what I'm interested in when I'm not running a network." "You could write, document what happened here, help others learn from our experience." "Maybe. There's value in that. leaving a record explaining what worked and what didn't. But I'd have to be careful not to make it all about me. The story isn't mine alone. The story is yours significantly. You were at the center of everything that happened. I was at a center, one of many. The story belongs to everyone who lived it, everyone who contributed, everyone who died along the way. Daniel looked out the window at the city that had been his laboratory for 2 years. If I write anything, it'll be about them. The choices they made, the prices they paid. I'm just the narrator. The day came finally when Daniel walked across the Kennedy Bridge for the last time as the network's leader. He'd chosen it deliberately, a symbolic act to close the chapter that had begun when he'd first faced the bridge and everything it represented. He walked slowly, letting the span unfold beneath his feet, remembering everything that had happened on and around this structure over the past 2 years. Emily walked with him, as she had so many times before. Others had offered to come. Jordan, Dr. Chen, representatives from across the network, but Daniel had declined. This was personal, a journey that needed to be completed with the person who'd been with him from the beginning. "Remember the first time?" Emily asked as they crossed the midpoint. Vividly. I was terrified, convinced that setting foot on this bridge would somehow make everything worse. And instead, it started making things better. Eventually. There was a lot of worse in between. Daniel looked at the control complex, Robert Hale's fortress that had been the site of so much conflict, and had somehow become a symbol of cooperation. Hard to believe we fought battles here, that people died defending this position. Hard to believe a lot of things. The whole 2 years feels like a fever dream sometimes. But it was real, all of it. And we survived it. They reached the northern shore, stood at the place where Daniel had stood so many times before, looking back at the bridge, at the city, at everything that had come before. "Any regrets?" Emily asked. "Dozens, hundreds probably. Decisions I could have made better, people I couldn't save, mistakes I should have seen coming." Daniel paused, considering. "But the big choice, stepping up, accepting responsibility, trying to build something? No, I don't regret that. Even knowing everything that would follow, I'd make the same choice again. That's peace. That's acceptance. Peace might come later or it might not, but acceptance is enough." They stood in silence for a while, watching the sun move across the sky, feeling the weight of the moment without needing to articulate it. "Ready to go back?" Emily asked finally. "Almost. One more minute. You always say that, and I always mean it." Daniel looked at the bridge one last time. The structure that had haunted him, challenged him, ultimately helped him become who he was. It was just a bridge, he'd said once, steel and concrete and human engineering. But it was also more than that. It was proof that connections could be built between separated things, that weight could be borne across distances, that crossings were possible even when they seemed impossible. "Okay," he said. "Now I'm ready." They walked back together, across the bridge, into the city, toward whatever future was waiting for them. The span held steady beneath their feet. It always had. The years that followed were different. Daniel stepped back from leadership gradually and then completely, passing the responsibilities he'd carried to others who were ready to carry them. The network continued to grow, to evolve, to adapt to challenges he'd never anticipated. It survived his departure, as he'd designed it to, finding new leaders and new directions while maintaining the core principles he'd helped establish. He traveled some, as he'd imagined, visiting communities across the region, learning from their approaches, sharing what he'd learned from his own experience. He wrote, documenting the history of the Louisville network, trying to capture the decisions and their consequences in ways that might help others facing similar challenges. But mostly, He rested. He walked. He spent time with Emily, rebuilding the relationship that had frayed during the years of crisis, discovering who they could be to each other when the weight of survival wasn't pressing down on every interaction. "You seem happy," Emily told him one evening years after the outbreak, years after his transition from leadership. "Actually happy, not just surviving." "I am happy." Or something close to it. Daniel looked at the sunset painting the sky in colors that never got old no matter how many times he saw them. "It took a long time, but I found what I was looking for." "What were you looking for?" "Purpose, connection, the sense that my life mattered, that I'd contributed something that would outlast me." He smiled. "Turns out you can find all that in the middle of an apocalypse. You just have to be willing to step up." Any advice for people facing their own apocalypses? Don't wait to become who you need to be. Don't assume you're not capable of leading, of making hard decisions, of carrying weight you never asked for. You're stronger than you think. Everyone is. The question is whether you're willing to discover it. That's surprisingly optimistic coming from you. I've earned some optimism, paid for it with enough pessimism along the way. Daniel turned from the sunset. "Come on, let's go inside. It's getting cold." "You always say that, and I'm always right." The day Daniel Mercer died was quiet and unremarkable. He was old by then, older than he'd ever expected to become, older than the outbreak had any right to allow. He'd lived to see the region recover, to see new generations grow up without personal memory of the collapse, to see the network he'd helped create become so embedded in society that people forgot it had ever needed to be created. Emily was with him at the end, as she had been at so many important moments. She held his hand while he slipped away, while whatever consciousness he possessed faded into whatever came after. "Thank you," were his last words. Simple, perhaps inadequate to capture everything he felt, but honest. He was grateful for the years he'd had, for the people he'd known, for the chance to become someone he could be proud of. They buried him in the rooftop garden next to Noah and Tanya and Elaine, the first graves in that space, the people whose deaths had shaped him as much as their lives had. The ceremony was larger than he would have wanted, attended by people from across the region who'd been touched by what he'd helped build. Emily spoke, as was fitting. She talked about her brother, his flaws as well as his strengths, his failures as well as his successes. She talked about how long it had taken him to become who he was supposed to be, and how completely he'd committed once he finally arrived. "He always said he wasn't special," she concluded. "That anyone could have done what he did, that the circumstances just happened to put him in the position where action was required." Maybe that was true. But what was definitely true was that when the circumstances arrived, he acted. He stepped up when stepping up was needed. He carried weight that would have broken most people. And he built something that will outlast all of us. If there's a lesson in his life, it's this. You don't have to be special to do special things. You just have to be willing. Willing to try, willing to fail, willing to keep going when everything falls apart. Daniel was willing. And because he was, we're all here today. Rest now, brother, you've earned it. The bridge stands to this day, the Kennedy Bridge spanning the Ohio River, connecting the shores that were once separated. It's been repaired, restored, made stronger than it was before the outbreak. Traffic flows across it constantly, people and goods and ideas, the commerce of a civilization that continues despite everything that tried to destroy it. Sometimes, if you cross at the right time, you can see someone stop at the midpoint, looking at the water below, at the city on both shores, at the distance covered and the distance remaining. They're thinking about something, processing something, facing something they've been avoiding. Then they continue across, completing the journey, emerging on the other side as someone slightly different from who they were when they started. That's what bridges do. They make crossings possible. They carry weight from one place to another. They connect things that were separated. And sometimes, if you're lucky, they help you become who you were supposed to be all along. Epilogue. 10 years after Daniel Mercer's death, a young woman walked across the Kennedy Bridge. Her name was Sarah, and she'd been born 2 years after the outbreak, a child of the recovery, growing up in a world her parents and teachers constantly told her was better than what came before, but still not what it had been. She'd heard the stories, of course. Everyone had. The collapse, the infected, the desperate scramble to survive and then to build something from the ruins. She'd heard about Daniel Mercer, too, the man who'd led the Louisville network, who'd helped establish the communication systems that connected communities across the region, who'd proven that cooperation was stronger than control. He was a legend now, or close to it, one of those figures from the early days who'd helped shape the world she lived in. But legends were abstract. She wanted to understand him as a person. That's why she was walking across the bridge he'd crossed so many times, trying to feel what he might have felt, to understand what had driven him to become what he became. The bridge was just a bridge, she realized as she walked. Steel and concrete and human engineering. There was nothing magical about it, nothing that would transform you just by crossing it. But there was something about the act of crossing, the commitment to move from one side to the other, to cover the distance despite whatever fears or doubts you carried. That meant something. That was a choice, a small one in the grand scheme of things, but a choice nonetheless. She reached the midpoint and stopped, looking at the water below, at the city on both shores. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of gold and orange. "I understand," she said quietly, to no one in particular. Or maybe to the ghost of a man who'd stood in this exact spot years before she was born, facing his own fears and finding his own courage. Then she continued across, completing the journey, emerging on the other side, ready to face whatever challenges her own life would bring. The bridge held her weight, as it had held so many others. It always would.